Okay, so today we're going to talk all about the booty, the gluteus maximus, whatever you want to call it, that's what we're going to be talking about. Now, your girl knows a thing or two about growing her glutes. As you can see here, this is my cheeky transformation. It's taken me 2 years to grow my glutes and to know what techniques and what exercises work for me. Now, everybody is different, so you can try some of these, and I recommend trying some of these exercises, but don't be disheartened because every single body is unique. So if you like this video, make sure you give it a thumbs up and make sure you hit that bell notification on so you don't miss another video with me. So without further ado, let's get into this video and I hope you love it. Okay, bye. Jumping straight into this video with exercise number 1, and we are doing the queen of all exercises. It's your barbell hip thrust. Now, I know it can be a little bit intimidating just because it's a free weight, but don't you worry, you've got this, and I'm going to give you my best tips. Now, what I want you to do is start with a light to medium weight. When you are bringing your feet towards your body, I want you to externally rotate your feet outwards. Make sure that you use some form of cushion to padding to protect your hips and bone area. When thrusting the weight up, as you can note here, my chin is nice and tucked into my body. This is what you want at all times, and try and look forward, it really helps. Make sure that your core is tight and engaged. And when you're thrusting the weight up, scoop your tailbone into your body at all times. Contract your glutes at the top before releasing the weight back down. I want you to do about 8 to 10 reps, and 4 to 5 sets. I do this 2 times a week, and trust me, oh my God, you will feel it. But up the weight, don't be afraid to up the weight. The second exercise we're jumping into is a sumo deadlift. By far one of my favorite types of deadlifts. The reason being is your feet are externally rotated, and similar to your hip thrust, the reason why we're externally rotating our feet outwards is you will feel a greater contraction in your glutes. The way you hold onto the bar is completely down to preference. I like to have one hand overhand, the other pronated, and this is so much more comfortable for me, but you can honestly have both overhand. What I want you to know is my head is following the direction of my spine, and I'm keeping everything very neutral and also very stiff. The reason being is I want to have all the pulling motion through my hamstring and my glutes and not my lower back. By allowing my neck to be neutral and follow the direction of my spine, it will cause less strain, and this is exactly what we want to avoid. I'm pulling everything through my gluteus maximus to get the optimum contraction in my glutes. The third exercise we're jumping into is a stiff leg deadlift. Now, I've added a little bit of elevation. Now, this is optional, but for me, because I am a shorty, hey shorty, hey, and because your girl is a little bit more flexible than she used to be, she needs a little bit more of an elevation to reach a deeper depth and motion when it comes to a stiff leg deadlift. Now, as you can see here, I'm keeping my chest nice and high. Shoulders are retracted, my abs are tight, and knees are slightly bent. You want to avoid your knees being completely locked out. The reason being is you could cause a lot of strain in your lower back. So if you ever find yourself performing any type of deadlift and you're feeling it tremendously in your lower back, 2 things you can do. 1, lower the weight and practice on your form. And 2, avoid your knees from locking out. Trust me, this will make a significant difference to how you feel your deadlifts. The reason why I'm incorporating deadlifts is because they're stretches, and stretches are a phenomenal way to really target those hamstring and glutes. Okay. I know you're secretly hating me so much for adding this exercise into this video, but let me tell you something real quick. It wasn't until your girl started adding split squats into her routine that her legs and her glutes, okay, I was like, hi, hello, where have you been for the last 2 years? but honestly, they are such an amazing exercise. As you can see here, I'm using a barbell, and also note, I'm not locking my knees out completely. I'm keeping a constant tension. You want to push through your heel as well. Keep your back nice and straight, core tight. And you know what? You don't have to use a barbell. You can always use dumbbells. It's a great alternative for someone who doesn't have a lot of balance, and it's an amazing way to build up strength and core strength as well as balance. So there's always great alternatives that you can try. You don't have to go crazy like me and use a barbell. Moving on to weighted bridges. Now, as you can see here, I've placed my heels close together, and yet again, my feet are externally rotated. Now, I absolutely love incorporating bridges into my glute routine. The reason being is I can feel this so much at the top of my glutes. You know that little shelf bit, that shelf that we all want to create secretly? That's what I'm talking about. I feel that so much. I'm trying to keep my chin nice and tucked in, my tailbone scooped into my body, and also I'm pumping these out. I'm not bringing my glutes completely down. I'm keeping them up in the air and pumping them out. You can get about 20 reps of these done, and you will feel it so much in your glutes. Trust me, this exercise is such a good burner, and you can incorporate it as a superset or even at the end of your workouts. It's just amazing. You know, I have this love-hate relationship with walking lunges. The reason being is because honestly, I'm always contemplating whether I should be doing this workout when I'm performing a walking lunge. But it's just done wonders for my legs. Yes, you will feel it in your quads. Your quads are definitely active when you're doing any type of walking lunge, but you are also going to feel it in your glutes as well. You want to keep your core nice and tight and back straight. Push through your heel as well, and don't completely lock out your knee. Try and keep it a little bit soft. Now, this is a multi-purpose exercise. You're working your quads, your hamstrings, your glutes, your core, your calves. And because you're walking, at the same time, it's an aerobic exercise. So it's a win-win for me. We had to add some form of abduction into this workout video, and the reason being is because you cannot neglect your gluteus medius. And the reason being is because it plays such a fundamental part in the growth, development, and also the overall shape of your glutes. I used to never really do abductions, and honestly, it was a big mistake. So now I definitely incorporate them into my routine. Now you can do machine abductions, or you can do an alternative exercise as I am doing here, which is a bent knee abduction. Oh my god, can I feel these so much. I know it's a bit awkward in the gym, so you can tie a jumper around you if that makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, but honestly, you abduct those legs. Who cares if the world is watching? You're so busy trying to grow and develop those glutes. I'm proud of you. So that is it, you guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. So that was it, guys. I hope you found any of the techniques, tips, tricks, exercises helpful. Utilize it on your next hamstring and booty day, and trust me, you will absolutely love them. Make sure that you're subscribed to this channel and following me on Instagram. Comment down below for any future videos you would like to see. I love you always and forever. Beyond grateful for you. Bye.
Okay, welcome everyone to the Technique Tuesday finale. So far in this series, we've covered more than 30 exercises that I am a fan of. Exercises that I think would be smart to include in any complete training program, depending on your goals. And in this video, I'm going to share 10 exercises that I'm not so much of a big fan of, and that I think most people with muscle and strength building goals probably shouldn't prioritize doing in the gym. Now, I should say up front that this generally isn't how I approach my training. I actually don't think that there are many, if any, inherently good or bad exercises, just better and worse choices depending on the goal. And I think this quote from Dr. Bret Contreras summarizes my view perfectly. Injuries in the weight room have more to do with poor form than the exercise itself. Exercises are tools, you're the carpenter. A good carpenter never blames his tools. And then in the same article, he points out that with enough knowledge of biomechanics and anatomy, you could easily make a case for why every exercise in the book should be avoided. So that isn't my purpose here. Even the exercises on my list might not be completely useless in all circumstances, and I don't think any of them are inherently harmful. It's just that they aren't the ones that I'd broadly recommend. So if you find some of your favorite exercises on this list, that's okay. You still might be able to modify them in the ways that I suggest, or you could use an alternative, or just continue using it if you find it working well for you. So with that out of the way, let's dig into my top 10 least favorite exercises, with number 1 being my least favorite on the list. Okay, so number 10 on my list is going to be the standing dumbbell external rotation. This one is really common in beginners, and it isn't so much that it's actively harmful, it's just not effective. So the whole point behind external rotations is to warm up and strengthen the rotator cuff, and I love doing them as a prehab drill when done with cables or bands, as they strengthen the external rotators, such as the rear delts and infraspinatus. However, when you use a dumbbell while standing, gravity isn't being applied properly. Gravity is pulling the dumbbell down in the sagittal plane, while external rotation is happening in the transverse plane. In other words, the dumbbell is adding absolutely no tension against external rotation. So holding the dumbbell like this only adds tension to the biceps, and unless you're trying to isometrically work the biceps, you might as well just do body weight external rotations with no dumbbell. But in my experience, it's much more practical to just do these using cables or bands. Number 9 on my list is the above the knee rack pull. Now I should say I really don't hate the above the knee rack pull, but I do think there are more efficient ways to accomplish what some people use the exercise for. Now if you're using them to build deadlift strength, I think you'd be much better off using a lower block pull. That's gonna have more carryover to the actual deadlift itself. And if you're struggling with lockouts, I think the hip thrust is better for building glute strength, as it loads the glutes much better in full hip extension. Now, I would agree that it can be effective for heavily overloading the traps isometrically. However, taking the traps through a full range of motion by doing shrugs or cable shrug-ins could offer the same benefit without the need for loading up as much weight. And the main issue that I have with this exercise is slamming around so much weight can damage gym equipment, so unless you have access to a private gym or bring your own bars, I don't think it's the best gym etiquette. Okay, up next is the cable squat, another exercise that applies tension in the wrong direction. Here the cable is pulling you forward into the machine, meaning it's mostly challenging your balance without adding much, if any, tension to your quads or glutes. Ultimately, I think this exercise amounts to a body weight squat that trains your balance a little bit. Now, I will say that it can be useful for teaching the squat in beginners, as it forces you to stay a bit more upright, but I'd say past the rank beginner level, I really think people should graduate onto a squat variation that loads the movement pattern axially, such as the barbell back squat, front squat, goblet squat, or even a machine squat or hack squat, would be much better for applying an overloading stimulus. So since we're on the topic of squats, number 7 may come as a surprise to some people, and it's the axe to grass squat. I find a lot of people who get passionate about lifting take on this idea that unless you're squatting as deep as possible, it doesn't count. Now I should say it isn't that I think that there's anything necessarily wrong with going very deep on squats, if you can do it safely, but I also know that many trainees simply won't have the mobility or the skeleton to do so. And if they're squatting for muscle and general strength building purposes, a parallel squat is perfectly acceptable. Of course, if you're a competitive powerlifter, you'll have to get your hip crease below the knee joint in order for the lift to count in competition. But for people just looking to build size and strength, I think the risk to reward ratio really starts to escalate the deeper you get below parallel. Plus, most often when you squat deeper than your anatomy allows, you're not actually taking the knees or the hips through any extra range of motion anyway. And more often than not, you're just going to end up rounding the lower back, which only increases risk of injury. So I would say squat as deep as you comfortably can, and I'll link some resources in the description box below that might be helpful in determining what your squat depth should be. Okay, up next we have the hack squat machine shoulder press. Now this exercise makes the list mostly just because I don't think it's necessary. I mean, if you really feel this in your shoulders, then that's fine. But I find most convoluted uses of machines that aren't designed to be used in the way that you're using them probably aren't adding anything that a more basic variation would already accomplish. And the same thing goes for the shoulder press machine shrug, where you stand on the seat and do shrugs. I mean, there are just so many other ways you could set this up, using dumbbells, cables, a trap bar, or a barbell. And I'm definitely open to being creative and experimenting, but this one is just really uncomfortable for my shoulders. It locks me in, and I'd much rather just do a dumbbell press or a machine shoulder press that was designed for this purpose. Okay, number 5 on my list is the Landmine T-Bar Cheat Row with a really upright posture. You guys will remember from my videos on rowing that to maximize the range of motion for the lats, you want your torso to be close to perpendicular to the line of pull. So by sitting all the way back and keeping a very upright posture, you're really reducing the range of motion to no advantage other than just going heavier. And I would say that's a trade-off that I don't think is worth it if your main goal is building size and avoiding injury. Now granted, I know many bodybuilders have built impressive backs doing cheat rows, so it isn't so much that they're a useless exercise, it's just that from a cost-benefit perspective, you'd probably get more out of reducing the weight, leaning more forward, and maintaining better control. Up next, we've got curling in the squat rack. Yeah, this isn't really an exercise itself, but I do still see a lot of guys doing these in busy commercial gyms, and I think it's really bad gym etiquette because you can easily set up a barbell to curl anywhere in the gym, but you can only set up a squat in the squat rack. And this is especially bad if you're loading up way more weight than you can handle with good form. But with that said, if you're in an empty gym or there's clearly a bunch of squat racks open, I guess there's nothing wrong with banging out a few curls. But if you see someone roll up with their lifting belt and knee sleeves, I'd be respectful and take your curls elsewhere. Okay, number 3 on this list also might surprise some people, and it's the front raise. And it isn't so much that the front raise is bad or dangerous, it's a fine exercise. It's just almost guaranteed to be redundant in any typical bodybuilding program. Most bodybuilders already have overdeveloped front delts relative to their side and rear delts, and many new lifters tend to focus on muscles they can see in the mirror. You couple this with the fact that any horizontal and vertical pressing in your program is already going to heavily tax the front delts, adding in extra isolation work for the front delts, in the best case is going to be redundant, and in the worst case, it could exacerbate existing imbalances. So the fix here is pretty simple. Anytime you go to do front raises, do side raises or bent over or reverse flies instead, create more balance across all heads of the deltoid. All right, number 2 on my list of least favorite exercises is the behind the neck pull down and the behind the neck press. Now I'll start by saying that I don't think everyone who does this exercise is gonna end up in the hospital. I know plenty of trainees who have the mobility to do this movement just fine, and it's actually never given me any problems on the few occasions that I've experimented with it. However, when it comes to the behind the neck lat pull down, I'm aware of at least one study showing it to have lower lat activation compared to simply pulling to the front. And when it comes to the behind the neck press, just because you can force the shoulder to perform pure abduction, it doesn't mean there's any advantage in doing so. And I actually think a traditional OHP combined with a lateral raise would be more effective. So they aren't my favorite because they tend to lead to less overloading. They're awkward to perform for most lifters. They tend to impose a greater injury risk for most people. And most importantly, they just don't seem to offer any noticeable benefit from a hypertrophy perspective. So unless you definitely have the shoulder mobility to do these safely and you really find your delts or lats responding well to them, I think it's much smarter to go with pull downs and presses brought to the front. Okay, and the number 1 exercise, meaning it's my least favorite exercise on this list, is the Bosu ball curl or the Bosu ball squat. Now, first of all, I'm assuming most viewers of my channel want to build muscle and gain strength. So while these might have some application in some scenario, for the vast majority of lifters, you're going to get much more out of the curl in terms of biceps growth by doing it on a stable surface, since you'll be able to overload the biceps more, control the movement better, and create a better mind-muscle connection. And the same thing goes for the squat. Now, I would say most people using Bosu balls are probably using them because they're supposed to be more functional. However, as pointed out in this 2010 ACSM article from Brad Schoenfeld, it's misleading to characterize an exercise as either functional or non-functional. For example, for a trainee who's very unfit, a routine including only non-functional machines would in fact be very functional in terms of helping them carry out their everyday activities. So clearly, the functionality of an exercise exists on a continuum. Regardless, a 2010 position stand concluded that from a performance standpoint, unstable devices shouldn't be utilized when hypertrophy, strength, or power is the goal, because force generation, power, and velocity are impaired. So in my opinion, these unstable surface exercises should be avoided by most trainees going for strength and size, since they hinder performance while increasing risk of injury. And with that, we're gonna bring this part of the series to a close. I think this has been my favorite series so far to make because I just find that technique really captures both the art and the science of training. So I really appreciate you guys who've followed along since the beginning. So my plan from here is to get the Science Applied series going again, take you guys through some full body workouts from my new program, which is coming soon. And then sometime in the new year, I'm gonna launch an Advanced Technique Tuesday series where I'm gonna cover some more specialized training techniques that I think you guys are really gonna enjoy. And I'll put a link to the full Technique Tuesday playlist over here if you guys wanna check out all of the 30-something exercises that we've covered. As always, don't forget to leave the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
I should have added supporter spots to this. Okay, all right.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. The squeeze on that is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it looks good.
Well, I clearly have the hair from the top. Okay, ready?
Hold up. Try one more time. 2, go.
Jeff is actually way more fun to do
The nerd Jeff?
than regular Jeff.
Oh.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another YouTube video. It's your girl Chrissy Cello here, and in today's YouTube video we're hitting the chest, the shoulders, the rear delts, and a little bit of triceps. So without further ado, let's get into this video. Okay guys, so I've actually realized that we've hit legs, we've hit glutes, we've hit booty, back, but we seem to neglect our chest, our shoulders, and our triceps. Now, I don't know whether it's because you haven't found a YouTube video that explains things to you, or maybe that you're scared that you're gonna get this massive separation of a chest and massive traps, but trust me when I say your body can only grow so far. So I wanna take you through a complete push session, a push session that you're gonna love, and a push session that I know you will be able to do. So the first thing we're gonna do is warm up. So I've grabbed a band and we're gonna do some shoulder dislocations. Now this is gonna improve your shoulder mobility, but if you can't do this movement, you're gonna do a partial shoulder dislocation. So what does that mean? Grab the band just like so. I'm gonna turn around so you can see me. You're gonna bring the band over your head and then back round. Now if you can't do that movement, what I want you to do is just come here, stretch as far as you can, and come back forward. Come here, stretch as far as you can, and come forward. Now, this movement is absolutely amazing for those rotator cuffs. It's so amazing for shoulder mobility, and it takes a little while to get all the way back with comfort and all the way forward. Please mobilize your body. I would rather you do one less exercise and actually focus more on mobility and warming up your body properly. If you want a full upper body mobility routine, let me know in the comments below. As you know, this YouTube channel is to make fitness simple for you, and I am here to help you go to the gym with absolute confidence. Not just the gym, home workouts. So without further ado, let's warm up. Okay, so guys, every single time you are training for strength or for power, or you're progressively overloading, especially if you're on the Strong program with the Tone and Sculpt app, which is my personal program on that platform, you will notice that all your big movements are always at the beginning of your workout, not mid and not end. The reason being is because that's when you have the most energy. So when you are strength training, when you are lifting weights, you're gonna deplete your energy throughout your workout. So if you've ever felt really dizzy, or if you felt really depleted or really exhausted during your workout, that's because your muscles are depleting. So that's why we want to do those big moves right at the beginning, and then work towards more supersets for intensity and isolations right at the end, and of course a burner if you're doing the Strong program. Right, few pro tips. Now I'm going to be so honest with you, because number one, I don't want it to seem like I know everything, because I just don't. And number two, we all learn something new every single day. I used to be absolutely intimidated of chest press. I actually never wanted to do it. I thought I never did it right. And I actually was really scared that I would just end up looking just not the way I wanted to look. And bottom line is, it's really only been probably, I'd say, 2 years, if that I've started to really incorporate barbell chest press into my routine. And this is probably the weakest exercise that I am at. I'm not strong in this at all, but for myself anyway, compared to other exercises, and I'm learning every single day. So these are tips that have helped me, but there are people who do it way better than I do, but these are just tips that help me, and I really hope they help you. And it's not as intimidating doing this exercise, I promise you that. So a tip, if you're doing this exercise by yourself, don't put clips on the barbell, because just in case it doesn't come back up, you can fling the weight from one side to another and then lift the barbell. So that's just a little safety tip. Number 2, you're gonna see a different variety of how people do a chest press. Some people do an overly extended back, just like so, and it's like so overly extended you can almost put like a massive box in there. However, I just think that's not very comfortable for me. So the tip that I want you to get is the following. When you're flat on the bench, your shoulders should retract back. That's what I want you to imagine. So don't just lay flat on the bench like this. Imagine your shoulders pinned back and retracting. If I'm just laying flat on the bench, that's how my shoulders would look. But if I'm retracting back, I'm pulling back and my chest is naturally coming up, meaning I'm ready to bring it to my chest and push and pull with my chest as well. That's what I want you to focus on. It's your chest doing the movement, not just your arms pushing it up. So that's why retracting back is gonna isolate your chest to do the lifting for you. So what I mean by that is, first of all, ensure that the barbell is nice and balanced and in center. Then you're gonna place your hands not parallel and narrow like this. You want it a little bit more wider. Now, this is me just laying flat on the bench, but retracting back, lifting my chest upright, slight arch. You will have a slight arch naturally for retracting your shoulders back. You're gonna lift the weight, lock it in, keep your hands nice and secure, bring the barbell to your chest, and then push back up. Good job, let's go. Okay, next movement we're doing is an incline chest press. So we're hitting that top area. So your bench needs to be inclined just like so. Same principle applies, retracting your shoulders back. You're gonna have a slight arch. If your back is completely flat, you can't isolate your chest. So naturally, by you retracting back, look, naturally, it's naturally gonna pin up. So that's why that arch is naturally going to happen. How many times did I say naturally? It's naturally, so naturally, just naturally going ding, 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 ding. Okay, so I'm gonna grab some 12s. You can always do a warm-up set prior. In the UK, we have our weights with kg. In America, I believe you have them in pounds. So I think this is about 25 pounds each dumbbell, but I don't bloody know. Anyway, so pin up, retract back, breathe in, look forward, chin tucked, and let's go. In here I have some Woman's Best BCAAs as always, just to keep me going, a bit of sweetness during your workout. I also add a scoop of creatine in there. So I started to do that more and more just because I'm lifting a bit more now, so creatine is great for you. We're gonna up the weights to 15 kg. Remember, the entire workout is in the description box. Why do I put straps on? Well, because the only part of my body that doesn't seem to want to grow are my calves and my wrists. Movement is a superset. We're going to do a pec fly. So essentially you're going to grab this machine by the handle. You're going to have a slight bend to your elbows. You're going to bring in just like so. And then from there, we're going to go into a lateral shoulder raise. So we're going to grab our dumbbells. We're going to stand nice and strong, slight lean forward, which helps me a bit with my lateral flies. And we're going to do a lateral fly, just like so. 2 flies in 1 set. That's a bit heavy. We'll see how I feel about that. So a tip when doing this exercise, I'm still learning along the way too. Yet again, chest nice and strong, chin nice and tucked. You don't want to just pull. You don't want to just pull. You want to have a slight bend and almost like give yourself a hug. And that sounds really silly, but giving yourself a hug is what I imagine. So you're gonna stretch and give yourself a hug, just like so. You're gonna come up like that, retract your shoulders, and then pull with your pecs, give yourself a hug, separate, take your time. It's a low weight. Moving on to the next superset, we're going to be doing a, oh my God, I feel like I've got a tight little pump. Joking. So the next exercise we're going to be doing is another superset. So this superset is going to require you to hit those delts. What do I mean about delts? Well, a little bit of fun fact for you. You see your shoulder right here? This pretty little boulder shoulder. Well, you have your front delt, you have your middle delt, you have your posterior deltoid. So you see you get all those nice little textured details on your shoulders. That's what hitting different parts of the shoulders means. So for example, when you're doing a shoulder press, you're actually hitting a lot of front and middle. When you are doing flies, if done correctly, you're hitting a lot of posterior rear delt. If you are doing lateral, you're hitting a lot of side. If you are doing front, of course, you're hitting the front delt, depending on your grip. So if you're doing front raises like this or like this, you're hitting your delt much more. If you're inverting like this, you're going to be hitting that front delt, but also a bit of nice chesty chest. But it works well because this is a push session. Push consists of shoulders, chest, triceps, rear delts, which is shoulders. But you can also hit your rear delts on back day, which you will do on the Toner Sculpt app Strong program. So what I'm going to be doing now, just realized the weights I want are not here, but it's fine. We're going to push. We're going to be doing, definitely not. That's heavy. I don't have the weights I need. These are very heavy. Yeah, that one's sure. Anyway, we're gonna attempt it. If it's too heavy, we're gonna have to make do with something else. We're gonna have to get a barbell. But I'm gonna grab some 15s, and then we're gonna grab some 5s and hit some front delts, seated. So you're gonna be sat down for the whole duration of this workout. Damn, these feel really heavy. Let's go, let's see. All right. Right, next superset. Man, if you're gonna give this workout a go, it's definitely not beginner friendly, I will say. Maybe I should have said that at the beginning. But if you do wanna make it beginner friendly, let me know and I can list you a brand new workout and I can pin it at the top of the comments so everybody can give something a go from this video. But you're gonna learn a lot. Right, face pulls. Now, there's a bit of drama behind face pulls. A lot of people go, it's terrible for you, it's not good for you. A lot of people are like, it's the best for you. I absolutely love it, personally. If done correctly, you're gonna hit those rear delts. So here's a few tips. It's called a face pull. That means you should be pulling towards your face, up top. Now when you're pulling, I don't want you to just pull down. I want you to pull nice and high. So depending on your grip will depend that. Now if I rotate out, I can pull a little bit higher. If I rotate in, it's gonna feel just a little bit more uncomfortable. So I'm rotating my grip outwards, just like so. I'm leaning back. I'm controlling my stance, as you can see, and I'm gonna pull towards my head a little bit higher if I can. Let me just lower the weight so I can get a little bit higher and hit that rear delt. This is not about how much you can lift, this is about the movement. So when you're bringing the rope towards you, you wanna pull apart, hitting those rear delts nice and high, and then bring back. Remember, pull apart. They really should be called face pull aparts, not face pulls, because face pulls just indicates that. Well, really, they're pull aparts. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Followed by front raises. I'm using the plate here. You want to keep your elbows nice and locked for this, not bent, nice and locked. Bringing the movement towards you, up and then down, controlling each and every single rep. You can reset if you want, but to keep that tension, I want you to keep on going. You're going to be working a lot of core here as well. So you're getting a really, really good workout here. Woo! When you're doing calf raises, especially like if you have an elevation here, which you should, you're gonna go pump, pump, up, come down. You're gonna go pump, pump. Same principle with this, essentially. You wanna bring it down and down again, just like so, getting that last bit of squeeze. You're gonna bring it down and down again, but try and push it forward. Imagine when you're holding this and you're pushing forward, it's like you're bending. I want you to imagine you're bending this bar. That's what I want you to do, imagine. So you're gonna go push, push. But imagine as you're pushing, you're bending it. It's gonna hit that tricep so much more. So every single time I'm doing a tricep push down, I imagine the bar bending so I can get a better contraction. Try and keep your shoulders a little bit rotated backwards as well. Don't bring them completely forward. There's a lot of mechanics to this move. That's why I hate it so much, but it's brilliant for your triceps. Okay, so that was the workout done. Now I know you like hitting at your glutes and your hammies and your legs a little bit more, but it's so important to hit that upper body too. You want an all-rounded body, a balanced body, a body that you take care of, and just don't do it for aesthetic reasons. So I hope you give this a go, and I hope you absolutely love it. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below, and please do leave a thumbs up if you found it helpful. So I'm gonna finish off my workout now with, which flavor is this? This is the Smart Shake from Women's Best in chocolate flavor. This is the link in my bio. These shakes are life-saving. like, why did they not do this sooner? So I have one of these after my workouts. And also, I know for a fact you would have seen this, so we're just gonna address the elephant in the room. These are the brand new hoodies from Honor Active. This is called Midnight Blue. I am so excited for these to launch on the 14th of December, just in time for Christmas. Brand new lounge. So this is our brand new classic lounge. I am so proud of this collection. It is warm, it is fluffy, it is colors that I know you're all gonna absolutely love. So 14th of December, you'll be able to purchase the brand new classic lounge. So I hope you learned something new today. And remember, I love you always and forever. Thank you for being here and thank you for choosing me to help you along the way. See you next time.
All right, what's going on, guys? In this video, I'm gonna be taking you through some minimalistic workouts that'll take you under 45 minutes per session. So this is a 2-day per week routine. However, if you have more training days available than that, I'll also explain how you can modify these 2 workouts into a 3-day per week, 4-day per week, or 5-day per week schedule. So everything you need to know to set up your own minimalistic training split will be laid out in this video, and throughout these workouts, we'll be applying many of the fundamental minimalist training principles that I discussed in my last video, which I'll link down below in case you missed it. All right, let's get started with full body day 1. So after 2 to 3 minutes of brisk walking on the treadmill and a few dynamic stretches, just a few arm swings and a few leg swings is fine, we're kicking things off with 2 sets of flat dumbbell press. The first set will be a heavy set for 4 to 6 reps, and the second set will be a lighter back off set for 8 to 10 reps. So we'll get our strength set in first and then do our hypertrophy set. Now, there are 2 reasons why we're doing a dumbbell press rather than a barbell press on a minimalist routine. First, dumbbells are generally more time efficient because you don't need to load and unload any plates, which does chew up some time. And second, dumbbells allow for a greater range of motion than the barbell. This normally isn't a big deal because we can compensate for the barbell's minor limitation by also including a stretch-focused exercise like a cable fly. However, on a minimalist routine, we're trying to minimize the number of exercises we do. So in this case, it makes more sense to choose a pressing exercise that also provides a large stretch on the pecs. So a dumbbell press or a dip would probably be your best options. Now, from a technique standpoint, I recommend lowering the dumbbells down with a slight elbow tuck at around 30 to 45 degrees when viewed from the top, and then as I press, I'll flare my elbows out. If you feel any shoulder discomfort when you flare, it's fine to just keep your elbows tucked the entire time. Okay, after that, we're moving on to the dumbbell Romanian deadlift for 2 sets of 8 to 10 reps. Again, I'm going for the dumbbells here mainly because they tend to be a bit more time efficient, but the biomechanics of the exercise will be the same whether you use dumbbells or a barbell. The main thing to keep in mind with the RDL is to simply push your butt back as you allow the weight to drop straight down under control. Don't think about lowering the weight to touch the floor, simply set your hips back and let the dumbbells naturally lower in a straight line, reversing the motion once you feel a big stretch in your hamstrings without allowing your lower back to round. I like to maintain a nice smooth cadence on these where I don't fully lock out at the top, and this helps me keep tension on my hamstrings. However, if you did want to activate the glutes a bit more, you could lock the hips at the top and squeeze your glutes together. I'd also strongly recommend using straps for these so that your grip strength doesn't limit the amount of tension your hamstrings receive. Next, we're doing a 2-grip lat pull down for 2 sets of 10 to 12 reps using a different grip for each set. So for the first set, we're doing an overhand middle grip to target the mid back and the lats. And then on the second set, we're doing an underhand close grip to target the biceps a bit more and to hit the lats from a slightly different angle. Then after the second set, to get a little more bicep work, you can strip the weight back and do some overhead curls. This way, we'll make sure the high threshold bicep fibers experience a high level of muscular tension as well. Okay, after that, we're moving on to a single working set of 8 to 10 reps per leg on the dumbbell step up. This will be our main quad and glute focused movement for the day. Now, one thing to remember about minimalistic training is that because we're often only doing one single set for some exercises, it's very important that we execute that set as perfectly as possible. In this case, we want to be forcing our front leg to carry all the load, so minimize cheating with your back leg as much as possible, and remember that it's just there for keeping balance. I prefer to work each leg one leg at a time because that way you're not losing tension in between reps, which can really drag the set out. Another thing you may notice is that you need to go heavier than you think. Most people stop well shy of failure on step-ups and lunges, so to get to failure, or at least within 1 rep of failure, you'll probably need heavier weights than you'd normally use. And again, using straps is smart since they'll prevent your grip strength from being a limiting factor. Up next, we've got one set of 12 to 15 reps plus a drop set on the overhead cable tricep extension. The reason I'm going with an overhead tricep extension rather than a regular press down is that the triceps will already be hit in a more neutral shoulder position with the flat dumbbell press, so it'd be a bit more redundant to also hit them with a press down. Also, a new 2022 study from Mayo and colleagues found that overhead tricep extensions resulted in about 40% more hypertrophy compared to regular press downs, even when volume matched, which is pretty huge. Now, there's been quite a lot of noise about this study online. Some people claim that the results are most likely a fluke. However, according to the Mass Research Review, it was a very well-designed study, and there are at least 3 plausible explanations for why overhead extensions led to substantially more muscle growth than press downs. So, while I wouldn't put too much stock in a single study like this, if you are limited on time and can only fit in one tricep isolation movement, I would favor an overhead tricep extension more than press downs. Okay, so for these, you want to lock your elbow in place with the cable just behind your head, squeeze your triceps to move the weight, and then lower the weight back down under control and try to feel a nice big stretch at the bottom. After reaching failure once, I'll drop the weight back by about 30 to 40% and then take the triceps to failure once again. Okay, after that, we've got one set of 12 to 15 reps plus another drop set on the machine lateral raise. I personally use this Atlantis standing lateral raise machine at my gym, mostly because I find I can get a much larger range of motion here while maintaining consistent tension on my side delts. However, if you don't have this machine, you can use a seated machine option or a cable machine or even dumbbells. As long as you're taking the muscle to failure with good form, the fibers will be maximally recruited regardless. I also strap in again here, so I can use only my side delts to sweep the weight out, as opposed to relying on my grip, and more specifically my thumb, to support the weight. Again, I use a larger than usual ROM on these, but if that ROM isn't comfortable for you, you can just stop at 90 degrees, so parallel to the floor. And again, as long as you're taking the set to failure, the total activation level will be very similar. And again, after reaching failure, I'll drop the weight by 30 to 40% and go to failure again to really finish the fibers off and get in a little extra volume without killing too much time by doing a whole other set. Okay, and to finish off the first full body day of the week, we're doing one set of 12 to 15 reps on the horizontal toe press for the calves. Now, doing calf raises on a leg press machine is the exact same basic movement pattern as doing them on a standing calf raise machine, because on both exercises, your leg is straight, not bent. However, when you're seated, your upper body doesn't have to bear any of the load, so I find that I'm able to get a better mind-muscle connection with my calves when I do calf raises on a seated leg press machine. And once again, after reaching failure, I'll drop the weight back by 30 to 40% and go to failure again. One thing to keep in mind with the calves is to make sure you don't start bouncing on the drop set reps. A lot of people have a tendency to let loose once fatigue starts setting in, but you'll get the most out of the set if you keep your form locked in. And remember, each and every rep should have a nice 1 second or so pause at the bottom and a full squeeze at the top. Okay, let's jump into full body day 2. On the second day, we're kicking things off with the hack squat, doing one heavy top set for 4 to 6 reps, and then one lighter back off set for 8 to 10 reps. Now, the reason I'm going for the hack squat is because on a minimalist routine, you can often get away with less warm-up sets on machines than on free weight compound exercises. For example, with barbell back squats, it'll sometimes take me a half an hour just to get all my warm-up sets done, whereas with the hack squat, I'll just hit 2, maybe 3 quick warm-up sets, and then I'm doing my working sets within 5 or 10 minutes tops. So for the first heavy top set, I'm choosing a weight that'll have me about 1 rep shy of failure, so an RP of 9 for 4 to 6 reps, and here I'm just focusing on moving the weight. I'm thinking about driving through my heels while maintaining consistent pressure against the shoulder pads. And after the first heavy set, I'll rest for about 3 minutes, and then for the back off set, I'll drop the weight back, and this time focus a little more on controlling the negative and feeling my quads working. This is more of the hypertrophy set, so I'm focusing more on the mind-muscle connection rather than just moving the weight. And on both sets, I'm getting to full depth and purposefully allowing my knees to come forward past my toes, which is perfectly safe, and I can link another video on that down below. Okay, after that, we're doing an antagonistic superset for the chest and back. Now, an antagonistic superset is when you train 2 opposing muscle groups back to back without rest. And I'm a big fan of these because one muscle will be working while the other is resting. So in this case, we're doing 2 sets of a high incline Smith machine press to target the pecs, shoulders, and triceps, and then we're supersetting that with a T-bar row to hit the mid-traps, lats, rear delts, and to some extent, the biceps. With the incline press, I'm setting the bench angle a bit higher than usual, so around 45 to 60 degrees, and I'm doing that so the delts get more involved. Rather than doing both a vertical press and a horizontal press, we're just meeting in the middle with a high incline press to save on time. And this will do a good job of hitting the pecs and the shoulders with a single movement. We're also taking a slightly closer grip so we can take the triceps through a greater range of motion, and this will shift some of the emphasis to the upper pecs as well, which is a weak point for most people. Then we're supersetting this with 10 to 12 reps on the T-bar row. Now, my gym's T-bar row machine is right next to the Smith machine, so I can superset these two easily, but if your gym has these two machines further apart, instead, you can just flip around on the bench, grab some dumbbells, and do some chest-supported incline dumbbell rows instead of T-bar rows for the same sets and reps. Now, when doing T-bar rows, I'll usually do one set with a wider grip and one set with a closer grip just to target the back from slightly different angles. And I should also point out that even though we are supersetting, I'll still rest for about 30 seconds to a minute in between the two exercises. So just because you're supersetting and you're going back and forth doesn't mean you need to go straight to the other exercise. Getting a little rest in between to catch your breath is a good idea. So in practice, the superset will look something more like this, which still saves on time, but allows me to recuperate more in between supersets. All right, after that, we're moving on to one set of 10 to 12 reps on the seated hamstring curl plus a drop set. A recent 2020 study showed greater hamstrings growth with seated leg curls over lying leg curls across a 12-week training study. So if we're given the option to do only one, I pretty much always favor seated leg curls these days. And because this difference seems to be related to the higher degree of stretch you get on the hamstrings with the seated variation, I'll accentuate this effect by leaning forward over the machine throughout the set. And then since we're only doing one set here, we're taking it all the way to failure and then dropping the weight back by 30 to 40% and going to failure again. Then we're doing one set of 12 to 15 reps on the easy bar bicep curl plus some myo reps. Again, just one all-out set to failure here, so we want to make sure we execute that set as perfectly as possible. So I'm focusing on curling the weight out and up, not just up, and thinking about driving through my pinky to cue for supination as I curl. I'm also thinking about squeezing my biceps to move the weight and keeping a looser grip on the bar so that my forearms don't take over. After hitting failure with good technique, we're doing some myo reps to enhance the set further rather than a drop set this time. So this time we're going to keep the weight the same, and instead of dropping the weight back, we'll simply rest for 3 to 4 seconds and then do another 4 reps. Then we'll rest for another 3 to 4 seconds and do another 4 reps. And we'll just keep doing that until we can no longer get 4 reps. At that point, the set is done. Now, the good thing about myo reps is that they allow you to get in a lot more high tension reps in a short period of time. Remember that it isn't until near the very end of a set that reps become maximally hypertrophic. So by doing these myo rep mini sets, where the muscle is already very close to failure, you're essentially cutting out any of those early low tension reps and jumping straight to the more effective stuff. All right, and to finish off the workout, we're doing one set of cable crunches for 12 to 15 reps plus a double drop set. So I like to do these kneeling with the rope locked in over my head, and then I'll crunch down hard on my abs and allow my entire back to round, including my lower back. After reaching failure once, I'll drop the weight back by about 30% and then go to failure again. And then to really finish things off, we'll do one more drop set this time. So I'll strip it back another 20 to 30% and then go to failure one last time. Now, if you guys were wondering how you could adapt this to a 3, 4, or 5 day per week program, this is how I would do it. You'd keep most of the exercises, sets, and reps the same, but simply modify how you'd split up your volume throughout the week. If you want to train 3 days a week, I'd do the same full body workout number 1 and then split the second full body day up into an upper body day and a lower body day. You could also add a little more volume to the upper lower days by either adding an extra set for some of these exercises, or you could add a few extra exercises for your individual weak points on those days. If you want to train 4 days a week, you just split up both full body workouts into 2 separate upper lower days. So you'd go upper lower rest, upper lower rest rest. And again, you can add some volume to these workouts if you find them to be a bit too short. And if you want to train 5 days a week, you could do the same basic thing, but this time with an upper-lower push-pull leg split done 5 days per week. Or if you want to have all this work done for you, you can check out my new 12-week Essentials program, which just launched this week over on jeffnippard.com. It's made up of workouts very similar to the ones in this video that are designed to get you in and out of the gym in under 45 minutes. It comes in a 2-day per week, 3-day per week, 4-day per week, and 5-day per week version, and I'm going to leave it at 20% off for another week if you guys want to pick it up. So that's it for this one, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to leave me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
I just want to say that this is the eggiest egg of a head I've ever seen in my entire life, but it is what it is. Today's video is going to be an intense booty and leg workout that I wanted to take you guys through. I've been doing this workout, trying it for something new, but I wanted to try it along with you. So the entire workout will be posted in the description box in case you miss anything out, any tips, any tricks. But I just want to show you, you know, I just can't deal with this egghead, okay? What are you thinking about this egghead? Alright, without further ado, let's get into this video and be sure to hit that thumbs up button which helps support your galley. Let's get into this workout. Okay guys, so the first exercise that I want you to do is actually a superset. So I've already pre-exhausted and also activated. If you want to see an activation routine purposely just for the booty, let me know in the comments down below. And pre-exhaust, I did some hyperextensions, 20 reps of hyperextensions, 2 sets just to get those glutes really fired up and know that they are about to get trained. So the first exercise is going to be a superset. We are supersetting a barbell stiff leg deadlift followed by goblet squats, that's a mouthful, another 12 reps. We're doing 3 sets of this. If you notice as well, the bar that I'm using when I'm doing stiff leg deadlifts is a much smaller bar, just because I feel like I can actually grip the bar better because it's thinner and my hands are small, so I get a good grip. You can also use some liquid chalk or hand grips as well to help you lift the weight, and also the distribution of a smaller bar is just a little bit better for me. I'm not like losing balance or being unstable. So let's get into the first exercise. Okay guys, so as you saw when I was doing the goblet squats, I had my elbows tucked into my body, not flared out. This will honestly help you so much. Keep that weight close to your body, feel it in your glutes, feel it in your whole entire soul. So make sure that you give that a go. Brett Contreras showed me that. You know how I feel about him. I absolutely love him. He is the most amazing guy. Oh, wow. Okay guys, so moving on to the second exercise. This is just going to be a singular exercise. We're not doing a superset for this one. We are going to be doing a V stance hip thrust. Essentially that means one foot is in front of the other. You are lifting your toes up, digging your heels onto the ground, thrusting the weight up. So we're using a barbell. You're going to be hitting each leg 12 reps, 3 sets. Whenever you are in a rush though, try and avoid doing single leg exercises. They are absolutely amazing, but they do take up a lot of time. So if you are in a rush, swap this exercise for just your standard barbell hip thrust, and yeah, that's a great alternative. So let's get into exercise number 2. Moving on to the third exercise, we are jumping into a superset yet again. This time only the cables are required, so we're going to stay in one position in the gym. So we're going to be doing a cable pull through along with a cable stiff leg. Both will consist of 10 reps. We're going to be doing 3 sets. Whenever you are performing a superset, normally the set range should be 3 or 4 sets. And whenever I'm doing any like heavy lifting where I want to build, I normally opt for 5 reps, 5 sets, because it is really heavy. So what I want you to do when it comes to cable pull-throughs is use a rope if your gym has one. You want to step forward, make sure that your back is nice and straight. You want to make sure that you have a slight bend to your knees. You don't want them completely locked out. This could cause injury. When you are pulling the weight, make sure that you're contracting your glutes at the top, but remember never to over hyperextend. And what I mean by that is pushing your hips too forward. You could lose balance and cause yourself a little bit of an injury. So make sure that you just contract at the top, keeping your core nice and stabilized and your back straight at all times. Similar to a stiff leg deadlift, when you are performing a cable deadlift, stiff leg deadlift, same principles apply. Your back needs to be straight, your chest needs to be upright, your core needs to be engaged and nice and tight at all times. You want to feel that stretch in your hamstrings. You can also use an elevation such as a step or a box or whatever you have in the gym, which helps you get that bigger and wider range of motion and that depth, so you can feel it in your hamstrings more. A lot of people ask me about this. I'm personally really flexible, and I'm a shorty. Hey shorty. I'm 5'3", so by adding that extra elevation, it helps me get a deeper range of motion and a deeper stretch in my hamstrings. So definitely give it a go if that's something that you want to be doing. Okay guys, so let's get into exercise number 3, your superset. Moving on to our 4th exercise. So by now your glutes, your hamstrings, your sole should just be like burning up. You should be feeling it all over your body, but this is what we want. Make sure that you are contracting and make sure that you are taking your time with every set and every rep. This is not a race, and form is absolutely crucial. I don't want you to be lifting so much weight and then hurting your back and injuring yourself. It's not even worth it. So please make sure your form is on point. If you want loads of how-to videos, I post so many on the Tone and Sculpt community page on IG. I do so many how-to videos every single Tuesday, so be sure to check that out. And why not follow the page along, because there is lots of information there that I wouldn't want you to miss out. Okay guys, so moving on to exercise number 4, we are going to be doing some reverse lunges using the Smith machine. If you do not have a Smith machine, that is absolutely fine. You can just use the barbell, or you can use some dumbbells instead. Always utilize what your gym or your home has. You don't have to use the equipment that I'm using necessarily. So we're doing 5 exercises. One more after this one and we're done. The final exercise I want you to do is a sumo deadlift using the Smith machine, because oh my god, the resistance is just gonna fire up your entire legs and glutes. I promise you that. I want you to perform 10 reps, 4 sets. It's gonna be absolutely killer. It's gonna be that final cherry on top of your entire workout, and you are absolutely gonna love it. Okay guys, so that was it. That's the entire workout. Please do give it a go and let me know what you thought. Remember, the workout will be in the description box. Just give it a go. You've got nothing to lose and a whole lot to gain. Be sure to give this video a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button. Remember that I love you always and forever. Bye.
Okay, what's going on guys, and welcome to the first pull workout of the Ultimate Push-Pull Leg series. In this video, we're hitting 6 pulling exercises that target the back, rear delts, and biceps. And then in the coming videos, I'll be taking you through the rest of the push-pull legs workouts to complete the full week of training. Now, I noticed that on my last push day upload, there were a few people that were asking what the difference is between this new push-pull leg series and my previous ones from 2018 and 2021. The main difference is that both of these programs were power building routines, so they were focused on both strength and hypertrophy more evenly, whereas this new routine is much more bodybuilding focused. This means we'll be doing more exercise variation, including a bunch of new exercises, and more novel intensity techniques than we did before. And this time, while doing plenty of bodybuilding work, we'll be using what I call a minimalist approach to the squat, bench, and deadlift, doing just the minimum volume required to make progress on those lifts. So for those of you who do care about strength, there is some strength work in this program, but it's very minimal, and I'll always offer substitution options for the power lifts if you want to make it even more bodybuilding focused. And as before, if you want to have everything in your hands right away, you can pick up the full Ultimate Push-Pull Legs Hypertrophy Plan over on jeffnipper.com, and I'll have a little more info about that at the end of the video. All right, so after a quick 5-minute warm-up on the treadmill or Stairmaster, and about 10 arm circles per side and 10 cable external rotations per side, we're kicking things off with 4 feeder sets on the lat pull-down for 10 reps each. Now, the idea of a feeder set is something I learned from my great mentor, John Meadows. We do these a lot together when we train. It's basically a way of warming up where you'll do 4 or 5 feeder sets, gradually building up in weight until you get to one all-out set to failure. So for your first feeder set, you'll pick a light weight and do it for 10 reps. This should be very low exertion at an RPE of 4 or 5, just meant to get the blood flowing. Then you'll rest for a minute or 2, increase the weight a bit, and do another 10 reps, and now you're up to an RPE of 6 or 7, so it's getting a bit harder. You'll rest for another minute or 2, increase the weight again, and do another 10 reps, and now you're at an RPE of 7 or 8, so you've got 2 or 3 reps left in the tank here. Then you'll increase the weight one last time and try to get 10 reps. And this time, you're going to an RPE of 10, so all the way to failure. Now, the argument you'll hear against doing feeder sets is that they might end up fatiguing you for the main working set. So some might argue that it'd be better to do a shorter warm-up with less sets and reps so you get to the working sets faster. And this is the approach that I also take on most exercises, especially when I'm trying to overload with more weight. However, on a more mind-muscle connection-based exercise, like a lat pull-down, where many people do struggle finding a good mind-muscle connection with their back, I find that feeder sets can accomplish 2 things. First, they can help you get into a better groove with the movement, so that by the time you reach the failure set, your lats are engaging much better. And second, they can be helpful in finding the right weight for the failure set because you select the weight for that set based on how hard the feeder sets felt. For example, if your third feeder set already feels pretty heavy, you know you won't need to add much weight for the failure set. On the other hand, if your third feeder set still feels pretty easy, you know you're strong on this day and should bump the weight up for the failure set. And then after that first failure set, I'll rest for 2 or 3 minutes and do one more set to failure. And I challenge myself to reach the same number of reps as I did on the first failure set with the same weight, but because of fatigue, that's not always possible. Oftentimes I'll end up getting 7 or 8 reps for the second failure set. And then after that, I'll do a mini drop set by stripping the weight back by about 30% and cranking out 4 or 5 more reps. I like doing this at the end just to make sure the back fibers are in fact reaching very high levels of activation. Because with the lat pull down in particular, you might reach technical failure, but find that your back could probably still do quite a few more reps if you just cheated a little bit. So rather than cheating, I compensate by doing this mini drop set to really finish things off. And I'm using a middle overhand grip at about 1 to 1.5 times shoulder width here. When doing straight sets, I'll often use a different grip width for each set. However, because the entire point of feeder sets is to get in a good groove and establish a strength baseline, I'd rather keep my grip consistent from set to set here. And the middle grip is usually the sweet spot because if you go too wide, you'll shorten the range of motion, and if you go really close, the biceps tend to take over a bit more. I'd also recommend using straps on your failure sets. This way your grip strength won't limit the number of reps your back can do. And I also find that most people are able to feel a much stronger mind-muscle connection when they strap in. If you don't have straps, I'd recommend at least using a thumbless grip, which in my coaching experience is one of the best cues for helping people engage their back better. One last thing I've noticed from many of the IFBB pros who train at my gym is that they aren't super stiff and uptight when they train, and I think this is a good thing. When I allow my body to move more naturally and be more fluid, within reason, I can feel the target muscle working so much better than if I'm very stiff and uptight. So on exercises like this, I think it's okay if you allow yourself to lean and rock a bit, as long as you're feeling the target muscle pulling and stretching under control, especially on the negative. Okay, after that, we're hitting 3 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the OmniGrip chest-supported machine row. OmniGrip just means that you're using a different grip for each set. So for set 1, we're using a wider grip. On set 2, we're using a slightly closer grip. And then on set 3, we're using either a neutral or underhand grip. Now, I'm using this Panada chest-supported machine at my gym, but you can use any chest-supported machine that you feel working your back well. That can be a simple T-bar row, or if you don't have machine access, you can simply do a Helms row with dumbbells, bracing your chest against the back of an incline bench. In my opinion, every pull day should have at least 2 main types of exercises. A vertical pull, like the lat pull down we just did, and a horizontal pull, like the machine row we're doing here now. And while both exercises will hit the entire back to a substantial degree, the lat pull downs will emphasize the lats and teres muscles, while the rows will emphasize the traps and rhomboids of the mid-back, especially if we focus on actively squeezing our shoulder blades together. And like I mentioned earlier, we're using 3 different grips for each of the 3 working sets, simply because the back is so complex and it's made up of so many different muscles that all pull on the skeleton in slightly different ways. So hitting those muscles from slightly different angles by varying your grip position makes a lot of sense. Okay, after that, we're moving on to a superset of bottom half dumbbell lat pullovers and a static lat stretch for a 30-second hold. And we're doing 2 sets of each. So we'll do a set of pullovers, stretch our right lat for 30 seconds, stretch our left lat for 30 seconds, rest for 30 seconds, then do a second set of pullovers, then stretch our left lat for 30 seconds, stretch our right lat for 30 seconds, and then move on to the next exercise. So just note that we're switching the order of the side we're stretching first on each of those supersets. Now, I'm calling these bottom half pullovers because we're completely cutting out the top half of the range of motion, instead just staying in the more lengthened, stretched aspect of the lift. And this is because there's virtually 0 tension on the lats at the top. Now, I'm not sure how many people in my audience are aware of this ongoing debate, but the pullover has been recently added to the chopping block of exercises for the last little while online. Some coaches have been arguing that because the lats don't have the best leverage with the arms positioned overhead, the pullover is probably not a very good exercise choice for the lats. However, just because the lats aren't optimally leveraged with the arms overhead doesn't mean that they can't still experience stretch and tension. As long as the bulk of the muscle fibers are behind the active joint, which they are in this case, they'll still have some leverage on that joint. And I personally still like the dumbbell lat pullover as a stretch type exercise for the lats for 2 very simple reasons. First, I always feel a great stretch on my lats when I do them. And second, my lats are always sore for a day or 2 after doing them. Now, neither of those 2 things are ideal for determining exercise selection on their own, but when they line up over years of training, I think they're perfectly reasonable proxies for muscle activation. Of course, the only way to really know if the pullover is a good lat exercise would be if someone did a longitudinal hypertrophy study where they measured the lat thickness of a group doing pullovers versus the lat thickness of a group not doing pullovers across several months. But as far as I'm aware, that study doesn't exist, so until that study comes out and potentially proves me wrong, I still think lat pullovers are a solid option to include. As for the stretching, I do 1 lat at a time by just grabbing onto something solid and leaning my hips back until I feel a nice deep stretch all along one side of my back. Now I'll hold that stretch for 30 seconds at a 7 out of 10 intensity, so just before the feeling of pain or discomfort, and then I'll switch and do the other side. Now, I talked about the benefits of interset stretching in my last push day video, so if you didn't catch that one, I'll link it down below. Okay, after that, we're doing 3 sets of 12 to 15 reps on the omnidirection face pull. Again, omnidirection just means that we're pulling from a different direction on each set. On set 1, we'll position the cable low and pull from low to high. On set 2, we'll position the cable at shoulder height and pull more or less straight across in the middle. And then on set 3, we'll position the cable high and pull down toward the eyes. And again, this just goes back to the concept of the back being a big, complex web of different muscles. And so, while it is true that a vertical pull and a horizontal pull are the only two movements you really need to grow your back, I think that if we're trying to maximize back development, hitting things from a variety of different angles is likely more optimal. Okay, so after that, we're moving on to 3 sets of 6 to 8 reps on the EZ bar bicep curl. I find a lot of people neglect lower rep bicep work and just aim for the pump and mind-muscle connection, but I think including a bit of both is important. So here we're using some decent weight and focusing on progressive overload in a low to moderate rep zone. You can treat this more like you would a bench press or a deadlift, where you should track the weights you're using over time and make sure that either the weight or the number of reps you're hitting is increasing from week to week. Obviously, it's important to keep your form consistent, but a little bit of hip drive on the positive to get the bar moving is okay, as long as you're controlling the negative on each and every rep. All right, and then to finish off the workout, we're doing 2 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the bottom half preacher curl. So here we're doing partial reps in the stretched aspect of the lift only. I decided to include these based on the results of this 2021 study from Sato and colleagues, which split 32 subjects into one of 3 groups. One group did only the bottom half of their preacher curls, so they curled from 0 to 50 degrees of elbow flexion. Another group did only the top half of their preacher curls, so they curled from 80 to 130 degrees of elbow flexion. And then the third group was a control group. They didn't train at all. After 5 weeks, the bottom half group saw more than twice the gains in muscle thickness as the top half group, indicating that the lengthened, stretched aspect of preacher curls is the more hypertrophic part of that lift. And then in the study, the authors highlighted a whole bunch of other literature pointing toward the idea that training a muscle at longer muscle lengths is very important for muscle growth. And here I like to do one side at a time, so I'll start with my weaker arm and then match the reps with my stronger arm. This is good for preventing any little bicep asymmetries from developing, and also helps me focus on really feeling the stretch and mentally focusing all the tension to one bicep at a time. And like I said earlier, if you'd like to have the entire push-pull legs program all in one place, so you can just go to the gym and run it, you can pick up the full 12-week Ultimate Push-Pull Leg System over on jeffnipper.com. I think it's my most interesting program to date in terms of how it's structured and sequenced across 3 distinct phases of training, and it's definitely my most bodybuilding-focused program to date as well. There's also a 4-day, 5-day, and 6-day per week version of the program available, depending on how many days per week you can train. So I'll leave a little more info about that in the description box down below if you'd like to check it out. And that's it for this one, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to leave me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
Someone explained to me, whenever I have a ponytail, my forehead is just shining so bright and so big. It's like, forehead. Anyway, guys, welcome back. I have such an exciting video for you guys. It's a collaboration on this channel. I think is this my first collaboration? Oh my God, I'm not sure, is it? Anyway, so Zach Perna. Zach came down from Australia to London for a shoot that he had going on, and then he was kind enough to come with Hayfi, his cameraman, to not only get a sweaty leg and booty session with your girl, but to also learn a thing or two about the glutes. So ladies, I want you to go grab your man or grab a man, and I want you to take them through this intense leg and glute workout. This video is packed with lots of tips and lots of tricks, and I know it will truly help you. So make sure that you stay tuned. Hit that thumbs up button, and Zach's socials are all listed in the description below, so make sure you go check those out and support him as well. So without further ado, let's get into this video, and the workout will also be listed in the description box. Let's go. It's Zach, everyone. Zach's flown all the way from Australia to see me.
Just for this workout.
Just for this workout.
I need to train my legs, so I flew all the way from Australia just to train legs.
How many of you, seriously, how many of you have boyfriends and they don't train their glutes, they just refuse to train their legs, they have these chicken legs?
Don't look at me when you say chicken.
So I want you to take them through this workout. So I'm gonna take this guy through a killer booty workout. It's gonna be fun, it's gonna be interesting. The whole workout will be in the description below, so make sure you screenshot that, take it to the gym with you. Okay, bye. Barbell squats, 11 reps, 3 sets. Just to fire up those legs, get our bodies moving, blood flowing. So Zach's on his 2nd set right now. We're already dying, to be honest. So currently I have 60 kg, 12 reps. That's like a sweet spot. I'm struggling a little bit at 10 reps, but you're pushing it to 12. If you get to 12 and it's so easy, you gotta up the weight. You're doing something wrong. Got it.
12 again?
Yep.
Smash it.
Honestly, for glute impact and growth, sumo deadlifts are probably the best types of deadlifts you're going to do. Conventional are great for your lower back, and so are stiff leg deadlifts. For sumos, it's like really going to hit that sweet spot in your glutes. So, you ready?
I'm ready, yeah. Show me how it's done. I'm having one of those days where this always gets me on legs. My head's about to explode. See how fucking red this is? It's like pressure, so this is going to be like tenfold. Just a warning, guys. In case you're like, what is that big tomato doing in the gym? You looked at, where's the tomato?
I was like, did you say Ricky Martin?
Huh?
What did you say?
I said, where's a tomato doing in the gym?
Oh, I thought you said, what's Ricky Martin doing in the gym? I was like, Ricky Martin? So we're going to move on to our second compound movement, and this is a sumo deadlift. Now, as you guys know, I normally love stiff leg just because my hamstrings feel it so much more, but with...
Your hands are so wide, it looks so weird. Continue, you just painted the house, keep going.
But instead we're going to go for sumo. Amazing for your glutes. If you want to grow your glutes, incorporate this into your routine. Trust me. So what we're going to do is one underhand and one overhand. You can alternate, but I don't because I forget, but you should. And your stance, externally rotate your feet outwards always. Your quads should almost be popping out. Breathe in, chest up. When you're bringing yourself back down, retract your shoulders back and lift. Now when you come back down, you don't want to just drop the weight. That's essentially a squat. So what you want to do is, you bring the weight up, you want to lean forward almost.
Good?
10 reps.
10, okay. Is this your working weight?
I can go heavier.
Okay. What's the heaviest you've gone with these?
25 on each side.
How's this opposed pointed?
Perfect. Are you comfortable? Is it too wide?
No, that feels okay.
Cool. Yeah, you're good. Yes. Yeah. Up. Good. Good. I'm watching, yeah? I'm watching, I'll tell you. Yeah, good form. Try not to look at yourself.
Have you seen me? It's so hard.
No, neutral.
Yeah.
Look down.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Forward. Up. And pull your chest up with it. Good shit. One more time. That's it. That's good.
Those hips. Should I go heavier?
Go heavier, let's go heavier. Add a bit, add 5 kg more. Don't go too crazy.
What's this?
This is 15, 20, 30,
yeah.
60,
Go
70,
another
80, 90, you go up to 90. That's it. Good, good, good. How many did you do?
10?
Mate, this is too light for you.
When are we doing 12?
I've been doing 10.
Okay, one more.
One more then. Good stuff. We're going to do hip thrusts. So we're going to get all the heavy stuff done first, and then we're going to go into accessories. When it comes to hip thrust, the biggest mistake people make is the bench is too high, right?
That's why I found it awkward when I've set it up in the past.
Yeah.
Setup's really awkward.
Because it's just like, I'm short, so I'm 5'3", right? So my bench needs to be perfect for me. The reason being is if it's too high, you'll get way too much momentum.
Yeah, okay.
If it's too low, you won't get range of motion.
Yeah.
So you need to hit that sweet spot. Like
Okay.
it has to be perfect.
So those are probably too high then?
These are way too high
Yeah.
for me. But if you're like, I think if you're 5'8"
Yep.
and above, that would be like perfect.
Ooh, we don't make the cut. 5'7".
So when you grab the bench, right, majority of benches have, you know, put it down.
Yeah.
So when you put it down, people think, oh, that's not enough room to put your shoulder blades on, right? It's more than enough room.
Have you seen this fucking back? I'm joking.
Fucking hell, Stag, okay. But, right, so basically, right now I can feel the bench just by my scapulars, right there. That's exactly where you want it to be positioned.
Okay.
So when I do that, it's right there. So then, when I thrust up, I'm not like over here, and I'm not like just this.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Got it? Come and test it. So, that's
Like
like
there?
that's like perfect for me.
Yeah.
Externally rotated outwards when it comes to hip thrust. Reason being is you'll target your glutes so much more. If they're just forward, it could be a bit uncomfortable, your knees can cave in, it's just a mess. So just have them externally rotated, focus on that mind to muscle connection with your glutes, padding to protect yourself. Also, if you add an extra mat underneath, it will protect your hip bones way more. When you bring the weight up, you can help yourself up by just pushing. There we go. Get it comfortable. Chin tucked in. Thrust up.
It's a good like 2-second hold at the top there.
So, key things to remember when you're doing a hip thrust. The height of the bench is fundamental. If it's too high, your form will just be all over the place, you won't feel sturdy. If it's too low, you won't have any range of motion. So what we did for Zach was we started with 18 inches of height of a bench. It was just way too high. So by reducing it those 3 inches, it made such a big difference. Remember to always scoop your tailbone into your body, which means that your glutes will be contracted way more. Externally rotate your feet outwards, it means you will hit your glutes more. And always remember, keep your chin nice and tucked into your body. Your core stabilized at all times and look forward. They are key, and there's so many people that struggle with hip thrust because it's just a very awkward movement. But if you implement the things that I just gave you, it will just...
That made a huge difference.
Huge difference.
First set was like the most awkward exercise
Yeah.
I've ever done. I'm like, this is the worst. But then that bench, I think it was,
Yeah.
made the difference.
It's the height.
And also, when you say scoop your tailbone, it's like,
You're
I
scooping
visualize
it in.
moving it that way.
Yeah,
Like
so,
as I'm thrusting, like pushing it forward, right?
so with your tailbone, I know so imagine you're here, right? You're hip thrusting up, you want to scoop it in. I know it sounds really weird.
Yeah.
It's like an ice cream scooper, you know when you're scooping it?
Do you mean like, as in moving forward? As if you're thrusting forward?
Let me show you, right? So, essentially, so if I was not to scoop it, I would just be coming up.
Yeah.
But if you're scooping it, you're...
Moving this way, right? Forward, like...
Yeah, and like, rock hard. Your glute is rock hard. And also your core is tight.
Yes.
When you're dropping...
Yeah, that made a huge difference.
Yeah.
Your ice cream scooper.
Ice cream scooper. So we're gonna add a bit more weight on because Zach just completely...
A bit shit.
Like men and leg days, well, men and glute days. I don't wanna...
That's not a thing.
Yeah.
Most men don't have glute days.
And I really think they should.
They should.
It's really good for you. You become more proportionate, you become stronger, and the thing is, your glutes are one of the biggest parts of your body, really.
Yeah.
And especially if you're someone who has a 9-to-5 job, just a stationary job, not moving around too much, you need to incorporate some form of glute exercises into your regime. Even if it's just no weights, just body weights, that will make such a difference. Right, so let's add a bit more weight.
Same as before?
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm just gonna add another 10 kg.
Okay.
And I'm good with that. I think we should stick to that, both of us.
Okay.
Okay, now that you've perfected your form, let's get into a working set.
Yeah.
Good, good, good. That's it, your core is super tight. That's it. Come on, come on.
How many did you get?
How many are you doing?
About 10.
Do 2 more. That's it, good stuff. Good stuff, very
Never
nice.
felt that before.
Very nice.
Ooh.
And now you know what girls go through.
That's really good. I like that.
Now we're moving on to accessories. So as well as compound movements, heavy movements, we're also incorporating some accessory movements just to give our glutes that good pump and burnout. Cable kickbacks are amazing. However, a lot of people feel it in their lower backs too much, and it can be a very strenuous, it can feel really awkward. So what I want you to do is keep your back nice and straight. Leaning over like so. Kick your leg back. It's all top of your glute. A little bit of back, but not too much. See how my back is nice and flat?
Yeah, you're not overarching it as well. You see a lot of them doing that.
Never overarch. And also a lot of girls do kickbacks like this. Right? First things first, you're not getting your full range of motion. You're not contracting the top of your glutes as much as you should be. And also your back is gonna be so sore, like not a good sore, a painful sore. So by having your back completely flat, you're avoiding any type of injury possible, unless you pull a hamstring. Don't
Avoiding every type of injury possible. That's such a bold statement.
I know, don't quote me on that. Don't sue me.
What if a piece of equipment falls in your head?
Mate, sue your gym. Sue your gym.
I'd be suing you because you said you can avoid everything. How many reps?
12 reps. 12 to 15 reps just because we're doing it super light.
Now, I was just saying, I've never seen another male do this in a gym, ever.
Maybe you do the first time.
I will be the first. I'm going to pioneer it. I'm going to call it the kick zack. Yeah, we're going to do kick zacks. Important, we've got the strap-ons as well for the feet. They're called ankle strap-ons. I think that's a technical term, but...
What I want you to do actually is bring this leg forward. That's it. And now, there we go.
Oh,
There we go.
so much worse.
Oh, okay.
In a good way.
Why are you letting that fall? Hold it there, now kick back. Keep that constant tension. There you go.
It's perfect music.
No, Zach, how are you feeling?
Actually, feeling the burn hard. It's really good exercise.
Hey, we're recording each other. Hey, wave.
Hey, record my peach, Havey. Come on.
Oh my God, you're actually struggling.
I'm struggling hard.
How many reps are you doing?
All of them.
When it comes to any type of accessory workouts, I don't like to do too many sets. It's more about rep range. So with the reps, I'm doing about 15 reps kickback on each leg. We're doing 2 sets. We're gonna do 2 accessories, cable kickbacks and cable pull throughs. Both of them 15 reps, 2 sets, just to completely burn our glutes out. And that will be the end of this workout. Honestly, it's killer. He is dying, and a little bit of me is kind of like happy he's dying, because that means the workout was good, but you know, okay, bye. Last exercise, pull throughs, cable pull throughs. You wanna grab a rope? Bring the rope between your legs, walk out. Stiff leg and pull. Do you notice how slow that was?
Yeah.
Slow, so slow. Back straight. Pull all the way back.
Are you trying to fold yourself in half? You're actually going to make origami out of your body. Make a perfect fold. Pretzel yourself. That's heavy.
Come on, it's not heavy.
It's heavy. Yeah?
Yeah, that's cool. Back straight. See, you can keep going, I'm telling you.
I can't go any further than
Yeah,
that.
alright, you're going way too deep, man.
Oh, that's too much.
Go up.
That's full pretzel.
Go on, up. Yeah, but now you gotta squeeze your glutes.
I don't have any. Is that okay?
Yeah, go up. Feels good though. Cable pull-throughs are amazing for your hamstrings. The stretch that you will get is unreal. So if you really struggle to find that connection in your hamstrings, just try this movement. Keep your back straight, lower the weight, 15 reps, pull with your hamstrings, bring the weight up before releasing back down. Make sure your negatives are controlled and your positives are spot on.
That felt good. Are we doing 2 sets of this?
Yeah.
Or 3?
Music!
I'm waiting for the build up. It's like something that's going to happen. What's going to happen at the end of this? Is she going to become a full pretzel?
Fuck's sake.
Done. We did it. We survived the glute workout. Just recapping. Saying I'm happy with it.
So,
I feel good.
but I feel like you could do more though.
I don't know. Maybe, but I'm going to be very sore from this.
Right.
Next time,
Yeah.
I will probably do more. What would you suggest? Add another exercise or more sets?
I think you could definitely add an extra set on each accessory.
Yep.
Do 1 more accessory, and you could even just smash it out by incorporating 1 more compound movement.
Okay, that's.
But the thing is, it's like, it depends how many leg days you have.
Well, that's the thing. I would rather add in this, like what we did today, and then hit quads again in another 3-4
Yeah,
days.
for sure.
That's what I think I'm going to do.
Yeah, because I personally train upper body 3 times and lower body 3 times. And also training your upper body, you're just gonna give yourself all that strength that you need to lift heavier in movements such as sumo deadlift,
For
stiff
sure.
leg. Because you're working with your forearms, you're working with your arms.
And back
So
and everything too, yeah.
if you don't have that upper body strength, that I literally, the one thing that I always say to every single client that I have is, if you do not train your upper body, it's just you're not going to get that proportionate physique, that frame that you deserve to have, because you're so focused on growing just one part of your body, which shouldn't be the case. So yeah.
It's good advice. It's interesting.
Thanks. Tennis golf.
Anyway, so what did you think of the workout? As you saw, Zach was struggling for dear life, but he did amazing. I think that absolutely anyone in the world can train glutes, and they can train glutes properly. And I think it's so important because it's such a large muscle in the body, so you definitely need to be proportionate, balanced, and take care of every single muscle in your body equally and effectively. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure that you are subscribed to this channel and following your girl on Instagram. Comment down below for what you thought, and also let me know who your workout buddy is, and let me know whether you're going to take them to the gym to give this killer workout a go. I love you always and forever. You guys are my familia. Bye.
Okay, what's going on, guys? In this video, I'm going to be taking you through 6 lower body exercises that'll target the quads, hamstrings, glutes, and calves, plus 1 exercise for the abs at the end. As always, we're kicking things off with a 5 to 10 minute warm-up on the treadmill or Stairmaster, followed by some quick lower body specific dynamic stretching to get the knees and hips mobile and ready to lift. From there, we're jumping into our first exercise of the day, which is the deadlift for just 1 heavy top set of 5 reps. And of course, before hitting that top set, we'll do our typical warm-up pyramid, gradually building up in weight first. Now, if you don't like to deadlift, you can feel free to replace it with a trap bar deadlift, which will keep the back more upright and emphasize the quads a bit more. Or you can do a barbell hip thrust as a more glute-dominant substitution. Or you can do Bulgarian split squats as a more quad-dominant substitution, still emphasizing that forward lean a little more than usual, so that some of that emphasis will be shifted to the glutes and hamstrings. Alright, so the deadlift top set should be taken to an RPE of 8 or 9, meaning you're leaving no more than 1 or 2 reps in the tank. And since the volume is lower here, it's important that we compensate by pushing the set closer to failure. Still, since we don't want this strength work to interfere with the remaining leg volume to follow in this workout, we don't want the set to be cripplingly difficult either. If you're more interested in increasing your deadlift strength over the coming weeks, you can drop 1 rep each week as you simultaneously add weight. This is called linear periodization, which is when the rep volume decreases as the weight on the bar increases. So you do 5 reps in week 1, 4 reps in week 2, 3 reps in week 3, 2 reps in week 4, 1 rep max in week 5, adding weight each week, and then take a deload in week 6 by hitting 4 reps at a lighter load. If you don't care about strength at all, and you're only concerned with hypertrophy, I'd say to just stick with 5 reps the whole way through, and aim to either increase the weight or improve some aspect of your technique from week to week. Alright, after that heavy top set, we're going to strip the weight back and do 2 sets of 8 reps on the stiff-legged deadlift. For these, I'll usually drop from something in the range of 405 pounds on my top set down to 225 pounds for the stiff leg pulls. So something around 50 to 60% of your working weight is probably in the right ballpark for your back off sets. And you want to think of these as essentially just a normal conventional deadlift, except with higher hips. So instead of dropping your hips down as you bend your knees during the normal deadlift setup, with the stiff leg deadlift, you want to keep your hips high, keep your knees more straight, and then initiate the pull by just hinging at your hips. These can be a bit awkward if you haven't done them before, so make sure you start light and don't push them too close to failure until you feel fully comfortable with the technique. Okay, next we're moving on to 4 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the leg press. Now, since the deadlifts will be much more hamstring and glute dominant, we're focusing on smashing the quads here with some high volume leg press. For these, I take a medium stance width on the platform and focus on hitting quality depth at the bottom of each and every rep. You want to go as deep as you comfortably can without allowing your lower back to round noticeably. I also find that even though locking out the knees at the top isn't actually dangerous, and I can link a great video from Dr. Mike Israetel on that down below, I do find that I can feel my quads a lot better if I maintain a slight knee bend at the top. So I'm using more of a constant tension approach here by not locking the weight out at the top and not pausing in between reps, just getting all the way to 10 to 12 reps with a smooth, consistent cadence. I should also note that you should really try to adhere to a maximum of 2 minutes of rest in between sets here. That isn't because it's any better or worse for gains, but simply because if you rest too long on these, the workout will most likely start to feel really dragged out, and you may start to lose focus by set 3 or 4. So keep the pace of the workout going, and don't stall or waste time in between sets. Okay, after that, we're hitting 3 sets of 8 to 10 reps on the glute ham raise. Now, I'm using this GHR machine at my gym, which I love because you can use a counterbalance weight to reduce the loading, and this helps me control the movement better than I could with body weight alone. However, if you don't have a machine like this, you can easily set up glute ham raises on the back of a lat pull-down machine, and you can use a stick or a broom handle as a counterweight, or you can use a lat pull-down bar if that works. Or, if you find that awkward, you can have a partner pin down your ankles and do Nordic ham curls, controlling the negative as much as you can, and then using your hands to push you up at the bottom. On these, I try to stay in the so-called active range because there's zero tension on the hamstrings at the top, so I just cut out that top quarter of the movement. This isn't a huge deal, but I just find it helps me keep the focus on my hamstrings better. Okay, next we're moving on to 3 sets of 8 to 10 reps on the slow eccentric leg extension. Now, even though we already hit the quads on the leg press, and that will be enough to trigger growth, remember that the big rectus femoris head of the quads isn't hit very well on leg presses. That's because the rectus femoris is the only head of the quads that crosses both the knee joint and the hip joint, so it never really reaches its full contractile potential with compound movements. This is actually even worse on the squat because the hips get to full extension at the top. So for this reason, I try to include leg extensions at least once per week, allowing that rectus femoris head to reach peak contraction. We're also using a 3-second count on the negative of every rep here. This will accomplish 2 things. First, the eccentric is likely more hypertrophic than the concentric, so ensuring high levels of tension on the eccentric is very important. And secondly, slowing down the negative will force you to use lighter loads, which should put less strain on the knees without compromising the hypertrophic stimulus of the set. Alright, after that we're doing 4 sets of 15 to 20 reps on the seated calf raise. Even though I'm a bit more on the fence about seated calf raises these days than I was in the past, I still think that if you have access to both a seated machine and a standing machine, it does make sense to include both. So do 1 calf exercise with a straight knee and 1 calf exercise with a bent knee for maximum calf development. The reason I say I'm more on the fence about them these days is because a bunch of studies have come out showing that the soleus muscle, which is the muscle people try to target with seated calf raises, is substantially less responsive to training than the gastroc is. This 2020 study found that the soleus responds quite poorly to both high rep and low rep training. So the idea that you can target the slow twitch dominant soleus with higher reps seems to be outdated in light of this new evidence. So you could argue that whatever volume you're doing trying to target the soleus on the seated calf raise, you'd be better off doing that volume with a straight leg to get the gastroc more involved. This makes sense to me, and if you want to replace your seated calf work with standing calf work, I think that's fairly reasonable. However, I'd really like to see a long-term hypertrophy study directly comparing soleus growth and gastroc growth on the seated calf raise versus the standing calf raise before jumping to that conclusion. If it turns out that the standing calf raise is in fact better for gastroc growth and soleus growth, then I'd say we might as well throw the seated calf raise out. But until we have that study, I still think including both is probably slightly better for most people. However, if you don't have access to a seated calf raise machine, you probably aren't missing out on much, if anything. And even though high reps or low reps doesn't seem to matter for the calves all that much, I'm still doing higher reps on these just for variety, and since we did relatively lower reps on the first leg day of the week. Alright, and to finish off the workout, we're doing 3 sets of 10 to 20 reps on the Roman chair leg raise. The reason I'm saying 10 to 20 reps is because for some people, 10 reps will be close to failure. For others, they won't be pushing it very hard until they're closer to 20 reps. So the specific rep count doesn't matter here, as long as you're pushing yourself close to failure. Once you can no longer get your legs up to your chest level without excessive swinging, you can terminate the set. And as you do these, you want to think about curling your lower back and squeezing your abs, not just lifting your legs up. Also, if you can't get to at least 10 reps with straight legs in good form, I'd suggest using a more bent knee first, and then over time you can transition to straight leg raises as you build up more core strength. And then on the other extreme, if 20 reps feels too easy, you should slow down the negative on each rep down to a 2 to 3 second count. And then if that's still too easy for you, it may be time to move on to a new YouTube channel, maybe something like Six Pack Shortcuts. And that's a wrap for this 6-part push-pull leg series. As I've been saying throughout the series, if you're looking to put all this information together into a complete training routine so you have everything you need in one place, I'd recommend checking out my 12-week push-pull legs hypertrophy system over on jeffnipper.com. If you'd like to learn more about that program and to see if it's right for you and your goals, I'll leave a link to it in the description box down below. So that's it for this one, guys. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to leave me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
Hey guys, it's your trainer here, Chrissy Chella, and today I'm going to be taking you through an entire leg workout. Now this leg workout is going to be completely focused on both areas for quads, glutes and hamstrings. I'm just going to combine everything together. So if you're someone who needs a workout and an explanation to why I'm doing these specific exercises in this specific workout, this is going to be the video for you. If you find this video useful, leave a little like so I know to produce more content like this for you. I just want to help you. That's why I'm here. That is what this channel is here to provide you with help as much as possible. And remember, I'm a trainer, I'm a qualified trainer, and I'm here to guide you every step of the way. So without further ado, let's go. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna warm up. So what I recommend is doing the following. Number one, if you have access to a treadmill or a cross trainer, just do about 4 to 5 minutes just to get that blood flowing. Or if you're walking to the gym, that's even more better. But on top of that, I want you to do some dynamic warm-ups and mobility. Yes, activation is also key when it comes to glutes, but I would rather you focus on dynamic warm-ups and mobility. So here's a little quick routine that I've put together that I absolutely love doing. First thing you're gonna do is a body weight squat. By the way, I'm actually going to be training. So this is gonna be my full-on workout today. So there's gonna be no messing around here. So we're gonna be doing a body weight squat, your feet shoulder width apart, chest upright, core nice and tight. No band needed, just your body weight. You're gonna come down, shoot back up. You're gonna give me 20 reps of these, really activating your quads and also activating your glutes by pushing up. You don't need to over hyperextend, just keep it nice and neutral. 20 reps of these as your first exercise to your dynamic warm-up. The next thing we're gonna go into is a lateral squat. So you're gonna come down like this, and then you're gonna come over the other side, picking yourself back up and distributing the weight evenly on your feet, and then coming over to the other side. You can also rotate like this, extending your foot and stretching that hamstring, coming either side. It depends what your mobility is. If you can't get this low, then go from side to side. If you can, you're gonna squat down and stretch that hamstring out like so. But like I said, everybody's mobility is different, and that's something I'm gonna speak about in this video, because I don't want you to be paranoid that you're not going deep enough when you're doing something. Your mobility, your ankle, your hip mobility is gonna be completely different to someone else, especially if you have ultra long limbs. It's gonna be different, but we'll go into it when we perform some squats. From there, you're gonna go into a nice deep forward lunge, opposite hand and opposite toe, meeting in the middle, extending and rotating your back upwards, just like so, holding for around about 5 to 8 seconds, really nice and deep stretch, meeting both feet in the middle, and then repeating that routine on the other side, just like so. Good job, you're gonna do that 3 times on each leg. Coming back up, we're gonna do some nice deep knee hugs, just like so. Flexing your foot, just like so. Bringing the knee close to your chest as possible, and then swapping. Flexing that foot, hugging nice and tight, and then swapping. I would recommend to try and walk as you do these. So essentially you're gonna walk, but if you don't have enough space, just keep it where you are, especially if gyms are busy, especially if you just don't wanna be walking around the gym, just do on the spot. Find what works for you. Ooh, if you lose your balance, hold on to something as well. Find what works for you. From there, you're gonna give me a nice deep hip rotation, just like so, working that hip ball and socket joint, giving me those big wide abductive moves, getting those hips nice and loose. You can also do a nice foam roll here to help really stretch your limbs out and to help with that mobility. But if you don't have a foam roll, just do this for me. So I want you to give me like 20 reps on each leg before switching over. Good job. Hold on to something. Don't be shy to hold on to something. Find your feet. You don't have to do everything without any stability. Stretching that out a bit more. Then we're gonna go into some reverse lunges. So this is where you're gonna reverse back and then you're gonna shoot back up for me. Stick it to one leg at a time,
Just 12 reps. By the way, have you noticed how this entire warm-up and dynamic routine is being done at one spot? I'm not moving around the gym. I'm just keeping myself to myself in one spot, because I find that a lot of clients, when I train them, don't really like moving around the gym too much. It can feel a bit intimidating. So if you're stuck in one spot, it feels a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more like home in the strangest way possible. What you can do at this point as well to make it even more dynamic is shoot your arms up, bring them down. Shoot your arms up, bring them down. Good job. There we go. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna repeat that routine one more time. That is correct. 2 rounds of that mobility routine and you're good to go. And then we're gonna get into our first working set and also first exercise, which is the barbell squat. Okay, so the first exercise that we are going to be performing is a barbell squat. Now, one thing that I like to do when it comes to my leg workouts, any workouts, is I like to have my staple foundational compound moves at the beginning of my workout. Now, my personal goals right now are really not to gain more muscle, not to lose weight. I don't have a specific goal. I've reached that point in my life now where it's just about consistency and longevity. What I do want to focus on a little bit more as I grow a little bit older is more on strength. And actually what's even more important to me right now is more mobility and stretching after my routines, which I used to neglect for such a long time. I used to do bro science all the time. I used to come in, lift as much weight as I possibly could. I used to throw the weights around. I'm going to be honest with you, never used to stretch at the end of a workout, went home and I thought that was it. Now I prioritize a dynamic warm-up. I prioritize active rest days. I prioritize mobility and stretching after my workouts. It is an absolute must. The older you get, it's so, so important. Look, I'm 27 years old this year. I'm no longer like 17 years old. I'd say I'm less flexible now, so I need to prioritize those things. And also, my goals have shifted completely. I used to want a big ass. Like, that used to be my optimum goal. And especially being on Instagram and having a platform, I used to be obsessed with having a big ass because I thought that's what was gonna make me popular. I couldn't give a shit right now about a big ass. Mind my language, don't care. I care about actually training you about longevity and teaching you how important it is to be consistent with your training and not to just chase those physical aspirations, but actually chase, you know, perfecting your form as much as you can, messing up, but then doing it right next time and focusing on you and what makes you happy. So please don't be bogged down with just getting one thing and one thing only. And if you don't get that thing, you're going to be disheartened. Listen, don't be fooled, right? People got genetics on their side. Some people have other things on their side. So, you know, there's only so much you can grow. You can't just continue to progressively overload over time. Progressive overload is not linear. It will never be linear, right? You can progress, but it will never be linear. There's only an optimal amount of weight you can lift and muscle you can gain unless you enhance that shit. So I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't want you to be disheartened, and that was just a little disclaimer. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a barbell squat. My favorite compound move, something that I'm learning to perfect every single day and that I love doing. So we're gonna start off with just 20 reps with just the barbell. You're gonna place, the barbell is actually quite low. I'm gonna raise it here. It's quite low for me there. It's actually quite high here as well, but it's fine. You're gonna place it by your traps. You don't wanna place it by your neck here. You can have a low bar or high bar. High bar tends to be more quad orientated, low bar is a little bit more glute orientated, but either way, just do a squat. Don't have it by your neck here. You're gonna retract and also squeeze your traps, keeping your hands nice and controlled and tight, placing also the barbell right here on your hand, right? So I have really weak wrists. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place it here and squeeze my hand so my wrist is nice and tight. My wrists are so weak, so I tend to strap them up, but the first couple working sets, I'm just gonna use the barbell, no straps.
Just here, here, sitting upright, squeezing, bringing the bar, unloading, in the middle, keeping my core nice and tight. I have a little bit of a wider stance, that's what's comfortable for me. And then I'm gonna go down, come back up. Let me just come out so you can see more. I'm gonna go down, up. You don't wanna come too low, just like this. You're gonna round that spine, it's gonna be uncomfortable. So you wanna find a happy medium. So you can go at a 90-degree angle, or you can go a little bit lower. Find what's comfortable for you. One thing I will say is these are not the best shoes to train in. Now, I don't mind getting my feet out, but that could really upset some people in the gym. So if you can get yourself lifting shoes, flat platform shoes like Vans or Converse, that would be ideal, just because the weight distributes evenly. With these, as you can see, they're more like for running. The heel is way more thicker, so that means the heel could slant up a bit. I know I'm gonna get my toes out right now, but I just wanna teach you. So as you can see here, your foot is completely flat. Sometimes shoes elevate that. So if you're lifting, you're gonna put too much focus on your toes, less focus on your heel. You wanna have it completely slanted. I know I got my feet out for YouTube. Sorry if that was a little bit gross, but I just wanna teach you the right way. Okay, so I'm gonna put some weight on this. Nothing too crazy. We're gonna start off with 10 kg on each side, equating to 40 kg, which is a 40% max rep for me. So this is still a warm-up set. I'm just getting my body familiarized with the weight. Coming up, standing back out, core nice and tight, chest upright. Okay, so I'm going into my first working set. On the bar right now, I have the bar, which is 20 kg, and then I have additional weight accumulated to 70 kg. Give or take, I think that's roughly 137 pounds, 140 pounds, I might be wrong, but give or take, that's what it is, I think. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm working at a rep range of 12 rep range. So if I get to 10, I'm gonna push for 2 more and get myself to 12. My max weight that I can lift is 100 kg, but I still need to try and improve my depth a little bit more. However, one thing I want to point out, and something that I think is so important, there's a lot of misconception about 2 things in the fitness industry. Number 1, that your knee should never go over your toe. That's complete bullshit. Your knee needs to be in alignment with your toe. That means when you're squatting, if your knees are coming over your toes, guess what? That's absolutely fine. What isn't fine is if you're squatting and your knees come in, that's not good. You're putting so much stress into your ankle, and also your knee is not in alignment with your toe. Everybody's mobility is different. So if your knee comes slightly over your toe, don't sweat about that. What I want you to focus on is your knees not caving in. That's the biggest problem that you can face. Now, secondly, a lot of people think that the only way you classify a rep in the squatting world is if your ass is so far down to the grass. And guess what? That's not correct either. The reason being is everybody's mobility and range of motion will completely be different in comparison to somebody else, and also your body composition is different to the other person. What Susie, Susanna, and Sally's body composition is has nothing to do with you. You are different. So please please don't be fooled that you need to have complete arse to grass, because what can tend to happen is that spine is going to rotate too much, causing a lot of strain in that lower back. And also, if you have a heavy load, that load is going to come down with you because gravity is going to pull you down. So this is what you need to focus on. If you can get to a parallel 90 degree, that's perfect. Sometimes when the load is too much, you can be a little bit higher, which is what I tend to do, and I'm going to work more and more on my depth. But there's other things that I need you to consider more than depth. Number one, is your core engaged? So here's the difference. Breathing in, core is nice and engaged. Number two, when you're squatting down, are your knees pushed out? Because if your knees are coming in, the weight needs to reduce. Number three, is your spine upright and straight? If you are coming down like this when you are squatting, automatically the weight is too heavy. So bear in mind, spine nice and straight, in alignment, knees pushed out at all times, core nice and engaged, and drive up with your chest. Is also your weight distributed evenly in your toes. If your toes are coming up, if your heels are coming up or your toes are coming up, that's not good. The weight is not distributed evenly. So those are things I want you to consider first before worrying how much your ass is getting down to the grass. Those are things you need to prioritize. Those are things you need to focus on so much more than getting as low as you possibly can, because your mobility is going to be different to everybody else's. Because I don't want you getting upset seeing someone on Instagram squatting really, really low and you can't get that low. There's a lot of things you can do, like mobility work, foam rolling work, that's really gonna stretch those limbs out and help you over time. But please focus on the things that I mentioned. Knees pushed out, weight evenly distributed, chest upright, core tight, coming nice and high. Because if you're going low and all you're doing is this, no, it's not worth it. So I just wanted to give you a bit of reassurance, and I hope that helped you as well. So now my first working set is going to be rep range of 12, 70 kg. Let's get it. So the next exercise we're going to be doing is a stiff leg deadlift. Now, when it comes to deadlifts, they're obviously double joint movements, especially depending on what you're doing as well. If you're doing a sumo deadlift, then you're obviously got your hip joint and then your knee joint. It's a double joint movement. However, when you're doing like a stiff leg, sometimes, depending, don't quote me on it, it's a hip joint, but your knees are actually quite stationary. So that's something for you to bear in mind. Conventional, it's a double joint, so you're bending your knees and your hips as well to lift the weight up. But with a stiff leg, you're isolating your hamstrings and glutes, and it's also a major hip joint, just like so. All right, so what we're gonna do, you wanna walk over to the bar, and then your hands are gonna be placed outside of your legs, just like so. Yet again, same principle, the bar should be sitting by your thumb, just like so, gripping it, and then also rotate your hand outwards. So you should see my hand is there, I'm just rotating it outwards just to lock it in. So you're gonna hold it in like this, but you just wanna rotate it outwards. Did you see that? Good. What you wanna do is your chest should be over your toes. You wanna hinge at your hips, bringing the weight up, squeezing your glutes, never over hyperextended, bringing the weight back down. One thing I want you to bear in mind is that you want to hinge back as much as possible. So you want to be hinging back, bringing the weight up, never over hyperextending like this. Hinge back and then scoop in. Similar like a hip thrust, you want to almost bring that coccyx bone tucked into your glutes, squeeze in and keeping that core tight at all times. Let's go. We're going to do 12 reps at this, 3 sets.
one thing I want you to remember, and also something that really used to dishearten me, is when it comes to stiff legs Romanians, I never used to be able to lift a lot of weight. I still can't in comparison to a sumo deadlift or let's say conventional. And it used to always really annoy me. I want you to focus more on the stretch during this exercise rather than the weight that you are lifting. You can attempt to lift way more weight, but then you're not gonna get that optimal stretch that you want. So the most I can do, and I have been able to do for a very long time, is 15 kg on each side. But when it comes to sumo deadlifts, I can easily lift 70 kg. My one max rep is 90. So that's why I just wanted you to not be disheartened if you can't lift as much as you wanted to when it comes to stiff legs in comparison to a sumo deadlift. It's a different type of deadlift. Don't let that dishearten you. I just wanted to let you know. Tip of the day, grab a tiny little weight. I can take this off, but just showing you because this just changed my life. And then you roll it over, and then it's so much easier to take off the weight, just like so, and then you're not hurting your lower back. It's just more convenient. Boom. And then the other side, what you're gonna do is you're gonna bend your knees, lift like a row, scoop it over, boom, unloaded the rack. So we're moving on next to a unilateral movement, which is a single leg movement. I've decided to go for split squats just because, you know, they are the literal devil of all exercises, but they are just absolutely incredible. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be lifting just one dumbbell, one hand, just like so, and holding on to something to support me. You can do it with both hands as well, depends on what you find comfortable. But in all honesty, I've learned that over time, you know, you just have to focus on your range of motion and going down as low as you possibly can, and that your mobility allows you, but also coming back up in a more slower way. Holding on to something is not cheating. It's making you aware of that, find what is comfortable for you, and what is right for your balance. So right here I have a 20 kg dumbbell, just using my straps here, just like so. Rolling my straps on, these are just from Amazon. Gripping the weight, boom. Working on my right leg first, holding on with my left hand side, split squat with my left leg, bringing the weight down before coming back up slowly. Never locking that knee out. Oh my gosh, this is so difficult. Woo! Ugh. No, absolutely not. Ooh, the way my blood is pumping through my legs. But listen, it's these exercises that you hate the most that are just gonna be so much, you know, better for you. So just get it done. And listen, I've been doing split squats for like 5 years, and I still hate them. I still find them by far the most difficult exercise, but you've got to push through them. But yeah, one more set and I'm gonna literally just be thinking I'm in Hawaii and somewhere sunny with a cocktail, because the way I don't even want to be here right now. Woo! Okay, moving on to a superset now. We're actually going to be doing only 2 sets of this because the volume is so high. So we're going to do a cable stiff leg deadlift, completely stiff leg. But one thing I want you
to remember when you're doing this exercise is that when you're grabbing the weight, you want to step out. When you're going in, you want to sit back as much as you can. But when you're coming up, that's when I want you to really slow it down and squeeze. So we're going to be doing 15 reps of those. From there, you're going to come over and you're going to be doing a goblet squat. So I have a big weight here, bringing it up. And then what you're going to be doing is a nice goblet squat, like so, shooting back up. 15 reps of both, equating to 30 reps total. Only 2 sets of those. 60 reps is a lot of reps, so that's only why we're doing 2 sets. After that, we have one more exercise, which is going to completely finish your legs, and then you're done. Last exercise you're doing, so you can do 2 last exercises or just this one. We're going to do some abductions. Now if you have an abductor machine, do that, but I'm just going to use the cables. Wrap a ankle band, whatever they're called, hook on there, and then you're going to abduct out, hold, and then come back down. Abduct out, hold, and then come back down. So I want to work those abductors because it's super, super important. We're doing 15 reps on each leg, 3 sets. And then if you want to do an additional exercise, what I strongly recommend doing is just grab a dumbbell and do some frog pumps for me. Now you're laying flat on the floor, bringing your feet together, pumping those frog pumps out, about 30 reps, 2 sets, and you're going to be completely finished. But to be honest with you, number 1, I think I'm due on my period and I am so tired right now. Those compound moves just killed me off. And number 2, I need food. All I'm thinking about is food right now. I just need to eat. You know, a girl's gotta eat out here. Gotta get those gains. Right, so let's just do this and then we're done. So there you have it, a complete leg workout brought to you by your trainer, Chrissy Chella, and I hope you enjoyed it. I just hope you learned something new. That's literally all I want. I want you to come onto this channel, onto my videos, and just learn something new. Sometimes a little bit, a little bit personal. Sometimes, we get a bit chatty. But overall, when it comes to workouts, I just want you to find something that reassures you, gives you that confidence, but also you find a new tip that you maybe have never come across. So if that's been the case, I'm just thankful, and just let me know in the comments below if you found this video useful, and let me know if you want a back workout, shoulder workout, whatever workouts you want, and I can provide you some more useful information. If you've enjoyed this style workout, then the gym program on the Tone and Sculpt app is going to be perfect for you. Download it, the link is in the bio for your 14-day free trial, and just give it a go. You never know, you might actually fall in love with something. So that's it from me. I love you always and forever, and I'll see you next time for another video.
There's no secret to building a more muscular physique. Lift weights. But it's not just how you lift. When you lift is also key. How many times a week? Which body parts to train when? So today, we're looking at how to plan your workout week. Over 3 days, 4 days, and 5 days. for the most effective use of your time in the gym. So, let's start with a 3-day split. This is a great option if you're just starting out, or if you have a busy schedule. With a 3-day split, you'll work the whole body over 3 different workouts, allowing a rest day in between each workout. The most popular formula for the 3-day split is push, pull, legs. Let's take a look at a typical 3-day split with trainer Ross. Starting with push day, working the 3 main pushing muscle groups: chest, triceps, and shoulders. And first, for shoulders, military press. Going on to lateral raises with dumbbells, plate raises hitting the front delts, and finally working on traps with shrugs. Moving on to chest, Ross goes for incline dumbbell press, then machine press, dumbbell flies, transitioning to triceps with dips. Dips work both the chest and triceps in one movement. Then into overhead extensions. And finally, tricep kickbacks. Completing the major pushing movements for shoulders, chest, and triceps in a single workout. One of the principles behind the way this workout is structured is always to start with a compound movement. Compound movements are the big exercises that hit the major muscle you're targeting, and at the same time using other supporting muscles, allowing you quickly to build up to heavy loads. As the workout progresses, Ross moves to isolation exercises. These work only one muscle, reaching failure with a lighter weight, more reps. So day 2 of this 3-day split is pull day, back and biceps. Starting with body weight pull-ups, that big compound movement, adding extra weight each set. Then bent over rows, close grip pull downs for both the lats and middle back, and straight arm pull downs, in this case using an underhand grip to help isolate the lats. Onto biceps and easy bar curls, again that pulling movement. And finally, cable curls, coming across the body for a different angle. The 3-day split formula gives you plenty of flexibility. Maybe concentrating your training over a long weekend, or spreading the workouts across the week, allowing a rest day between each session. So now the 3rd session of Ross's 3-day split, the one that everybody loves, leg day. Starting with squats, the king of exercises. Building up the weight, going for fewer reps. Again, that big compound movement to start. Then onto the machine for leg press, working each leg separately here. Moving on to more isolation exercises, it's leg extensions. Leg curls on the machine, hitting those hamstrings. And often neglected, calves, with calf raises. Finally, to burn the legs out completely, walking lunges. So that's an effective 3-day split workout with trainer Ross, using the recommended push-pull legs formula. Moving on now to a typical 4-day split with trainer Mike. Working out 4 days a week gives you more options to try different combinations of muscle groups from one week to the next, or to target particular body parts that need more attention. Mike builds his 4-day split by combining 2 main body parts or large muscle groups in each workout. Day 1 is chest and shoulders, starting with a great compound exercise, flat bench press. Chest and shoulders are a good combination because the upper chest and the front delts often work together in compound movements like this. In today's workout, Mike's alternating between chest and shoulders. So next, for shoulders, it's a dumbbell lateral raise. And to keep the intensity, Mike's using supersets. So straight into plate front raise. Back to chest, supersetting 2 cable movements, cable press, and for more isolation, cable fly. Shoulders again with dumbbell press. Going for single arm, keeping one side in tension while the other side's working. Next, chest, close grip dumbbell press. Superset with classic push-ups. Finally, some cable raises. Going for lots of reps to burn out at the end of the workout. So that's chest and shoulders worked, using supersets to add real intensity to the workout. For day 2, Mike's allocated a whole day to back because he wants to add mass to his back to create a balance with the other upper body muscles. Starting with body weight pull-ups. Compound movement again. Next, it's a barbell row on the incline bench. Then, supersetting T-bar row with lying dumbbell pullback, both hitting that middle back. On to an alternating cable pull down. Again, keeping tension on one side while working the other. Next, a rack pull. This is like a deadlift, but just doing the upper part of the movement. Adding a shrug to make sure the traps are also included. Finally, seated cable row. Single arm for a full range of motion. Completing Mike's back day, day 2 of this 4-day split. And for day 3, it's arms. In many workout splits, biceps and triceps are trained on different days. Doing a full arms day helps make sure the arms are balanced and in proportion. Today's workout is all supersets, taking advantage of the added pump you get by training biceps and triceps together. So first, underhand bodyweight pull-up. The grip throwing more work on the biceps. Straight into a seated dumbbell curl. Second superset is for triceps, overhead easy bar extension on an incline bench, combined with close grip lying barbell press. Back to biceps for an easy bar reverse curl using an overhand grip, followed by spider curls on incline bench. Triceps again, with weighted dips, keeping the body upright to hit triceps. Plus, tricep extension using the rope. So, that's a full pump for biceps and triceps covered. In this 4-day split, there's no separate day for abs. So Mike's jumping in here with some hanging knee crunches. Arms day is a good day to add in some abs and core exercises because arms aren't the biggest muscles, so there's still plenty of energy left in the tank. Adding a V-sit crunch. Plus some HIIT cardio with battle ropes. So finally, day 4 of this 4-day split, it's legs. Starting with front squats. Building up the weight, fewer reps, heavier weight. Next, into Bulgarian split squat. Again, working quads, hamstrings, and glutes. On to more of an isolation exercise, lying leg curl, working directly on the hamstrings. Next, a superset, stiff leg deadlift, straight into step-ups, keeping the body upright, working on the quads. Moving on to dumbbell squats, heels elevated to help keep the spine upright, going to failure on the final set. Walking lunges complete the work on quads, glutes, and hamstrings. Finally, to finish, standing calf raises, making it harder by adding a hold every 10 reps. So, that was Mike's typical 4-day split workout. But the beauty of the 4-day format is you can mix it up from week to week, using different combinations of muscle groups. and work more on lagging body parts. Next, a full 5-day split program. But first, news that Fit Media's expert trainers have created a range of 3, 4, and 5-day split plans for you to follow in your own training. Available in the Fit Media training app, complete with a workout log to help you track your gains, no matter how many days a week you train. Hit the link for your free trial. So, here we go with a full-body 5-day split with trainer Justin, going for maximum muscle growth across all body parts. Starting with day 1, a familiar combination, back and biceps. First exercise, weighted pull-ups. Supersetting 2 rowing movements next, bent over row, with a chest-supported dumbbell row. Then, wide grip pull-downs. Similar movement to the pull-ups, but this time dropping the weight each set, increasing the reps. Next, rope pullover for the lats, followed by seated row. Final superset for back, rack pull, as we saw earlier, combined with a trap raise, usually done standing up. But this angle helps work the lower part of the traps, which extend down to the middle back. After back, it's biceps. Justin's happy with the size of his biceps, so just a couple of exercises today. A concentration curl using the cable, and a Zottman curl, a movement that also works the brachialis, a muscle that sits under the bicep, along with forearms. In a 5-day split, it's impossible to get a full rest day between every workout, so Justin's alternating upper and lower body to give each body part time to recover. So day 2 is leg day, starting with squat, a classic compound movement. Then onto the machine for leg press. 2 isolation exercises next, supersetted together, leg extensions, and lying leg curl. Another superset, good mornings, working glutes and hamstrings, combined with reverse lunges. Next, really hitting those hamstrings, supersetting stiff leg deadlift with a glute hamstring raise. On to the Smith machine for a front squat, this time lighter weight, but keeping constant tension across the movement. That's a tough one to finish your leg workout. Day 3 in Justin's 5-day split is shoulders. After warm-up, first working set, dumbbell shoulder press. Next, a variation on the lateral raise, starting with heavy weights for partial reps, just the lower half of the movement. Then, change to lighter weight for the full lateral raise. A superset now, hitting front and rear delts separately. Incline front raise. Then, flip it over for face down front raise, working the back of the shoulder. Next superset, seated face pulls. On this version, keeping the shoulder blades together to make the rear delts do the work. Superset with a lying rear delt fly. Finally, over to cables for single arm cable lateral raise. On day 4, Justin's chosen an added leg day. The 5-day split gives trainers a chance to address any imbalances, with an extra day working on lagging body parts. Legs are a popular choice, but other trainers create an extra day for back, chest, or shoulders, often adding some abs, as we saw with Mike. So, Justin's added leg day goes front squats on elevated heels, a variation on leg press, today with feet set high and wide to work more on hamstrings and glutes. Then a superset, hack squats, combined with bodyweight sissy squats. Next superset is a leg extension. then a trap bar deadlift. In this version, Justin's standing on a plate, so he can get the bar lower for more of a stretch on the hamstrings. Finally, for added leg day, lying leg curl. Superset with Bulgarian split squat. As you've seen with our other trainers, using supersets to add speed and intensity to the workout. So Justin's final day in his 5-day split, chest and triceps. Again, combining 2 pushing movements. After warm-up, straight into incline dumbbell press. A compound exercise focusing on bringing up the upper chest. Then it's a superset, cable flies. And starting to get the triceps working with tricep pushdowns. Supersets again, dumbbell pullovers, paired with lying dumbbell extensions. Although Justin's working different muscles, he's using the same type of equipment for each superset, making the workout faster and more efficient. The next exercise combines both chest and triceps. It's dips, using a weight for added resistance. Then a superset, pec deck fly. Moving over to overhead tricep extensions with the rope. Finally, machine press. This machine uses a close grip, using both triceps and pecs all in one movement. Of course, the 5-day split allows you many more options for your workouts. For an even split, you could simply hit chest, back, shoulders, arms, and legs on different days. Or you could use the push-pull legs format for 3 days, then add an upper body day and a lower body day. Arranging your weekly plan to allow each body part at least 2 days rest.
Me and Sasha like to do this new thing where we walk into the YouTube video and act very candid. But anyways, hey everyone, it's your girl Chrissy here and I'm back with another YouTube video. Today's YouTube video is going to discuss 5 must-do back exercises. So if you find this video useful, please do leave a thumbs up as it goes a long way and it supports this channel and it inspires me to continue to produce even more incredible content for you to help you along your fitness journey. But if you love this YouTube video, you're also going to love this video right here, my 5 must-do lower body exercises to build those glutes and hamstrings. So without further ado, let's get into exercise number 1. Now there's a few different ways that you can train your back. So we're gonna go through everything together and I'm gonna make it so simple like I always do. And by the end of this video, you're gonna walk into a gym and you're gonna know exactly why you're training that way and exactly what you're training. So you can train your back horizontally and also vertically. There's completely different ways to train it. And that's why with my Strong program on the Toner Sculpt app, you have different variations so you hit different areas of your back. So the whole bodybuilder concept in the bodybuilder world is everyone's always striving for that X-frame. The X-frame is where you have that nice big wide back, which gives you the illusion of a tiny little waist and then those big juicy thighs. Now the reason I actually really love the promotion of an X-frame is because it encourages people to lift weight and encourages women to eat more, and that's exactly what we're here to do. So the first exercise is a lat pull down. So the first thing you're going to do with a lat pull down, positioning is absolutely key. So I'm lucky enough, my gym has this adjustability right here so I can bring it up and bring it back down. The aim when you're setting up a lat pull down is you want to sit really nice and snug into your lat pull down machine. The whole point is when you're pulling down, your body is naturally going to want to come up with it. So this is going to help you secure yourself. However, tip of the day, if you cannot adjust your lat pull down, please don't worry. All you need to do is grab yourself some 5 kg plates, position them on the floor just like so, and it's going to give you that much needed elevation. Now, when performing a lat pull down, there's a few things I want you to know. Grip is everything. So what you're gonna do is never grip with your thumb. You're gonna leave your thumb out. Positioning of your hand means everything as well. The wider your grip is, the more
out your lats are gonna be hit. The more narrow, the more inwards you're gonna target your back. So, as you can see here, my grip is nice and wide. I'm leaving my thumbs out because we don't wanna contract our forearm here, which is gonna be like our secondary and third muscle component. So you just wanna hit your back. Keeping our thumbs out, gripping it with my 4 fingers, bringing myself down, snug into the chair. However, you're not going to be completely pulled in. You're gonna start upright just like so. Keeping that core tight, retracting your scapular back. Did you see that? I didn't start like this. I retracted back. Naturally, that's gonna raise my chest up. I'm pulling the weight down and I'm also pulling with my elbows. Now, let me explain that really simply for you. If you're just gripping the weight, sitting down, not retracting and then doing this, your biceps are gonna take over. Your biceps, when you're training back, should be your secondary muscle, not your primary. So if you're not retracting back, you're not engaging your back enough. So your back doesn't really know what it's doing at this point. So you're gonna do all the pulling with your biceps and not your back. So let me show you the difference. This is me pulling with my lats. I'm retracting back and I'm pulling the weight with my lats. Now this is me pulling with my biceps. And what you're gonna find is this little annoying yanking motion. Every single rep, you should reset. Every single rep should have an intention. If you're not following the protocol, that is sit in, arms up, positioned correctly, retract back, chest up, chin nice and tucked in, core nice and tight, pull with my elbows and release gently. Pull with my elbows, creating a nice big semicircle and release gently. I can't stress enough how important it is to really take your time with each and every single rep. Stop trying to rush your workouts. Stop trying to rush that movement. You're in the gym for actually a very short period of time. Let's say you're in the gym for 1 hour. That's 1 hour of your day. So I would rather you take your time to do the reps properly and really feel it where you're supposed to, rather than just rushing it and getting as many exercises done as possible. 4 great movements done perfectly is so much better than 8 ones that are rushed completely. The next exercise is going to be a single arm row. Now this exercise, I know for a fact there are so many community members that really struggle with this exercise and actually they skip it, which is totally fine. Whenever you come across an exercise you're unsure of, you just feel so overwhelmed and then you can't help but just feel stupid. And I've had so many moments, even now when I walk into a new gym, I look at the machines and I'm like, what is this? I don't know what I'm doing, and then I just stick to the exercises that I'm comfortable with. However, it's good to experiment and it's good to understand the movements that you are doing. It's so important. So please, if you are finding this helpful, let me know in the comments below, or send this video to someone who you know is really struggling with intimidation in the gym and you know this is going to go a long way. Now, when it comes to rows, the best tip I'm going to give you, and this genuinely changed my life, you need to imagine creating a semicircle. So what I find a lot is people overarch their shoulders, they round them forward, and then they yank in. They yank in, just like so. Remember, you're training this part of your back, right here. So you should be stretching it out in front of you, creating a semicircle, and naturally raising your chest upright. Your shoulders shouldn't be rounded, because that means your core is not engaged like it should be. And you shouldn't just be yanking, because the moment you yank too hard, you're gonna strain and you're gonna injure yourself. So what I want you to do is first grab a lighter weight
and just focus on the motion. You should be creating a semicircle when you're doing this movement. So what do I mean by a semicircle? Let me show you. First positioning is one of your feet positioned firmly onto the bench, grabbing your hand on the edge. This is gonna give you your security. This is your setup. Bending that knee, whenever you pick up a weight, always bend your knee because it's gonna help offload from your back. This is your starting position. Now the next thing I'm gonna tell you is so important. Roll that shoulder back. You're gonna bring it slightly forward, roll your shoulder back, and then create that semicircle. Just like so. So you wanna imagine almost going start, finish, start, finish. You're gonna feel it all here. Contract, release. The weight should never slam the floor, and you should always control your positives, holding, with your negatives. Control your positives with your negatives. Naturally, your chest is gonna wanna come a little bit upright. That's completely fine, but please take your time. You're not swinging. There's a difference between doing this and really controlling, contracting, releasing, controlling, contracting, releasing. You're also pulling with your elbow. Your elbow is pulling you in the correct motion. You're contracting before releasing back down. Moving on to the third exercise, one of my absolute all-time favorite exercises, but I see so many different variations, so we're gonna talk about all of them. A lot of people have a lot to say about this exercise, so I'm gonna break it down. This exercise, so long as your ass is on the bench, so long as you are retracting your shoulders back, do it the way that feels great for you. I can't stress that enough. Social media and YouTube is such a crazy world, and sometimes you get so sucked into other people's opinions and other people just making random ass YouTube videos about the way you're living your life. And the way I see it is, I'm moving my body, I feel good, I feel the best I ever have done, leave me the hell alone. And that's what I want you to remember when you're training. Focus on your form, but form is different also for everybody. There's a complete difference to how someone who's been training in the gym for 1 year is training to someone who's been training there for 10 years. There's a complete difference. You get more confident, you understand the movement more, and you experiment more. So with this movement, there's two different variations. Number one, you have your textbook safety variation. So your textbook safety variation is, you're gonna bend your knees slightly, they're not gonna be completely locked out. You should never lock your knees out with any movement. Always keep a soft touch to them. Your core's gonna be nice and contracted. My shoulders are gonna roll back. That means my chest is upright. I'm gonna lean only slightly forward, and then I'm gonna pull just like so. Bring out slightly forward, and then roll my shoulders back and pull. Yet again, lean out, slightly forward. When I'm pulling, ready? Roll those shoulders back, hold and pull. Now that's one variation. The way I personally like to do it, and you know, I found that this works just better for me because I like that deeper stretch. This is old school. You know, people like Arnold used to do this back in the day, so I don't think there's a problem with it. I like to come a little bit slightly forward, just like so. So I'm getting that really nice contraction right there, and then I'm pulling, just like so. I like to come slightly more forward, and then pull. I'm getting a nice deep stretch as I'm pulling forward, controlling the weight, and then bringing it back in. Fourth movement, this is a horizontal movement. This movement is also a movement that confuses a lot of people. It confused me for such a long time. I never really kind of knew how I was supposed to perfect this movement because I was like, oh my God, am I swinging too much? Am I using too much core? Am I using too much leg? Am I pulling wrong? Where are you supposed to have the bar? By your ribs, by your belly button, by your hips. Oh my God, overwhelming. Fitness shouldn't be that stressful. Like, leave it out. My life is already so madness. I don't want to
be worrying about how to do a row, for God's sake. So you have different variations. You have overhand and you have underhand. Now, if you want a video on different grips and what those different grips are targeting, let me know in the comments below, because I think that video will be very interesting. For the purpose of this video, I'm gonna do under grip, just like so. Barbells tend to have these grips right here, right? It enables you to get a better grip so you're not slipping. So this bit's slippery, this has a better grip. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna position your hands. I always position my thumb here, so it's nice and secure. And then I'm holding it right there. My thumb is still out, and then I am gripping it again, just like so. I don't wanna go too wide. That doesn't really feel nice for me. I'm gonna go positioned here, positioned here. I'm gonna pull up, bending my knees, pull up. Now here is where the magic happens. Remember what I said about your core in my previous video? Breathe out, contracting that core. Bending those legs, bringing the weight down. Now this is vital. Bring the weight slightly forward, push back, pull, 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 pull. There's different variations. You can lean completely over, and you can have an overhand grip, and you can pull the weight just like so. Another way to do it, slight bend forward, core tight, breathe out, pull by your hips. And as you're pulling with your elbows, you're keeping your core nice and contracted, and you're not moving your torso. There's a complete difference between you pulling and moving with the weight, just like so. That in a way becomes a very small version of a deadlift. Your core needs to stay completely stabilized, completely tight and engaged. So that's why by bending your knees, pushing your hips back, keeping that core nice and tight. When you're pulling with your elbows, lean slightly upright with your chest, bring the barbell to your hips, pull it back down. Controlling your negative, bringing that weight back up. Let's go through it one more time together. Gripping the barbell, having my thumb outwards, just like so. Remember, we don't want to engage that forearm. Bending my knees, bringing the weight up, retracting my shoulders back, never roll forwards, always roll back. Engaging that core, bending those knees, bringing the weight forward, pulling, coming back down. Pulling, chin nice and tucked in, coming back down. Pulling, chin nice and tucked in, coming back down. Good job. All right, seeing as I have your attention with this YouTube video because you think you're gonna snatch your waist, which you are, but you thought this was gonna be an abs video, but it's not, it's a back video. I can't stress enough the importance of training your rear delts. Your rear delts are those small little muscles in your back that you can train on pull or push days. That means shoulders or back day. But I just think they're so neglected, and I just think they're so important, and it just makes your back look so beautiful, so please don't neglect them. So one of the exercises I've been trying out, this out, it's not yet on the Tone and Sculpt app because I want to give it a bit more of a go. And you haven't seen this one on my YouTube video just yet. This is a cable rear delt movement. So essentially, you want to position, I'll show you, your cables, just like so, should be on the same level. In fact, I can maybe even pull it a bit more down. Then you're going to grip one of the cables with the opposite hand and the other with the opposite hand, and you're going to bring them out in front of you. You're actually going to overreach your shoulders. You're not going to do this upright. You're going to overreach. Because when you pull, you're gonna pull with your rear delts. The difference if you are upright, you're gonna pull with your triceps. Now that's the problem with rear delts sometimes. Sometimes you feel your triceps overtake. So I'm just gonna go the other way around so you can see me. This is the difference if I'm just pulling with my triceps. You can see my tricep, if I have a tricep, is trying to engage, but then when I'm leaning forward and completely isolating my rear delt, that's contracting so much more. So the aim of the game is for you to lean forward, hinge your hips slightly backwards, bringing the cables up about eye level, contract, hold for a second, and then releasing the weight back away. But as the weight comes back to the front of you, you want to push out. That's what you want to do. You want to push out. You don't want to bend on your elbows. You want to push out, keep them as straight as possible, and pull. Just like so. Bring it out, reset, pull. Bring it out, reset, core tight, and pull. Okay, so there you have it. My 5 must-do exercises to snatch that waist. Now, I want to ask you, because I'm actually not sure, and I don't know how you feel about it. Look, like, we grew this channel together. We always have done, and we always will do. So I'm going to be honest with you. I've always refrained myself from trying to do overly clickbait titles and overly clickbait thumbnails. The reason being is I don't want it to trigger people. I never have wanted to trigger people, regardless of how many views I might accumulate or subscribers I might grow. I'm a little bit hesitant to do that sort of stuff. However, on the flip side, when you do a clickbait video and then I am providing the information I am, maybe it's encouraging more people to click on it, and then I keep them staying when I provide them the information. So I just want to ask you, do you find clickbait titles or clickbait videos triggering? And if you do, I promise I will never ever do them. And I promise I will always provide as much helpful information as possible. But I'm always in two minds of it. I'm not sure if it's a good thing to do it and then you provide people with useful information, or you just stay true to your roots and you don't really follow trends. But I never want to do anything that triggers absolutely anyone. So just let me know. It's an open conversation that I'm so honestly, genuinely want to know what you have to say. Because like I said, this channel is yours too. This should be your fitness hub. This should be your safety. And this should be a place where you come and get really simple fitness education that can help you along your fitness journey. So I hope this video helped you in every single type of way. I hope you learned something new today, and if you did, like I said, leave a thumbs up and ensure that you're subscribed to this channel. I love you always and forever, and I'm so thankful for you. I'll see you next time.
Okay, what's going on, guys, and welcome to our first leg day of the Ultimate Push-Pull Leg series. In this video, we're doing 6 lower body exercises that target the quads, hamstrings, glutes, and calves, and then we're finishing things off with 1 exercise for the abs. All right, so as usual, we're starting with a quick general warm-up. This is especially important on leg day because it's literally half your body. So I'll do a solid 5 to 10 minutes on the treadmill or Stairmaster, and then go through a quick series of dynamic stretches that I'll put up here on the screen. It looks like more than it is. It usually only takes me about 2 minutes tops. From there, we're jumping into just 1 heavy set of 2 to 4 reps on the squat. Remember, in this push-pull legs routine, we're using a minimalistic approach to strength and an optimization approach to hypertrophy. So for the squat, bench press, and deadlift, we're just doing 1 hard set per week. That's it. And then we'll do 2 back-off sets with some variation for each lift. So here I'll do a pyramid warm-up in weight across 4 or 5 warm-up sets, as you can see here on the screen, until I get to my working weight, which will be something in the range of 85 to 90% of my 1 rep max for 2 to 4 reps. So let's say your 1 rep max is 405 pounds. You'd want to choose a weight around 345 pounds to 365 pounds for your top set of 2 to 4 reps. This shouldn't be an RPE 10 max effort set, but it should be something around an RPE of 8 or 9. So you don't want to be leaving more than 1 or 2 reps in the tank. And remember, we're only doing 1 set, so it does need to be challenging. Now, if you're someone who only cares about building muscle and couldn't care less about strength, or if you can't squat or simply don't want to squat, you can replace the squat work with hack squats as a first substitution option, or Bulgarian split squats as a second option. In either case, to make it a bit more hypertrophy focused, you can just boost the rep range to 4 to 6 reps instead of 2 to 4 reps and keep everything else the same. After the heavy top set, we're doing 2 back-off sets for 5 reps on the paused squat, where we'll be pausing for about 1 to 2 seconds in the hole on each rep. For these, you'll want to drop the weight back to about 75% of what you did for your heavy top set. So let's say you did 365 pounds for your top set, you do around 275 pounds for your paused squats for 5 reps. For these, you want to take in a big breath at the top and then sit back and down between your legs, keeping your breath held as you pause for 1 to 2 seconds and then explode up out of the hole with as much explosive force as possible. As you explode up, try to keep in mind that the bar should travel in as close to a straight line as possible, centered over the middle of your foot. And in general, I like pause squats because doing 5 paused reps is a lot harder than doing 5 normal reps. That's because when you pause, you lose any stored elastic energy in your tendons, which forces your quads and glutes to overcome the load from a dead stop. And because they're so much harder, this means you're forced to use lighter weights, which means you can get the same hypertrophic stimulus with lighter loads and less overall joint and body stress. Pausing also helps ensure that you're reaching proper depth on each and every rep and can help ingrain good technique habits for any heavier sets you do as well. Okay, after squats, we're moving on to 3 sets of 8 to 10 reps on the barbell Romanian deadlift. Just a quick technique recap here. You want to lift the barbell off the rack, take 2 or 3 steps back, push your hips back as the weight drops down, and then reverse the motion once the bar gets somewhere between just below knee level and mid-shin level, or at least before your lower back starts to round. Then you should reverse the motion by lifting your chest up and thrusting your hips forward. A little knee bend is fine, but you should try to keep a more or less vertical shin angle, keeping the bar in tight and centered over the middle of your foot. Now, there are 2 common concerns I hear about RDLs. The first is that some people say they only feel it in their lower back, not in their hamstrings. And if this applies to you, the first thing I do is make sure that you're not letting the barbell drift forward away from your legs. This can cause the low back to take over in order to pull the bar back in. Remember that the bar should be moving straight up and straight down. I also find that wearing a belt can help with this issue. Even though EMG data shows that overall, wearing a belt shouldn't substantially reduce lower back muscle activity, I do find it helps me to direct more attention to my hamstrings and reduces that uncomfortable lower back pump that you can sometimes feel with RDLs. Now, obviously, the spinal erectors have to contract on RDLs to prevent you from just curling over, so it's impossible to completely take the lower back out, but you can shift the emphasis to the hamstrings a bit more with those 2 tips. Another common question I get is how to target the hamstrings more versus the glutes more with RDLs. This one's pretty simple. If you want to target your glutes more, think about squeezing your glutes to move the weight, and then you can optionally squeeze your glutes together at the top of the lift. That glute squeeze, honestly, probably isn't doing a whole lot on its own, but can help some people sort of find the muscle better. With this cue, you can almost think of the lift more like a vertical hip thrust. On the other hand, if you want to make it more hamstring dominant, I would just completely cut out the top 10 to 25% of the lift. This will keep more of the emphasis on the hamstring stretch in the bottom half, and you can even add a little pause at the bottom to accentuate the stretch further. All right, so after that, we're moving on to 2 sets of 10 reps per leg on the dumbbell walking lunge. So that's 20 total strides per set. For this one, I figured I'd highlight 3 things that you should avoid when doing walking lunges. First, avoid cutting your depth short. Notice that on each and every rep, my knee softly makes contact with the floor. It's very common for people to start limiting their depth toward the end of the set once the reps start getting really hard, but it's a lot better to be more consistent with your reps rather than just aiming for an arbitrary rep count while cutting many of those reps short. Now, if you're afraid of hurting your knees on the floor, you may be making the second mistake on my list, which is free falling on the negative. A lot of people try to rush through their lunges because they are a fairly gruesome exercise, but despite that, you should think of them like you should any other hypertrophy-focused movement where you're actively controlling and resisting the negative. If you're letting gravity take over on the negative, then you're missing out on the most important aspect of the lift. So take your time and be intentional with every rep you do. And the third thing to avoid is letting your grip strength limit the load that you can use. A lot of people go way too light on walking lunges. They end their set once they feel fatigued, but don't actually approach muscular failure. One of the main reasons for this is that they just pick up some relatively light dumbbells that they can grip easily. But we're not trying to train our forearms here. So if your grip is a limiting factor, I definitely recommend strapping in and using some dumbbells that'll actually get your legs close to failure by the end of the set. Okay, after that, we're moving on to 3 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the seated leg curl. Another couple quick tips here. First, remember that there was a study published in 2021 which found that seated leg curls led to about 56% more muscle growth than lying leg curls across a 12-week training study. And the most likely reason for this is that the seated leg curl was challenging the hamstrings in a more lengthened position than the lying leg curl. In other words, you can load the hamstrings with more stretch when you're seated than when you're lying. However, if you set the seat too far back, you actually lose a lot of that stretch. So you want to make sure that your torso is positioned far enough forward on the machine that you feel a solid stretch in your hamstrings before you start the set. If you don't feel any stretch in your hamstrings in the starting position, you may not have the seat up far enough, or you may want to lean forward over the machine a bit until you feel that tug of passive tension in your hamstrings. Also, remember that the hamstrings cross both the hip joint and the knee joint, so pointing the toes in or out by rotating the legs at the hip does seem to impact which area of the hamstrings is emphasized. At least EMG evidence shows that the inner hamstrings activate more when the toes are pointed in, and the outer hamstrings activate more when the toes are pointed out. So for this one, you can think of pointing your toes in the direction of the region you're trying to emphasize. Point them out for the outer hamstrings and point them in for the inner hamstrings. Of course, because EMG readings have never been formally validated as being predictive of long-term hypertrophy outcomes, you should think of this suggestion as just something to play around with rather than a proven fact. But since we're doing 3 sets here anyway, why not point the toes slightly out for the first set, slightly in for the second set, and then straight ahead for the third set? Of course, if you feel your hamstrings working much better with one toe position over the others, I'd simply roll with that one. And if either position feels awkward or uncomfortable for you, there's no reason that you have to do it, but assuming they all feel fine to you, why not switch it up from set to set for some variety? Okay, up next we're doing 4 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the leg press toe press, and I like doing this movement for the calves because after a high volume leg day like this one, you can just sit down and give your back and your hips a little break while you focus entirely on the calves. Now, similar to the leg curl, pointing your toes in different directions can impact which region of the calves are emphasized, except unlike with the leg curl, we can say this with much more confidence for the calves because we actually have a long-term training study that measured muscle growth directly. This is a figure from a 2020 study that had 22 subjects train their calves for 9 weeks with either their feet pointed out, feet pointed in, or feet pointed straight ahead. And as you can see in the figure, pointing the toes out grew the medial or inside part of the calves better, while pointing the toes in grew the lateral or outside part of the calves better. And pointing them straight ahead grew both the inside and the outside pretty evenly. So this tells us that if you're trying to grow the outer calves a bit more, you should consider pointing your toes in. If you're trying to grow the inner calves a bit more, maybe so they're more visible from the front, you should try pointing your toes out. And since we're doing 4 sets here, we might as well experiment with the different positions. So I'd suggest pointing them out for set 1, pointing them in for set 2, and then pointing them straight ahead for set 3 and 4. Or again, similar to the leg curl, if either position feels particularly awkward for you or significantly limits the amount of load you can use, I'd just go with the position that you feel strongest and most comfortable with. And then to finish off the workout, we're doing 3 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the decline plate crunch. I find that direct ab work doesn't fit perfectly into either the push, pull, or leg day, but I tend to put ab work on my leg days just because most ab work will also work the hip flexors, which will be nice and warmed up after all that leg work. So for this one, you want to hold a plate to your chest and focus on squeezing your abs together. Don't just hinge at your hips, that'll mostly target the hip flexors. Instead, allow your lower back to round as you squeeze your 6-pack together. And over time, you should be keeping track of the weights you're using and the number of reps you're hitting while aiming to add either some weight or a rep from session to session. This will ensure that you're actually progressively overloading your abs and triggering their development. And just a few overloading sets like this will do a whole lot more for increasing that pop factor on your midsection than pretty much any amount of cardio-style ab circuits will, and in a fraction of the time. Okay, so after this leg day, we've got the first half of the full week of training completed, and I'll be covering the remaining 3 workouts in 3 upcoming videos here on the channel. But if you'd like to have the full 12 weeks of training all in one place right away, you can pick up the full Ultimate Push-Pull Legs Hypertrophy System over on jeffnipper.com. The program comes with a full ebook explaining all the methods used in the program, an Excel spreadsheet, a library full of exercise demos from me, coaching cues for every exercise, and plenty more. It also comes in a 4-day, 5-day, and 6-day per week version, so you can still run the program even if you don't have 6 days per week available to train. So I'll leave a little more info about that in the description box down below. And that's it for this one, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to leave me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video. Subscribe if you haven't already. And I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
Welcome back to another YouTube video. It's your girl here, Chrissy Chella, and I am so excited for today's YouTube video. But before we get into it, I just want to say a massive thank you for hitting 1 million subscribers here on YouTube. Thank you so much for the constant love. Thank you so much for the constant appreciation. And thank you for allowing me to help you along your fitness journey. That's literally all I could ever ask for. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So I hope you know that, and I hope you realize that. And today's YouTube video is based on 5 must-do compound movements that I need you to start incorporating into your training routine. These are 5 compound movements that you will find on the Strong program, and you will soon find on the Lower Body Strong program coming on the Tone and Sculpt app, which you need to download because it will change your absolute life. But it's also 5 compound moves that I wish I had incorporated into my life sooner. It's completely changed my body composition, my strength. It's made me feel more strong and empowered. So we're gonna break each one down with tips, tricks, and why it's beneficial to you. The first compound move we're gonna break down is a barbell squat. Now, in my years of training women online and offline, the one movement they struggle with the most is actually the squat. It can be a bit intimidating, like it's a bunch of iron and you have to lift it, and there's so much complexity to it and it can be overwhelming. So we're gonna break it down, strip it back, and simplify it. I'm gonna tell you the do's, the don'ts, and why you should be doing it. So first of all, it's the setup. So right here you have your barbell squat. So stay with me, you might already know this, but you might learn something new today. Your setup should tend to be about shoulder width apart or a little bit underneath your shoulder here. So when you're scooping under, it sits comfortably on your shoulder. So you don't want it to be too high, because if the barbell is too high, like this, it won't be able to sit on your shoulder and it will sit on your neck. But if too low, you're gonna have to crouch way more down, bring your legs way more forward, and it's gonna be so much harder to unrack and unload. So you have to find the middle ground, which is comfortably by your shoulders, right here. The second thing I want you to know is your barbell should not be on your neck, and it should not be just right at the top of your shoulders. You want to hit it in the mid-range right here on your trap, or if you're doing low bar, a little bit lower. So here or here. Never here, never here. You're gonna cause a lot of injury. Your hand positioning, you wanna keep everything nice and tight. So I would place my hands about shoulder width apart to begin with, come under and tuck them in. Squeeze them in, just like so. You're gonna unload, walk back. That's your starting position. You see how everything's stacked? Everything is nice and controlled. My wrists are nice in alignment. Sometimes my wrists go like this, and that's why I need wrist straps, because I'm lifting a load of load. But for the purpose of the video, I need to show you the correct form, not the bro form. Sorry guys, I had to take my top off because you couldn't actually see what I was saying. So as you can see, my stance is nice and strong. My wrists are nice and stacked and in control and in alignment. My core, nice and controlled. My feet, a little bit further than shoulder width apart. They don't have to be completely narrow and parallel like so. They can be a little bit shoulder width apart, depending on what feels comfortable. You're gonna sit down on your squat as if you're sitting down into a nice low chair. You're gonna shoot up with your chest, but you're not gonna lock your knees out. So watch very closely. Sit down, come back up. Sit down, come back out. Just like so. Now, what are the benefits of a squat? Now, a squat is classified as a compound movement. What is a compound movement? It's multiple joints and multiple muscles working simultaneously together to lift a load. That's essentially what it is. Why are compound moves so beneficial? It encourages you to focus on hypertrophy, progressive overload, power, strength training, and it makes you stronger. So that's why they're so beneficial.
but also it's because they are working your body in a completely different manner than, let's say, a unilateral move, an accessory move, or an isolation move for that purpose. Squats are a vertical movement, which means you are up and you are down. You are coming up and you are coming down. That is a vertical movement. It is also a knee flexion movement, which means your quads are going to be quite dominant in this movement than, let's say, a deadlift. Where you place your feet, whether it's a sumo squat or whether it's quite narrow, you're gonna hit those quad fibers much, much more. But the difference between a squat and a deadlift is a hip hinge, whereas a squat is a knee flexion. But either way, the compound is so necessary. It also matters where the bar is. So if you do a low bar, you're gonna target a different area a little bit more than, let's say, a high bar. A squat is gonna encourage you to lift a load of weight. It's gonna encourage hypertrophy. It's gonna encourage strength training, powerlifting. So it's absolutely vital to your training. The next compound move that is absolutely necessary to your training is a deadlift. I encourage you today to go and deadlift. Start incorporating it, start doing it. Tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell everyone to start doing them. I'm not even joking, you got to do them. A lot of people have so many issues when they're doing deadlifts because of their lower back. It hits their lower back and they start getting achy, they start getting pains, and then they don't want to touch it and they don't want to do it anymore. It can be really simple when you break it down and you understand that it's not as complex as you think it is. There's different variations to a deadlift. You have your sumo deadlift, which is nice and wide, your feet are externally rotated, and it's nice and deep. You have your Romanian deadlift. Your knees are slightly more bent, more hinge focused here, more glute orientation. You have your stiff leg, where your knees are a little bit more straight but never locked out. You don't want to cause severe injury to your knees, so still a soft touch, but it's much more hamstring orientated than an RDL. So there's a difference between a stiff leg and an RDL. One is more glute orientated, one is more hamstring orientated. Then you also have your conventional deadlift, which essentially is a bent knee deadlift. Pick it up, come back up, go back down. That one is more of an all body deadlift rather than, let's say, a hamstring orientated or more glute orientated deadlift. So there's a bit of variation for you. The stiff leg deadlift and the RDL will constantly come up on the Strong program, the Toner Sculpt app. So that's the one I'm going to show you for the purpose of this video. The first thing you want to do is ensure that your feet are shoulder width apart and in front of the barbell. Your hands should also be shoulder width apart. You can have them slightly inwards. You want to place your thumb underneath, grip the bar so you have your wrist, your elbow, your shoulder, all stacked in one line. You don't want to do this. You want to have them all stacked in one straight line. Keeps everything nice and neutral. That's your starting position. Notice how my knees are slightly bent. It's really important to actually release pressure and pain from your lower back. You're going to keep your core nice and tight by exhaling the air out. Retract your shoulders back. You want to pull the slack first. What do I mean by that? Now, this is the most important tip that I'm going to give you, and I wish I told you this sooner. This is slack. Before you are deadlifting, I don't want you to just pull it. I want you to pull the slack first. Meaning, pull the slack out. Can you hear that? And then lift. There's a difference between just lifting and actually prepping by retracting back, pulling the slack, and then lifting your barbell, just like so. Why? Because you have so much more control in your movement. You're not rushing and you're reloading each and every single rep. Please understand that when it comes to compound moves, each and every single rep matters. So that means you have to reset, you have to maybe reload, you have to retract. It's not just about how quickly you can do a deadlift. It's really about taking the time. Each and every single rep, you're retracting back, you're pulling that slack, you're lifting, and then you're controlling the barbell before
lifting back up. Now with an RDL, there's a difference because you don't need to touch the floor, but let's say with a conventional deadlift, you're gonna have to come up, go back down, restack, reload. But with an RDL, the first movement is crucial. Just like so. Now when you come back down, you're gonna push back as if someone's pulling you at your heels. You're gonna keep that chin nice and tucked into your body. By the shins here, you're gonna come back up, gently squeeze your glutes, never over hyperextend. Watch that one more time. You're gonna come down, core nice and tight, chin tucked in. That's how deep you wanna go. Bring it back up. The third compound move we're gonna go into is actually the military press. Now, it wasn't until maybe 3 years ago I started doing the military press, and I wish I'd done it sooner, because just like your lower body days, such as your deadlifts and your squats, it's really important to have those big moves on your upper body days, such as your shoulder press. The shoulder press can be a bit intimidating because, yet again, there's a lot of complexities to it. So we're gonna strip it back. It's the best exercise to help target all three delts. So you have your anterior, your middle, and your posterior deltoid, which basically, to simplify it for you, it's the outside, middle, and around the back delts. And that's what creates that nice, like, boulder shoulder that I struggle with for all of my life, but we'll get there. Essentially, what you need is a barbell. Similar to a squat, you want it in a position where it's comfortable for you to lift off. This isn't the best squat rack to show you, just simply because it's preventing me from offloading the bar the way I want it, but for the purpose of this video, just ignore that ever is there. You're gonna position your hands right in front of you. Your thumb is gonna grip round the barbell, similar to a deadlift, and you're gonna have a nice controlled wrist. So you don't want this here, this flexion here. You want everything to be nice and stacked, nice and controlled. You don't want to overarch your back when you are performing your reps when it comes to military press. You're going to cause a lot of lower back injury, and also you're getting your lower body too involved. This is predominantly an upper body movement, so your lower body should not be hinged like this. Instead, you want to tuck your coccyx bone in, squeeze those glutes, keep that core nice and stiff and tight, so all of the performance comes from your upper body. Now, it is going to be a bit heavy, especially if you are challenging yourself and you're working towards failure. So it's okay if you use your knees for those last 2 reps. Go easy on yourself. So remember, gripping the bar, that shoulder width apart, nice and controlled, tight wrist, bring it out, coccyx bone tucked in, tight. As you're coming down, you don't need to come all the way down, about here. The next compound move is a bent over row. Yet again, after training so many women, the one exercise that you guys struggle with the most is a bent over row, and actually understanding how it's supposed to feel or where it's supposed to go, how you're supposed to perform it. A bent over row is a horizontal movement. So we've been doing a lot of vertical movements, from squat, deadlift to shoulder press. They're all vertical movement. That means up and down. Whereas this one is a horizontal movement. So you're targeting those muscle fibers in a completely different way. Gonna keep it simple. So bear with me, because I'm gonna break it down in the most simplest way ever for you. A bent over row is, I would classify it as the queen and the king of your back days. That's why on the Tone and Sculpt app, you will have some sort of bent over row in your pull sessions throughout the program. You will incorporate these movements. But you can perform it inverted, and you can also perform it neutral. Now, hand placement plays a big factor on where you're targeting specific muscles. So if you do want a YouTube video on hand placement and grips, comment down below, because I think that YouTube video will be very, very interesting. Let me know. And whilst you're at it, make sure you leave a thumbs up if you're finding this video really helpful. It goes a long way, so thank you if you do. With a bent over row, for the purpose of this video, I'm gonna actually do a neutral grip. So similar to a deadlift,
exactly the same. You want to grip your bar, but this time you're actually going to bring your thumbs out. Now, why do we bring our thumbs out? Well, your thumb flexes and actually contributes a lot towards your forearm. So when you are doing any type of row, our main focus is our primary muscle, which is our back, not our secondary muscle, which is our bicep, and also our forearm. So by relieving that thumb, you're gonna focus more on your back rather than pulling with your forearm and your bicep. So that's a little bit of food for thought. So you're gonna bring the weight up, you're gonna bend over, just like so. I'm not bent completely over to a 90-degree angle. I'm a little bit more upright, just like so. You don't want your elbows to flare out. You want to tuck them nice and neat. So as you're rowing, you want to bring your elbows close to your body as possible, just like so. And you want the barbell to be hitting around your hip and belly button region. So let's put all that together. Thumbs out, gripping the barbell, bringing it up, not a 90-degree angle, slightly more upright. Keep your core nice and tight, chest upright too. Bringing the barbell with your elbows pulling close to your belly button. The last exercise and the last compound move, which I wish I started doing sooner. And it wasn't until maybe 12 months ago that I started incorporating this movement. And I'm so angry at myself for not doing it sooner. And it's because I let my fear get the better of me. And you know, I've done it now, so it's totally fine. If you're allowing your fear to really consume your progress, then you are letting your emotions win. And your emotions are not logical. You have emotions that are going to impair your thinking. You have emotions that are going to give you wrong judgments. And it's because we're scared. I'm scared too. I'm scared all the time when I come to the gym and I don't know how to perform a certain movement. I have to maybe Google it, read something on it, or even try it and mess up a couple times. But honestly, you have to just give it a go. With the chest press, it was one of those movements which I wasn't comfortable doing, I wasn't confident doing, I didn't know how to perform, and there was so many arguments online. Should you curve your back? Should you not? Should you do this? And there's so many opinions. And look, like, I'm a firm believer that an opinion is completely fine, but there's a difference between making someone feel really freaking stupid and not being constructive at all. And then there's a difference between you being a friend and guiding another person. I don't do well with people being rude to other people, to me, to community members. I don't do well with it. But there's a difference between you being constructive and helpful and trying to help another member out. We're all in this together, whether you think of it or not. You're on your own personal journey as personal training, but you're with everybody else. Like, we're all learning and we're all evolving in our own types of way. So let that be a reassurance to you. So with the chest press, I classified this movement as actually the king and queen of upper body movements. Similar to a squat for your lower body days, I think of a chest press for your upper body days. So the setup is actually way simpler than you'd like to think. You want to have your barbell right eye level in front of you, just like so. You want to grip the bar similar to a deadlift, so thumb rolling over the barbell just like this and bringing your wrists nice and controlled. There's a lot of argument whether your back should be curved. Now, a lot of power trainers, they have a really extensive arch like so, but for me, I like to have a little bit of a natural arch. Like, literally, if I wasn't arching, it would be here, but then if I'm retracting my shoulders back, I get that natural arch. So I don't like to overthink about it too much. I'm scooping low. Your feet placement is really important as well. You want to push away from the ground. You don't want to have them completely in front of you. You want to have them nice and wide. And if you don't feel comfortable showcasing this area, then you can put your t-shirt or your jumper in front of you as well. So I'm going to retract my shoulders back. I'm lifting the barbell. The barbell needs to hit the middle portion of your chest. If you are doing an incline chest press, you're going to hit the top of your chest much, much more. If you're doing a decline, you're going to hit the lower region more. But because this is a flat bench, you want to hit the middle part more. Right, so, and bring it back up.
chin nice and tucked. It's not the prettiest, so bear with. And then you're gonna come down, lift off, back up, down, lift off, back up. Now remember, when you are coming down, you wanna breathe in. So you're going, when you're coming up, you're powering and breathing out. Breathing is absolute key. So remember, when you are bringing the barbell down, you are inhaling. When you are bringing the barbell up, you are exhaling, because that's where all the pressure needs to go. That's where you need the most power. Another tip that I'm going to give you with this is to remove your clips. As you can see here, I'm pretty confident with this weight, so that's why I put clips on. But if I was trying to hit a personal best, or if I, felt a little bit weaker that day, especially for women, depending on the time of the month, our energy and our strength will fluctuate much, much more than men, which I'm gonna have a YouTube video about this because I think it's very important. So I would remove the clips, because let's say this happens. I'm doing well, I'm unracking, I've got strength in me, but then, I can't seem to lift the barbell back up. I can flip the weights and then bring the barbell back up. So you're preventing any injuries from happening. So I would encourage you not to use clips, just because you can slide the plates off and then you prevent any injuries from happening. So there we have it, 5 must-do compound exercises that completely changed my training, my life, my body composition, my strength. And I hope that you incorporate these 5 movements into your training routine. If you are looking for a structured program and you don't know where to start, I encourage you to download the Tone and Sculpt app. I know I keep saying it, and I will say it for the rest of my life, because I genuinely believe in this product so much, and so do millions and millions and millions of workouts that have been completed by hundreds of thousands of women globally. So the link is in the description box, so definitely give that a go. I hope you found this video useful, and I hope, yet again, you have left my YouTube video feeling a little bit more reassured that you're on the right journey, the right path, and you just need a little bit more patience, and you just need a little bit more practice, like we all do. Thank you so much for, again, hitting 1 million. I love you always and forever. I'll see you next time.
In this video, I'm going to explain how to make gains at every level of training experience. Now, in this other video over here, I explained the theory of muscle growth in 5 levels. So in this video, I want to focus on the practical side of things. What do you need to do in the gym as a beginner, intermediate, and advanced level lifter to keep driving progress forward? Wait a minute. What the? What the? Where am I?
Or changing the amount of Whoa, are you Jeff Nippard? How did you get here?
Well, I was just filming this video and...
Hey, since you're here, how about we work on a video together? My channel, Picture Fit, just passed 1 million subscribers, so maybe you actually collab with me now?
Well, I mean, since I'm here and everything, what if I need to get back?
It depends, but here, you can use this. I haven't used it in 7 years.
All right, thanks. So the video is about making gains at every training level. You want to kick things off with a quick overview of nutrition first?
Sure thing, my kiwi-loving friend. So regardless of your training level, the fundamental nutritional factors will be much the same, with the most important factor being total daily caloric intake.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're trying to maximize your muscle gains, you'll ideally want to be in a caloric surplus. Generally, eating something around 10 to 20% above the calories you'd need to maintain your weight will drive muscle gain without excessive fat gain. Now, if you're really trying to limit fat gain as much as possible, putting your calories at around maintenance while optimizing your training will often result in body recomposition, where you build muscle while losing fat simultaneously. However, this does tend to work best for people in the beginner to early intermediate category, and does get harder the more advanced you get. And then, if your primary goal is to lose fat, you will need to be in a caloric deficit, This time, around 10 to 20% below maintenance is best, and again, while muscle gain is possible in a deficit, it does become less feasible the more advanced you get.
Great, and the other major factor is daily protein intake. The best evidence here suggests that being in the range of 1.6 to 2.2 grams of protein per kilo of body weight per day. And those are pretty much the basics for nutrition. Training, however, is a bit more complicated. As you get more years under your belt, the way you structure your training will need to be modified in order to keep driving progress. So Jeff, how about you kick things off with the beginner level?
Sure. So in your first year or two of lifting, assuming you do most things right and without steroids, most people should be able to put on something around 10 to 25 pounds, or 4.5 to 11 kilos of muscle as a male, and 6 to 15 pounds, or 3 to 7 kilos as a female. These ranges are pretty wide because there's a lot of genetic variation between individuals. However, to ensure that you're maximizing on your so-called newbie gains, as a beginner, you'll want to focus on 3 main things. The first is technique. It's very important to learn proper technique on a variety of different machines and free weight exercises so you can properly apply tension to the target muscles. This means using an appropriate range of motion, so the target muscle goes through a reasonably full stretch and reasonably full contraction, controlling the negative, and properly breathing and bracing on exercises that require it. Now, generally, I recommend inhaling on the negative and exhaling on the positive, but as you get some experience, you should consider bracing with the so-called Valsalva maneuver on heavier compound exercises like squats, where you breathe in before each rep and hold your breath throughout the negative and positive, releasing the breath at the top.
Second, as a beginner, it's important to focus on linear strength progression as the main method of progressive overload. This means picking a handful of so-called primary exercises and simply aiming to add some amount of weight to them each and every week at the same rep count, generally in the range of around 6 to 12 reps. For example, on the bench press, you could start with the empty bar and add just 5 pounds every week for 6 reps. Just doing this alone, most people should be able to bench their body weight for a 1 rep max before the end of their first year of training.
Thirdly, as a beginner, you want to start thinking about your proximity to failure, and once you've got the technique sufficiently understood, start learning what failure on various exercises actually feels like. This is important to set you up for success in the later stages, because even though you don't need to go to failure to make progress, if you don't know what it means to push yourself, you won't know how to judge your own effort at all. And then you risk training at too low of an intensity, especially as you move into the intermediate level.
Okay, so sometime in between the 1 to 5 year mark of your training, you should find yourself in the ever-common intermediate stage of training experience. Again, assuming you do most things right with your training and nutrition, you should be able to put on something around another 10 to 20 pounds of muscle as a male and 6 to 12 pounds as a female throughout your intermediate years combined. And to make sure you're maximizing on this potential, you'll want to make sure you're focusing on 3 main things.
The first thing is still progressive overload. However, it won't be quite as simple as when you were a beginner. You'll quickly learn that after a year or two, maybe even sooner, you can't simply add weight to the bar or the machine each and every workout anymore without compromising technique. Now, you should still aim to add weight over time, it just won't be as linear or as frequent. Because of this, you can start implementing rep overload. This is when you use a rep range rather than a fixed rep target and add 1 rep each week rather than increasing the weight. For example, let's say you're doing easy bar bicep curls in the 6 to 8 rep range. You'll keep the weight fixed at 60 pounds and do that for 6 reps in week 1. In week 2, you'll do the same weight, but for 7 reps. In week 3, you'll do it for 8 reps. Once you reach that top end of the range, you can go back to 6 reps, but this time, add a little bit of weight. Now, if after several weeks you're still not able to increase the weight or the reps without form breakdown, you do have the final option of adding an extra set. So let's say you were doing 3 sets of 6 to 8 reps before, now you'll do 4 sets of 6 to 8 reps. Granted, because increasing the number of sets you do will increase the volume very suddenly, I do recommend saving this form of overload as a sort of last straw, since it will take a bigger toll on recovery than adding weight or reps. In any case, the name of the game at this stage is to find the volume sweet spot for you, not just increase volume to infinity. Usually 10 to 20 sets per body part per week is optimal, so if you start to get well above this range, it might be time to stop increasing the number of sets and do an exercise swap.
And on that note, the second thing you should focus on as an intermediate is periodically rotating exercises. The reason I say periodically rotating is that if you just constantly haphazardly switch exercises in and out, you actually make it harder to make progress on those exercises. Instead, it's a lot smarter to stick with any single exercise for 1 to 2 months and increase the weights, reps, and maybe sets on that exercise and then switch it out for a different exercise. I mainly do this for isolation exercises. For example, for the side delts, you can start with a standing dumbbell lateral raise and progress on that for a month or two, then swap for a lean away Egyptian cable lateral raise for a month or two, then do a chest supported inclined lateral raise, and then do a machine lateral raise.
And thirdly, as an intermediate, it's very important to start fine-tuning your proximity to failure. In your first year or two of training, you should have learned what true failure feels like, and now, in your intermediate years, it's important to get very good at judging what 1, 2, or 3 reps in the tank feels like. This is because, for recovery purposes, it isn't always best to take every set all the way to failure, but you do need to be sufficiently close. And as a general rule, you want to be 1 to 3 reps shy of failure on most compound movements, like squats, presses, etc., and 0 to 2 reps shy of failure on most isolation exercises. And I'd suggest taking the last set of isolation exercises all the way to failure, just as a steady reminder of what it really feels like to actually go there.
Okay, so after 4 to 5 years of serious dedicated training, most people should find themselves at the advanced level. At this point, assuming things have already been reasonably optimized for 4 to 5 years, you should be able to put on something around 1 to 2 pounds of muscle per year as a male and 0.5 to 1 pounds per year as a female. Although at a certain point, you may need to get more aggressive with your caloric surplus in order to build any more new muscle naturally. Still, to make sure you're maximizing on your potential as an advanced lifter, you'll want to focus on 3 advanced strategies. Jeff?
Alright, so first you should consider doing so-called specialization phases. This is when you dedicate 1 to 2 months of training to developing just 1 or 2 body parts by blasting them with more volume than usual. Depending on just how much volume you hit them with, you may need to put the volume for some of your other muscles at maintenance to make sure you're still recovering globally. So, for example, let's say you really want to bring up your chest. Assuming you've already done all the other stuff we've talked about, I'd suggest taking your current chest volume and bumping it up by about 20 to 40%. So let's say you were doing 12 hard sets per week for your chest before, now you'll do 15 to 17 sets for your chest per week for your specialization phase. Now, if you find recovery to be an issue, you might want to slash some of your delt or tricep isolation work to promote overall recovery.
Second, as an advanced trainee, it might be a good idea to experiment with some advanced intensity techniques, especially on stubborn body parts. Here we're talking about stuff like drop sets, myo reps, and eccentric accentuated reps. Drop sets are where you extend a set beyond failure by dropping the weight back and doing even more reps. Myo reps are when you extend a set beyond failure by doing short mini rests for 3 or 4 seconds after reaching failure, which allow you to crank out a few more so-called effective reps with the same weight. And eccentric accentuated reps are when you find a way to overload the negative more than the positive by, for example, slowing down the negative or having someone apply extra resistance to the eccentric. And I think these techniques can all be worth periodically including on the last set of isolation exercises, especially on machine exercises for stubborn muscles. Just be careful not to overdo them, as they do have a greater recovery cost than a standard set.
And third, I think that as an advanced trainee, it's smart to experiment with different training frequencies. The general consensus from the scientific community is that while hitting each muscle twice per week is usually enough on average to maximize growth, it is still clear from the literature that the optimal frequency varies from person to person. For this reason, if you've been training each body part just once a week for a long time, I definitely try hitting each body part twice a week. And if you've been at twice a week for a long time, consider something higher frequency, such as a high frequency full body split. Now, from my experience, not everyone will respond better to higher frequencies per se, but at worst, it is equal to more moderate frequencies. And for some people, higher frequency training really does seem to work quite a lot better. So in the advanced stage, it's definitely a factor worth playing around with. And that's it for this one.
That was amazing! We should totally do it again!
Yeah, it sounds good to me. We'll see.
Heck, why not just do it now? We'll hang out your place this time.
Sure, why not?
Wait, that's the wrong button!
Okay, are we ready to absolutely set our glutes on fire? You're gonna love this one. In today's video, I'm gonna run through 5 of my must-do exercises to help grow your glutes and your hamstring. Now, I want you to always remember something. If you want to grow muscle and if you wanna grow your glutes or a specific area in your body, number 1, what you eat is so important and is so vital. The amount of protein, fats, carbohydrates is absolutely essential. Number 2, you need to be focusing on progressive overload. This doesn't just mean adding more weight to the barbell. This also means intensity, supersets, volumes, and actually spending a little bit longer in the gym if you need to. It also means consistency in your exercises. Now, I did this video years ago and I absolutely loved it, but since then I've kind of changed my opinion on what my top 5 exercises are and also perfected my form a little bit more. So it's only right I go through them with you. I can't stress enough that you must be doing exercises consistently enough to see results. That's why on the Strong program, on the Toner Sculpt app, which is by far my favorite program I've ever written in my life, you are going to have your foundational compound moves, and then the only thing that changes is your accessories, your unilateral moves, your burners, but fundamentally your compounds stay the same. Also, right, we need to discuss the elephant in the room. I'm testing a new fabric for Honor Active. I've been testing this new fabric now for about 4 months, and I forgot I had these on when I'm doing this YouTube video, but it is what it is. Don't watch the colors, don't watch the fit. Everything is wrong. I'm just testing the fabric, the opaqueness, if it's squat proof, if it's stretchy enough. So you're gonna be trying it with me too. So without further ado, exercise 1. Exercise number 1 is your Romanian deadlift, stiff leg deadlift, you know, that kind of deadlift. So I used to be such a big lover of sumo deadlift, and I still am, don't get me wrong. However, because I'm trying to optimize growth in my hamstrings, trying to isolate them, trying to grow my glutes a little bit more, I feel like a more substantial type of deadlift is not conventional, it's not sumo, but it's actually more Romanian / stiff leg deadlift. So you can do it with your dumbbells and you can do it with a barbell. I'm going to show you how to do both of them. I find that with barbell, it can be a little bit, I don't know, I lose a bit of balance. So if you lose a bit of balance, if you find it too intimidating, then stick to dumbbells. But I'm going to show you how to do both. So what you need to be doing is keeping your feet about shoulder width apart. What I like to do is slightly externally rotate my feet outwards so they're not completely in front of me. Just a little slight rotation. My knees are going to have a slight softness to them. Never lock your knees completely out. You want to keep your core nice and controlled. So watch this. When you're doing your deadlift, the first thing you need to be doing is breathe in and push, just like so. That's you contracting your core and scooping your coccyx bone in, and that's how you also protect your spine. With your hand placement, you're gonna grab your hands. You wanna position your barbell right on top of your thumb. That's where you wanna position it. You wanna grab it here, position, grip, just like so. You don't want your hand placement too far out. You don't want it too in. You actually want it to be parallel to your shins. That's what I would personally say. When lifting the barbell, you want to bend your knees. Protect that back always by bending your knees. Lifting the weight up, retracting your shoulders back. This is your starting position. Remember what I said? Breathe out, push your core in, retract your shoulders back. Keeping that chin nice and close to your chest. You're gonna hinge back, bring in the barbell close. You're gonna stop and bring it back up. So let's go through that one more time. Your chin is gonna be nicely tucked into your chest. You're gonna breathe out. You're gonna bring your coccyx bone in. Your hands are gonna be parallel to your shins. You're gonna push and hinge at the hips as if someone is pulling you back at the hips with a resistance band. Imagine someone is pulling you back. Another tip that literally changed completely how I do my deadlifts. Imagine someone is also pulling you at your heels. They're pulling you back. So you want to dig those heels completely back. This will enable you to stretch your hamstring and also avoid putting so much strain in your lower back. Keeping that chin nice and tucked into your chest is going to keep your spine nice and straight and your back flat. So I'm actually going to show you from this position so you can see everything put together. Chin tucked, core tight, bend the knees, hands parallel to shins, bringing the weight up. Retract shoulders back, keeping that chin nice and tucked. Breathe out and go. Pushing back, digging your heels in, and then you're gonna come back up. You're not gonna over hyperextend. You're gonna keep everything nice and controlled, just like so. Now that I've taught you how to do a barbell deadlift, I'm gonna go into dumbbells. For anyone who doesn't have a barbell at home, or you're just a little bit intimidated of it, or you just simply don't like it, it's fine. I actually love to do dumbbell deadlifts. Same thing, same concept. You wanna grab your thumb, your weight should be positioned right on top of your thumb, just like so. That's your hook. You want to hook it in and grip it. Instantly, you're going to protect your wrist if you do that. You also can grab it a little bit higher up as well, whatever feels comfortable for you. When grabbing the weight, always bend your knees, bring it back up. Now, I personally like to keep my weights a little bit side on, not completely front on, a little bit side on like that. I find it more comfortable, and I find it easier to also glide. Same principle, guys. Chin tucked, shoulders retracted back, core nice and tight. You're gonna push back, just like so. Bring them close to your shins, bring them back up, close to your shins. Remember, someone is pulling me at the hips. They are pulling my hips back in order for me to be able to stretch my hamstring. Moving on to exercise number 2, and this is a unilateral move. A unilateral move means a singular movement, and it's a split squat. I can't stress enough that it's so important to incorporate single arm and single leg movements into your training regime. It's going to help with imbalance. It's going to also optimize your training, and they are difficult, so it's going to add intensity. If you struggle to understand or know where to put your feet and position yourself in a split squat, I'm gonna make it simple. You place one foot back, you wanna sit back on your bench just like so. You place your foot out, just as you would, and you come back up. That's all it takes. And you're ready to go. If you want more quad orientated, I would sit upright. If you want more glute orientated, I would actually position your foot a little bit more forward, lean slightly forward as well, and you're gonna focus on your glutes a little bit more. For me, I like to grab one dumbbell, not two. It's up to you, but one just is a little bit more easy for me to control. Same thing, I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna launch my foot forward, just like so. I'm gonna bring my arm out for balance, and I'm gonna come upright just like so. You wanna come down and sit in to your split squat. And you wanna push up with your heel, knee in alignment with your toe. You wanna launch up. You never want to completely lock your knees out. You want to keep a soft touch and tension, coming back down and then coming back up. Every single rep, count 1, 2 down, 1, 2 up, 1, 2 down, 1, 2 up. Remember, by bringing your chest slightly forward, you're going to hit that glute much, much more. Sitting upright, you're going to hit that quad more. 1, 2 down, 1, 2 up. Good job. The next movement is a hip thrust. I actually don't have a pad with me, which is really scaring my hip bones right now, but try and get some form of protection. I'm actually just going to use my hoodie for now, just to save my body from any bruises. But always use a barbell pad, yoga mat, whatever you have, just to position and cushion yourself. You want to place your shoulder blades onto the bench comfortably like so. You want to roll your weight onto your hips, and you want to ensure that your feet are in alignment. You don't want one forward and one backwards. You want to ensure they're in alignment. Now, the one mistake I used to make is I actually didn't have enough of my upper body on the bench. So what I would say is always come up and position yourself enough to where your chin and this area of your body is completely locked and it cannot move. And the only movement you're doing is at your hip hinge. So when you're pushing and thrusting the weight up, it's simply only coming from your hip hinge, just like so. You don't want to be doing this. There's a difference between that and coming upright, locking your chin in, looking forward at all time, and scooping your tailbone in like an ice cream scooper. Just like so. 1, 2, 3. So there's a few things I want you to consider when you're hip thrusting, and this is years and years of trying out hip thrusts and trying to figure out what actually works without it being so overly technical. I don't think fitness needs to be so technical all the time. It can truly be simple. Depending on your height will depend on the height of the bench. Now this bench is fine for me, it works great for me. However, if it was too high over here, there's 2 things I would do. Number 1, I would grab another weight, a plate just like so, and I would position it underneath me. This is if you only have minimal equipment at your gym or at your house. Instantly, that's going to give me even more leverage. That means it's going to put me in the correct position. So when I am thrusting up, just like so, I'm coming back down in the correct positioning. That's really key. Number 2, where you place your feet is vital. So if you place them too far out, yes, it's going to hit your glutes, but it could just end up being just too extended. So bringing them a little bit closer to you with a slight external rotation is going to help you hit your glutes more. And the other thing I cannot stress enough is looking forward. Stop looking up, stop looking at the barbell, just look forward. It's going to keep everything in alignment, it's going to keep your core contracted at all times, and it's going to help you stay focused on the positioning that you want your body to move. That is by far one of the most important and neglected tips I can give you. Okay, moving on to exercise number 4, which I have been absolutely adoring doing. You can do this with a landmine, which is basically a barbell hooked, and you can use the barbell here. You can use also a dumbbell, which I think is more universal. I love this exercise because I take my time with it, and it's all about, really to me, lifting as heavy as I possibly can with very controlled reps. So I try to keep my reps lower than maybe I would for split squats, or depending on the movement, but I would say about 10 reps of really controlled and steady, intense reps is what you need. This is the dumbbell sumo squat. I love this exercise so much. I think it's probably one of my favorite exercises that I've been incorporating more and more in my training routine. You can either do it with a superset on its own, or also as a burner right at the end of your workouts. I will go through how you can incorporate exercises in different types of methods, so it makes a bit more sense to you when you're reading a workout program, especially on the Strong program on the Tone and Sculpt app, or whenever anyone is speaking about it, so you're not confused and you know what they're talking about. But before then, let's go into this. The aim of the game with this movement is to have a nice wide stance. You want to keep your core nice and contracted. You're going to sit into the movement just like so, and you're going to place both your hands opposite to one another, so just like that, holding the dumbbell. You're going to sit back into your squat. Did you see that? I'm not like this. I actually sat back into my heels into my squat, bringing the weight up, but you see how my chest is forward. It's not upright, it's forward. I'm gonna come down really slowly, 1, 2, 3. And then when I come back up, I'm gonna squeeze my glutes as I come back up. Your legs will start shaking even from rep 1 because you're taking your time. You're gonna come back down, 1, 2, 3. Squeeze your glutes as you come back up. I think people underestimate when you really slow the movement down and you really pay attention to how the movement is supposed to feel. Instead of coming all the way up, just like so, and then squeezing my glutes, instead of doing that, I've started to squeeze my glutes right at the moment of me coming back up. So as I'm controlling my negatives, my positives, I've already told myself, start squeezing, start squeezing, start squeezing, start contracting, stop. You don't come all the way up, you stop. Then you go back down, controlling your negatives, sitting back onto your heels, coming back up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, squeezing your glutes at all times. That is exercise number 4, the sumo dumbbell squat. Okay. The last exercise, which I know you're gonna love, and I know a lot of you have been trialing it because I actually put it on my Instagram doing this exercise with a barbell, and so many of you tried it and you loved it. This is the single leg deadlift. I love this exercise so much, and every single time I do it, my glutes are literally screaming for help. They're like, what is going on? I wasn't prepared for this. Chrissy, what is going on? And I'm like, chill sis, if you wanna grow, you gotta feel some sort of pain. It's as simple as that. So this is how I do this exercise. And if there's one thing I want you to try from this entire YouTube is this exercise. And I'm actually going to incorporate this into a new program. Have a good day. I'm gonna actually incorporate this exercise in a brand new program launching on the Tony Sculpt app and go back to the Strong program and start incorporating this into our hamstring and glute workouts because I love it that much. Here's what you're gonna be doing. Your stance needs to be 1 foot forward and 1 bent. The one that is bent is the one that is not working. The one that is forward and has more straightness to it is the one that you are going to be working. So the one that is bent, you're not gonna hold the dumbbell close to this leg. You're gonna hold the dumbbell close to the leg that's in front of you. You're gonna isolate this hamstring completely by bending this leg. You're gonna come back up. You're never gonna over hyperextend. You're gonna control each rep. Oh my gosh, I already feel it. And then you're gonna pull it back up. Imagine your arms should really be like cooked spaghetti. It should really be loose because the whole pulling range should come from your leg. Like you're pulling the weight up with your glutes, your leg, and even a little bit of your lower back, of course. You don't want to be pulling the weight with your upper body. So keep it as loose as you possibly can, keeping that core nice and contract to keep your back straight and pulling that weight with your hamstring, your leg, your glutes, everything. I love this exercise so much, guys. Before this video ends, I just want to explain something really briefly that may have caused a lot of confusion to some of you. Now, progressive overload, like I said, is a number of different things. It's not just adding more weight to your training exercises and the exercises you've been doing. It's also intensity, volume. It's also maybe spending a bit longer in the gym. It's different types of progression. So like I said, with the dumbbell sumo squat, you can do that exercise as a standalone. And the way I would do that as a standalone is by ensuring that the weight is difficult for me to try and achieve the reps that I've allocated myself. So for example, if I'm doing 10 reps, I need to be getting to 8 reps and be pushing for 2 more. If I'm getting to 10 reps and it's too easy and I'm going for 15 reps, then that indicates that the weight is way too light. So always remember that. But if I wanted to incorporate it as a superset, I would potentially reduce that weight to about 60% of my capability and incorporate a higher rep range and also incorporate it with another exercise. A superset are 2 exercises combined together that you perform one after the other with little to no rest. That progressive overload is called intensity. Or you can do it right at the end of your workouts like a burner. Now here I would reduce my weight to about 40% and do 15 to 20 reps. This is now called progressive overload in volume. There's a different varieties of ways you can train with your favorite exercises. I hope that helped. Let me know in the comments below. Okay guys, so there you have it. My reviewed current 5 top booty and hamstring exercises that I absolutely adore and love, and I want you to try. And I hope these tips and tricks helps you along the way. If there's one thing I want you to take from my YouTube videos, is to leave knowing reassured and knowing that you're doing the best that you can, and also learning something new, because every single day is a brand new opportunity for you to learn. So please always take that from my YouTube videos. And if you want a gym-based program and you don't know where to start, I strongly recommend to download the Tony Sculpt app. The link is down below in my bio. The reason I'm telling you to do it is because it's 14 days free. You literally have nothing to lose and so much to gain. Go on the Strong program. Whether you're beginner, intermediate, advanced, or expert, I have something for you. It's gonna change your life just like it has to all these women. I love you always and forever, and thank you always for watching my YouTube videos, and leave a thumbs up if you enjoyed.
Okay, what's going on, guys, and welcome to our first leg day of the Ultimate Push-Pull Leg series. In this video, we're doing 6 lower body exercises that target the quads, hamstrings, glutes, and calves, and then we're finishing things off with 1 exercise for the abs. All right, so as usual, we're starting with a quick general warm-up. This is especially important on leg day because it's literally half your body. So I'll do a solid 5 to 10 minutes on the treadmill or Stairmaster, and then go through a quick series of dynamic stretches that I'll put up here on the screen. It looks like more than it is. It usually only takes me about 2 minutes tops. From there, we're jumping into just 1 heavy set of 2 to 4 reps on the squat. Remember, in this push-pull legs routine, we're using a minimalistic approach to strength and an optimization approach to hypertrophy. So for the squat, bench press, and deadlift, we're just doing 1 hard set per week. That's it. And then we'll do 2 back-off sets with some variation for each lift. So here I'll do a pyramid warm-up in weight across 4 or 5 warm-up sets, as you can see here on the screen, until I get to my working weight, which will be something in the range of 85 to 90% of my 1 rep max for 2 to 4 reps. So let's say your 1 rep max is 405 pounds. You'd want to choose a weight around 345 pounds to 365 pounds for your top set of 2 to 4 reps. This shouldn't be an RPE 10 max effort set, but it should be something around an RPE of 8 or 9. So you don't want to be leaving more than 1 or 2 reps in the tank. And remember, we're only doing 1 set, so it does need to be challenging. Now, if you're someone who only cares about building muscle and couldn't care less about strength, or if you can't squat or simply don't want to squat, you can replace the squat work with hack squats as a first substitution option, or Bulgarian split squats as a second option. In either case, to make it a bit more hypertrophy focused, you can just boost the rep range to 4 to 6 reps instead of 2 to 4 reps and keep everything else the same. After the heavy top set, we're doing 2 back-off sets for 5 reps on the paused squat, where we'll be pausing for about 1 to 2 seconds in the hole on each rep. For these, you'll want to drop the weight back to about 75% of what you did for your heavy top set. So let's say you did 365 pounds for your top set, you do around 275 pounds for your paused squats for 5 reps. For these, you want to take in a big breath at the top and then sit back and down between your legs, keeping your breath held as you pause for 1 to 2 seconds and then explode up out of the hole with as much explosive force as possible. As you explode up, try to keep in mind that the bar should travel in as close to a straight line as possible, centered over the middle of your foot. And in general, I like pause squats because doing 5 paused reps is a lot harder than doing 5 normal reps. That's because when you pause, you lose any stored elastic energy in your tendons, which forces your quads and glutes to overcome the load from a dead stop. And because they're so much harder, this means you're forced to use lighter weights, which means you can get the same hypertrophic stimulus with lighter loads and less overall joint and body stress. Pausing also helps ensure that you're reaching proper depth on each and every rep and can help ingrain good technique habits for any heavier sets you do as well. Okay, after squats, we're moving on to 3 sets of 8 to 10 reps on the barbell Romanian deadlift. Just a quick technique recap here. You want to lift the barbell off the rack, take 2 or 3 steps back, push your hips back as the weight drops down, and then reverse the motion once the bar gets somewhere between just below knee level and mid shin level, or at least before your lower back starts to round. Then you should reverse the motion by lifting your chest up and thrusting your hips forward. A little knee bend is fine, but you should try to keep a more or less vertical shin angle, keeping the bar in tight and centered over the middle of your foot. Now, there are two common concerns I hear about RDLs. The first is that some people say they only feel it in their lower back, not in their hamstrings. And if this applies to you, the first thing I do is make sure that you're not letting the barbell drift forward away from your legs. This can cause the low back to take over in order to pull the bar back in. Remember that the bar should be moving straight up and straight down. I also find that wearing a belt can help with this issue. Even though EMG data shows that overall, wearing a belt shouldn't substantially reduce lower back muscle activity, I do find it helps me to direct more attention to my hamstrings and reduces that uncomfortable lower back pump that you can sometimes feel with RDLs. Now, obviously, the spinal erectors have to contract on RDLs to prevent you from just curling over, so it's impossible to completely take the lower back out, but you can shift the emphasis to the hamstrings a bit more with those two tips. Another common question I get is how to target the hamstrings more versus the glutes more with RDLs. This one's pretty simple. If you want to target your glutes more, think about squeezing your glutes to move the weight, and then you can optionally squeeze your glutes together at the top of the lift. That glute squeeze, honestly, probably isn't doing a whole lot on its own, but can help some people sort of find the muscle better. With this cue, you can almost think of the lift more like a vertical hip thrust. On the other hand, if you want to make it more hamstring dominant, I would just completely cut out the top 10 to 25% of the lift. This will keep more of the emphasis on the hamstring stretch in the bottom half, and you can even add a little pause at the bottom to accentuate the stretch further. All right, so after that, we're moving on to 2 sets of 10 reps per leg on the dumbbell walking lunge. So that's 20 total strides per set. For this one, I figured I'd highlight 3 things that you should avoid when doing walking lunges. First, avoid cutting your depth short. Notice that on each and every rep, my knee softly makes contact with the floor. It's very common for people to start limiting their depth toward the end of the set once the reps start getting really hard, but it's a lot better to be more consistent with your reps rather than just aiming for an arbitrary rep count while cutting many of those reps short. Now, if you're afraid of hurting your knees on the floor, you may be making the second mistake on my list, which is free falling on the negative. A lot of people try to rush through their lunges because they are a fairly gruesome exercise, but despite that, you should think of them like you should any other hypertrophy-focused movement where you're actively controlling and resisting the negative. If you're letting gravity take over on the negative, then you're missing out on the most important aspect of the lift. So take your time and be intentional with every rep you do. And the third thing to avoid is letting your grip strength limit the load that you can use. A lot of people go way too light on walking lunges. They end their set once they feel fatigued, but don't actually approach muscular failure. One of the main reasons for this is that they just pick up some relatively light dumbbells that they can grip easily. But we're not trying to train our forearms here. So if your grip is a limiting factor, I definitely recommend strapping in and using some dumbbells that'll actually get your legs close to failure by the end of the set. Okay, after that, we're moving on to 3 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the seated leg curl. Another couple quick tips here. First, remember that there was a study published in 2021 which found that seated leg curls led to about 56% more muscle growth than lying leg curls across a 12-week training study. And the most likely reason for this is that the seated leg curl was challenging the hamstrings in a more lengthened position than the lying leg curl. In other words, you can load the hamstrings with more stretch when you're seated than when you're lying. However, if you set the seat too far back, you actually lose a lot of that stretch. So you want to make sure that your torso is positioned far enough forward on the machine that you feel a solid stretch in your hamstrings before you start the set. If you don't feel any stretch in your hamstrings in the starting position, you may not have the seat up far enough, or you may want to lean forward over the machine a bit until you feel that tug of passive tension in your hamstrings. Also, remember that the hamstrings cross both the hip joint and the knee joint, so pointing the toes in or out by rotating the legs at the hip does seem to impact which area of the hamstrings is emphasized. At least EMG evidence shows that the inner hamstrings activate more when the toes are pointed in, and the outer hamstrings activate more when the toes are pointed out. So for this one, you can think of pointing your toes in the direction of the region you're trying to emphasize. Point them out for the outer hamstrings and point them in for the inner hamstrings. Of course, because EMG readings have never been formally validated as being predictive of long-term hypertrophy outcomes, you should think of this suggestion as just something to play around with rather than a proven fact. But since we're doing 3 sets here anyway, why not point the toes slightly out for the first set, slightly in for the second set, and then straight ahead for the third set? Of course, if you feel your hamstrings working much better with one toe position over the others, I'd simply roll with that one. And if either position feels awkward or uncomfortable for you, there's no reason that you have to do it, but assuming they all feel fine to you, why not switch it up from set to set for some variety? Okay, up next we're doing 4 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the leg press toe press. And I like doing this movement for the calves because after a high volume leg day like this one, you can just sit down and give your back and your hips a little break while you focus entirely on the calves. Now, similar to the leg curl, pointing your toes in different directions can impact which region of the calves are emphasized, except unlike with the leg curl, we can say this with much more confidence for the calves because we actually have a long-term training study that measured muscle growth directly. This is a figure from a 2020 study that had 22 subjects train their calves for 9 weeks with either their feet pointed out, feet pointed in, or feet pointed straight ahead. And as you can see in the figure, pointing the toes out grew the medial or inside part of the calves better, while pointing the toes in grew the lateral or outside part of the calves better. And pointing them straight ahead grew both the inside and the outside pretty evenly. So this tells us that if you're trying to grow the outer calves a bit more, you should consider pointing your toes in. If you're trying to grow the inner calves a bit more, maybe so they're more visible from the front, you should try pointing your toes out. And since we're doing 4 sets here, we might as well experiment with the different positions. So I'd suggest pointing them out for set 1, pointing them in for set 2, and then pointing them straight ahead for set 3 and 4. Or again, similar to the leg curl, if either position feels particularly awkward for you or significantly limits the amount of load you can use, I'd just go with the position that you feel strongest and most comfortable with. And then to finish off the workout, we're doing 3 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the decline plate crunch. I find that direct ab work doesn't fit perfectly into either the push, pull, or leg day, but I tend to put ab work on my leg days just because most ab work will also work the hip flexors, which will be nice and warmed up after all that leg work. So for this one, you want to hold a plate to your chest and focus on squeezing your abs together. Don't just hinge at your hips, that'll mostly target the hip flexors. Instead, allow your lower back to round as you squeeze your 6-pack together. And over time, you should be keeping track of the weights you're using and the number of reps you're hitting while aiming to add either some weight or a rep from session to session. This will ensure that you're actually progressively overloading your abs and triggering their development. And just a few overloading sets like this will do a whole lot more for increasing that pop factor on your midsection than pretty much any amount of cardio-style ab circuits will, and in a fraction of the time. Okay, so after this leg day, we've got the first half of the full week of training completed, and I'll be covering the remaining 3 workouts in 3 upcoming videos here on the channel. But if you'd like to have the full 12 weeks of training all in one place right away, you can pick up the full Ultimate Push-Pull Legs Hypertrophy System over on jeffnipper.com. The program comes with a full ebook explaining all the methods used in the program, an Excel spreadsheet, a library full of exercise demos from me, coaching cues for every exercise, and plenty more. It also comes in a 4-day, 5-day, and 6-day per week version, so you can still run the program even if you don't have 6 days per week available to train. So I'll leave a little more info about that in the description box down below. And that's it for this one, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to leave me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
Okay, so today we're going to talk all about the booty, the gluteus maximus. Whatever you want to call it, that's what we're going to be talking about. Now, your girl knows a thing or two about growing her glutes. As you can see here, this is my cheeky transformation. It's taken me 2 years to grow my glutes and to know what techniques and what exercises work for me. Now, everybody is different, so you can try some of these, and I recommend trying some of these exercises, but don't be disheartened because every single body is unique. So if you like this video, make sure you give it a thumbs up. And make sure you hit that bell notification on so you don't miss another video with me. So without further ado, let's get into this video and I hope you love it. Okay, bye.
Jumping straight into this video with exercise number 1, and we are doing the queen of all exercises. It's your barbell hip thrust. Now, I know it can be a little bit intimidating just because it's a free weight, but don't you worry, you've got this, and I'm going to give you my best tips. Now, what I want you to do is start with a light to medium weight. When you are bringing your feet towards your body, I want you to externally rotate your feet outwards. Make sure that you use some form of cushion to padding to protect your hips and bone area. When thrusting the weight up, as you can note here, my chin is nice and tucked into my body. This is what you want at all times, and try and look forward, it really helps. Make sure that your core is tight and engaged. And when you're thrusting the weight up, scoop your tailbone into your body at all times. Contract your glutes at the top before releasing the weight back down. I want you to do about 8 reps, 8 to 10 reps, and 4 to 5 sets. I do this 2 times a week, and trust me, oh my God, you will feel it. But up the weight, don't be afraid to up the weight. The second exercise we're jumping into is a sumo deadlift, by far one of my favorite types of deadlifts. The reason being is your feet are externally rotated, and similar to your hip thrust, the reason why we're externally rotating our feet outwards is you will feel a greater contraction in your glutes. The way you hold onto the bar is completely down to preference. I like to have one hand overhand, the other pronated, and this is so much more comfortable for me, but you can honestly have both overhand. What I want you to know is my head is following the direction of my spine, and I'm keeping everything very neutral and also very stiff. The reason being is I want to have all the pulling motion through my hamstring and my glutes and not my lower back. By allowing my neck to be neutral and follow the direction of my spine, it will cause less strain, and this is exactly what we want to avoid. I'm pulling everything through my gluteus maximus to get the optimum contraction in my glutes. The third exercise we're jumping into is a stiff leg deadlift. Now I've added a little bit of elevation. Now this is optional, but for me, because I am a shorty, hey shorty, hey, and because your girl is a little bit more flexible than she used to be, she needs a little bit more of an elevation to reach a deeper depth and motion when it comes to a stiff leg deadlift. Now as you can see here, I'm keeping my chest nice and high, shoulders are retracted, my abs are tight, and knees are slightly bent. You want to avoid your knees being completely locked out. The reason being is you could cause a lot of strain in your lower back. So if you ever find yourself performing any type of deadlift and you're feeling it tremendously in your lower back, two things you can do. One, lower the weight and practice on your form. And two, avoid your knees from locking out. Trust me, this will make a significant difference to how you feel your deadlifts. The reason why I'm incorporating deadlifts is because they're stretches, and stretches are a phenomenal way to really target those hamstring and glutes. Okay. I know you're secretly hating me so much for adding this exercise into this video, but let me tell you something real quick. It wasn't until your girl started adding split squats into her routine that her legs and her glutes, okay, I was like, hi, hello, where have you been for the last 2 years? But honestly, they are such an amazing exercise. As you can see here, I'm using a barbell, and also note, I'm not locking my knees out completely. I'm keeping a constant tension. You want to push through your heel as well. Keep your back nice and straight, core tight. And you know what? You don't have to use a barbell. You can always use dumbbells. It's a great alternative for someone who doesn't have a lot of balance, and it's an amazing way to build up strength and core strength as well as balance. So there's always great alternatives that you can try. You don't have to go crazy like me and use a barbell. Moving on to weighted bridges. Now, as you can see here, I've placed my heels close together, and yet again, my feet are externally rotated. Now, I absolutely love incorporating bridges into my glute routine. The reason being is I can feel this so much at the top of my glutes. You know that little shelf bit? You know that shelf that we all want to create secretly? That's what I'm talking about. I feel that so much. I'm trying to keep my chin nice and tucked in, my tailbone scooped into my body, and also I'm pumping these out. I'm not bringing my glutes completely down. I'm keeping them up in the air and pumping them out. You can get about 20 reps of these done, and you will feel it so much in your glutes. Trust me, this exercise is such a good burner, and you can incorporate it as a superset or even at the end of your workouts. It's just amazing. You know, I have this love-hate relationship with walking lunges. The reason being is because honestly, I'm always contemplating whether I should be doing this workout when I'm performing a walking lunge. But it's just done wonders for my legs. Yes, you will feel it in your quads. Your quads are definitely active when you're doing any type of walking lunge, but you are also going to feel it in your glutes as well.
You want to keep your core nice and tight and back straight. Push through your heel as well, and don't completely lock out your knee. Try and keep it a little bit soft. Now this is a multi-purpose exercise. You know, you're working your quads, your hamstrings, your glutes, your core, your calves, and because you're walking at the same time, it's an aerobic exercise. So it's a win-win for me. We had to add some form of abduction into this workout video, and the reason being is because you cannot neglect your gluteus medius. And the reason being is because it plays such a fundamental part in the growth, development, and also the overall shape of your glutes. I used to never really do abductions, and honestly, it was a big mistake. So now I definitely incorporate them into my routine. Now you can do machine abductions, or you can do an alternative exercise as I am doing here, which is a bent knee abduction. Oh my god, can I feel these so much. I know it's a bit awkward in the gym, so you can tie a jumper around you if that makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, but honestly, you abduct those legs. Who cares if the world is watching? You're so busy trying to grow and develop those glutes. I'm proud of you. So that is it, you guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. So that was it, guys. I hope you found any of the techniques, tips, tricks, exercises helpful. Utilize it on your next hamstring and booty day, and trust me, you will absolutely love them. Make sure that you're subscribed to this channel and following me on Instagram. Comment down below for any future videos you would like to see. I love you always and forever. Beyond grateful for you. Bye.
Hello and welcome to another video, and the Raw workout series is back. We're at the Gymshark Lifting Club. I'm joined by Ben, aka the UK's biggest and today we're going to be training arms.
Come on, come on.
Left side, left side, left side, let's go. Push.
Come on, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, come on, come on. Right. Well, there's literally not weighed myself this year. What's your estimation?
Considering it's not first thing, I think you're going to be like 90.
I've not eaten anything really.
92.
92. I'd be pretty shocked if I was 92.
Let me just gauge the accuracy of that right there. 88.8. Ben has terrible eyesight, by the way.
Yeah,
so you have to lean down to see what that is.
What does it say for you?
98. I'm 10 kilograms heavier than Ben.
What the hell?
As if, mate. Ben is the worst bulker in the world. He's going to go on a mad bulk, guys.
It's so hard to gain weight.
The only person that goes in the bulk and loses weight.
It's so hard to gain weight. I'm a lot lighter than I expected. I probably need to start eating more food.
Why don't you just eat more food, mate? What are you
I try to. I
you
literally
it's not
do.
True,
I honestly
you
do.
Don't.
Matt, you don't understand. I genuinely exceed 3,000 calories every day without fail.
But that's clearly not enough, so eat more, mate.
Oh, yeah, but I can only eat so much. What do you mean?
Okay, we're in the gym. Workout is going to be an arm workout from the Morsia app. If at any point, by the way, you think, oh, that looks like a sick workout, I want to give it a go, top link in the description, you can grab a free 7-day trial of the app, get a fully customized diet plan, fully customized training plan, go and get involved. Also on a side note, while I'm plugging plugs, Morsia Energy. It has been proven by numerous scientists, if you don't drink Morsia Energy before you go to the gym, you are 74% more likely to get an infectious viral disease.
That's been verified by the World Health
He only started drinking it
Organization.
recently, and that explains a lot.
I'm riddled with disease.
Yeah, in fact, can you get away from me? Okay, let's train.
Oh, the old Eleiko plates. Damn, some fancy stuff.
I don't know if 20 will be enough, because I want to do quite a low. I want to do like no more than 10 reps. Exercise 1 is going to be a weighted dip. So the plan's going to be 3 tricep exercises, 3 bicep exercises. We're going to alternate to get as much recovery as we can. And we're going to start with this because of all the exercises we're doing, this is the most, this is a compound exercise, right? And always, where possible, you want to prioritize your compound movement. This is very heavy. This is very heavy, by the way. I've got 40 kilograms strapped to me. The goal is going to be 4 sets of a lowish rep range, probably like no more than 10 reps. And then as we get through the workout, the rep ranges are going to creep up.
All right, let's go, Matt. That's pretty heavy.
Pretty heavy, mate.
40 kilo dip.
They're deep enough, Ben.
Yeah, you're just about getting parallel. Ooh, nice. Shoulders looking mad there as well. Sick. Nice, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Nice, nicely done. It's really heavy. Yeah, isn't it? That's the heaviest stuff. It's very heavy dips.
There you go, yeah. Tiny bit deeper. And slowly eccentric. Deeper. There you go, yeah. It's too light, Ben. Ben's gone too light.
I did these yesterday. I did them yesterday. I'm like, I don't know.
Too light, mate.
I'm not going for
Next set.
40.
Yes, you are, mate.
40 is extreme.
Train strength. Set 2.
All right, let's go, man. Come on.
Yeah, nice, come on. Control it. There you go. I'm gonna go.
How many was that?
That's 5. I'm gonna go lighter now.
5, okay. 5 to beat.
I'm gonna drop to 30. I want a low rep range, but that's a bit too low. I want to be more like 8 reps. Okay, so this is a compound move, right? Which means that as well as triceps, you're also hitting your front delts and your pecs. Now, to make it, because obviously we're doing this for triceps, so to make it as tricep applicable as possible, you want to go narrow, so like elbows close to your body, and you want to stay nice and upright. The more you start leaning forwards and the wider you go, the more it brings your chest and your front delts into it. Lower. Come on. Come on. Wearing this makes it very hard to spot. / do anything.
Like breathe in between sets.
Last set, so again, I'm going to get Ben to spot me, to give me like an extra kind of half /
So
one
wait,
rep.
so I'm literally grabbing you here, like.
This is probably the most awkward exercise to spot on the planet, aside from like machine abduction, but yeah, Ben's going to try. Disclaimer, don't try and spot a stranger in the gym on this exercise.
No, I think behind you, I'll
go
be
to
able to
prison.
get, because then I can actually give you some assistance. Good. All right, come on. Hey, come on. All right, go. Come on. Good.
Bit deeper. There you go, that's it. Let's go, come on. Come on. You're good? Yeah, you're good. Push, one more. Let's go. Push. One more. So that's the second time it's happened now.
What?
Gym etiquette 101. If someone says one more, you have to do one more. At least attempt to do one more. Play a game, yeah? Count how many times Ben says come on in this video.
Yeah, they're drinking.
You guess it to the person who gets it to the nearest 5 wins the 12-pack of Mortar Energy. Gets a voice note from Ben shouting come on. Okay, exercise 2 is a preacher easy bar curl. Now, there are a few reasons for this. One of the benefits is that you're fixed. So for example, with a standing dumbbell curl, what people will frequently do when they get tired is that they'll do this.
Yeah.
They'll use some like torso swinging, which generates lots of momentum and therefore eliminates some of the bicep engagement. When you're here, because your elbows are pinned into this pad, you physically can't move your upper arm. So like you're completely isolating that movement and it just helps. Yeah, it makes it harder, but in doing so, puts all the focus, emphasis on your biceps. Same as the dips, we're gonna go for 4 sets of a low-ish rep range, somewhere around 8 to 10 reps.
Good. Nice. Come on.
Yeah, control the eccentric. So you almost like pause for a split second at the bar. So you know you've got to. Yeah, nice. Slowly. Nice. Let's go. Nice. Leave a little bit in the tank. There, done. You want to leave a rep in the tank on your at least your first 2 sets. if you go balls out RPE 10 on your first and second sets, you're going to fatigue really quickly, and the total amount of volume you'll get across the 4 sets will be less than if you'd left 1 rep in the tank on the first couple, then you go balls out on set 3 and mainly set 4.
Why do you like saying balls out so much?
Why do you not say balls out? Ben, try and catch his 5. Didn't you catch his 5?
Yeah. That's it.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Good. Come on. Come on, come on.
Again, one of the reasons, I've mentioned before, one of the reasons for doing this type of curl. So here, you'll see that my upper arms are out in front of my body, right? Versus like a standing curl where your arms are here. The reason for doing bicep curls, and same with triceps, in various starting positions is that you essentially manipulate the strength curve. So what that means is you alter what is the hardest part of the rep. So if you do a standing curl, this initial part of the rep is basically non-existent. Gravity's, doing that for me, so that I could do this all day, that's never gonna fatigue. Okay, the hardest part of the rep here is this middle portion of the rep. Okay, that's to do with where your arm, it's 2 things. Firstly, where your arm, where the weight is positioned in terms of gravity, and also the position of your humerus. So here, when I sit up in this way, with the arms in front of me, suddenly the hardest part of the rep is this first part of the rep. I'm taking all of that load immediately. So what it means is if you do exercises with your arms out here, and some with your arms here, and then as we do later on, some with your arms here, you make different parts of the movement harder, and therefore you accentuate different parts of you're hitting both heads of your bicep, irrespective of your starting position. However, you can accentuate certain parts more by manipulating the strength curve, and like I said, setting up with your upper arm in a different starting position. So now this is gonna be our RPE 10 set. I'm gonna go to failure, and Ben's even gonna give me a little bit more. So we're gonna go past mechanical failure.
All right, good. Nice, come on. Good. Come on. Right, last set of these. Come on, nice. Come on.
Yeah, let's go, come on. Yeah, let's go. One more. Control at the bottom. Then bounce it. I'll help you. Yeah. Go. Left side. Let's go.
Yeah,
Exercise 3, second tricep exercise is going to be an overhead cable extension. Now, there are pros and cons, right? Basically, like I said before about manipulating strength curve, you want to do triceps with different starting positions. There was a recent study, right, that seemed to, it basically did say, but it seemed to suggest doing overhead, like cable extensions versus with arms by your side, promoted, I think it was something mad, like 40% increased hypertrophy in about 25 participants. It's obviously a small study, so take it with a pinch of salt. The basic insinuation is that with your arms overhead, obviously your tricep is lengthened, and some people argue that, if a muscle is lengthened at the start of a contraction, it promotes greater hypertrophy.
Yeah, there's evidence to support that.
Yeah, however, I'd say it's not cut and dry. So basically, as is always the case, just if you cover all bases. So if you do some with overhead, and then like I said with dips, we were back here, and in a minute we're going to do some with arms by our sides. If you do that, then you're covering everything, and you're making sure you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. So we're going to go 4 sets. Now the rep range is going to start to creep up.
Are you ready?
Lift 10, ready up to 12. Take some sunglasses, mate. I feel like I'm on a sunbed.
Easy, come on.
So another key thing here, as is pretty much always the case with triceps and biceps, is just to try and isolate elbow flexion. So like bending your elbow is the bit you're trying to focus on. What you don't want to do is let your arms come back and then move them, because then what happens is your lats do a little bit of the movement and your triceps do a little bit less. And obviously this is a tricep exercise. And also if you speak while you're doing a set, it's really hard to count reps.
All right, that's 3.
It's definitely not, mate. There's my elbow flexion.
I feel like an important thing to mention as well is with like arms in general, they're a very small muscle. So like tons of people do an absurdly large amount of weight and they're recruiting tons of fibers that like different parts of their body, like Matt said, their lats or whatever. Fundamentally, you want to isolate the movement. So go lighter and control the lift rather than just going mental and getting like the whole body involved.
There are lots of, you know, the guys that have absolutely enormous biceps, you'll see them using like, small dumbbells and getting volume. Like Ben said there, if you go really heavy with like a standing barbell curl, you can lift a lot more weight, you know, doing this, but like I said, you're not actually getting as much bicep contraction as you would if you were using a much lighter dumbbell and do a really controlled form.
Come on, Matt, come on, come on, come on.
Right, give me a little spot, just to look a little bit.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, come on, go. Last one. Go. Exercise 4 and exercise 2 for biceps is going to be a standing, alternating dumbbell curl. 4 sets, again, slightly higher rep range. And again, in terms of manipulating the strength curve, my upper arms are by my side, which means that the middle part, this part here, is the hardest part of the curl.
So why supinated grip, or why going into?
So your bicep does 2 things basically. Your bicep does this, your bicep does elbow flexion, but it also does a little bit of elbow or forearm supination. So like the act of doing this. If you look at my bicep, as I twist my forearm outwards, you'll see it's kind of contracting, right?
So that's supination, by the way.
Yeah, so by doing this movement, I'm combining elbow flexion and forearm supination. So I'm doing the 2 things that my bicep does in one fell swoop. Right, last set B. Give me a spot in the last couple, please.
All right. Come on. That was fell over.
Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Yeah, the bringing it forward cue is.
Yeah, get more range of this elbow. We're still rolling that one. Yeah. Come on. This is your weaker side, definitely. See the difference? Let's go, come on. Yeah, let's go, come on. Yeah, come on. That side's good. Go on with this side. Yeah. Good luck with this side. Come on, let's go. Yeah. Yeah, nice. See, I reckon that's your I think that's your forearm. I reckon it's this forearm.
Jeez, I feel like quite a lot.
I'll put the dumbbells away, that's cool.
Nice, thanks Matt. Doing his bit.
Okay, final exercise. It's going to be tricep cable push down. Absolute classic bro tricep exercise. So again, in terms of manipulating the strength curve, who said, what's been said more? Ben saying come on, or me saying strength curve? That's
a good test.
Definitely too heavy.
Yeah, 100% me saying come on.
So yeah, in terms of the strength curve here, we're going to be elbows by sides, which again just manipulates the point in the movement at which it's hardest. So now we're going to go for a fairly high rep range, so up towards kind of 14-ish.
You're going to see how Matt's torso is completely fixed throughout the whole range of movement. Super frequent to see people almost like ab crunching on this movement. Very frequent. Easy. Come on.
Another little thing you can do for a drop set. So here, my hands are apart. As soon as I push my hands together, I can get another couple of reps out because it takes out some of the stabilization. It's too heavy. It's too heavy. The second it gets too heavy, you can tell because then kind of starts.
Yeah.
Also, you want to create elbow flexion without moving your upper arm. So like the starting point is here. You don't want to, obviously doing this, coming up to there, you don't get any more elbow bend. All you do is just start using your lats to pull the weight down.
Good, good. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on.
Dumbbells, free weights generally are good. The advantage of cables is that you get the entire movement resisted. So going back to like an arm curl, you're standing here, this part of the movement, it's easy. There's no work required, there's no resistance. And then this part of the movement, this part, you're gonna use that, I'm not gonna use it. And then this part of the movement, the same thing, it's like there's no resistance, it's really easy. With a cable, because you've got a stack that you're literally holding the whole time, it doesn't matter where you are in the movement, the whole thing, there's still resistance there the whole time. So it just means rather than getting little kind of dull spots in that strength curve, the whole thing is resisted.
Got it. Okay.
Fab, do you like bleeping out swear words? do you like bleeping out swear words? Right, let's go, come on, let's go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. Right, now do some cheek ones. Push them together, there you go, yeah, go. One last one. Yeah, let's go, 2 more. Let's go, last one. Push, push, push. Final exercise, and final bicep exercise by definition, is going to be an incline dumbbell curl. The same as the cable pushdowns, we're going to go 4 sets, and we're going to go for a high rep range, because it's the last exercise, so we can go balls out.
How many reps is a high rep range?
Like above 12 and above. The reason for doing them on an incline here is that you'll notice my starting position, my upper arm is now behind my body. So again, manipulating the strength curve. Another benefit or potential benefit of that, so your bicep has 2 heads. The long head goes up over your shoulder. So by starting here, I'm starting with my long head in an elongated position, which means it can kind of accentuate the head a little bit more. And the long head of your bicep is your bicep peak. So again, it's not like set in stone, and it may be a little bit bro-ish, but basically, if your focus is on getting a better bicep peak, then there are arguments to be had that incline dumbbell curls are a good thing to do. That looks really juicy.
Says just sprinting around in the background.
Pass in the background, so it's doing a hip work.
Says supersetting the extensions. All right, come on.
Well, that was a sketchy form. We're going to go a little bit lighter because otherwise Ben's going to do more of those, like whatever the that was.
All right, last set. Come on.
Yeah, one more.
Come on. Straddled.
I'll help. Elbows in. Come on, let's go. Elbows in, elbows in. Yeah! That's going to be the beginning of the outro. Arm workout done. I can see my nose smudge is still on the camera, by the way. Arm workout done. It was, wow, what the hell, mate? It was a good one. Very rarely train arms in isolation just because it's hard to make that fit within a week because obviously you're hitting arms in back and in chest.
Yeah, we do a push-pull split, so it's not really...
push-pull legs. But on occasion, it's nice to do it. You obviously get a disgusting, juicy arm pump. Your arms look absolutely massive, particularly when you go to the edge of the frame and Fab frames it perfectly and you look huge.
Right, it's raining. Let's...
Ben, thoughts?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good. Like I said, I'd never really do arms ever, but it is nice that you say to get the simultaneous bicep.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
You never get
a bicep and tricep pump concurrently. It makes your arms feel, and they look, they're just massive, so it's a pretty nice feeling. Again, reminder, the workout was from the Morsa app. We have hundreds of incredible workouts, hundreds of customized training programs built for you. We will get you in the best shape of your entire life. So top link in the description. You can try the app for free for 7 days. Go and get involved. That is the video done. If you enjoyed it, drop it a thumbs up. Suggestions for the next workout, what should we do? Let me know in the comments. What the hell has Ben doing? Oh, that was actually quite impressive. Subscribe if you're new. I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, quick grip off, Matt. Quick
Right, I'm literally leaving now.
What can I say? So it is a raw workout, to be fair.
Someone explained to me, whenever I have a ponytail, my forehead is just shining so bright and so big. It's like, forehead. Anyway, guys, welcome back. I have such an exciting video for you guys. It's a collaboration on this channel. I think is this my first collaboration? Oh my God, I'm not sure, is it? Anyway, so Zach came down from Australia to London for a shoot that he had going on, and then he was kind enough to come with Hayfi, his cameraman, to not only get a sweaty leg and booty session with your girl, but to also learn a thing or two about the glutes. So ladies, I want you to go grab your man or grab a man, and I want you to take them through this intense leg and glute workout. This video is packed with lots of tips and lots of tricks, and I know it will truly help you. So make sure that you stay tuned. Hit that thumbs up button, and Zach's socials are all listed in the description below, so make sure you go check those out and support him as well. So without further ado, let's get into this video, and the workout will also be listed in the description box. Let's go. It's Zach, everyone. Zach's flown all the way from Australia to see me.
Just for this workout.
Just for this workout.
I need to train my legs, so I flew all the way from Australia just to train legs.
How many of you, seriously, how many of you have boyfriends and they don't train their glutes, they just refuse to train their legs, they have these chicken legs?
Don't look at me when you say chicken.
So I want you to take them through this workout. So I'm gonna take this guy through a killer booty workout. It's gonna be fun, it's gonna be interesting. The whole workout will be in the description below, so make sure you screenshot that, take it to the gym with you. Okay, bye. Barbell squats, 11 reps, 3 sets. Just to fire up those legs, get our bodies moving, blood flowing. So Zach's on his second set right now. We're already dying, to be honest. So currently I have 60 kg, 12 reps. That's like a sweet spot. I'm struggling a little bit at 10 reps, but you're pushing it to 12. If you get to 12 and it's so easy, you gotta up the weight. You're doing something wrong. Got it.
12 again?
Yep.
Smash it.
Honestly, for glute impact and growth, sumo deadlifts are probably the best types of deadlifts you're going to do. Conventional are great for your lower back, and so are stiff leg deadlifts. For sumos, it's like really going to hit that sweet spot in your glutes. So, you ready?
I'm ready, yeah. Show me how it's done. I'm having one of those days where this always gets me on legs. My head's about to explode. See how fucking red this is? It's like pressure, so this is going to be like tenfold. Just a warning, guys. In case you're like, what is that big tomato doing in the gym? You actually looked at, where's the tomato?
I was like, did you say Ricky Martin?
Huh?
What did you say?
I said, where's that tomato doing in the gym?
Oh, I thought you said, what's Ricky Martin doing in the gym? I was like, Ricky Martin? So we're going to move on to our second compound movement, and this is a sumo deadlift. Now, as you guys know, I normally love stiff leg just because my hamstrings feel it so much more, but we're...
Your hands are so wide, it looks so weird. Continue though, you just painted the house, keep going.
But instead we're going to go for sumo. Amazing for your glutes. If you want to grow your glutes, incorporate this into your routine. Trust me. So what we're going to do is one underhand and one overhand. You can alternate, but I don't because I forget, but you should. And your stance, externally rotate your feet outwards always. Your quads should almost be popping out. Breathe in, chest up. When you're bringing yourself back down, retract your shoulders back and lift. Now when you come back down, you don't want to just drop the weight. That's essentially a squat. So what you want to do is, you bring the weight up, you want to lean forward almost.
Good?
10 reps.
10, okay. Is this your working weight?
I can go heavier.
Okay. What's the heaviest you've gone with these?
25 on each side.
How's this opposed pointed?
Perfect. Are you comfortable? Is it too wide?
No, that feels okay.
Cool. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Up. Good. Good. I'm watching, yeah? I'm watching, I'll tell you. Yeah, good form. Try not to look at yourself.
Have you seen me? It's so hard.
No, neutral.
Yeah.
Look down.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Forward. Up. And pull your chest up with it. Good shit. One more time. That's it. That's good.
Those hips.
Go heavier, let's go heavier. Add a bit, add 5 kg more. Don't go too crazy.
What's this?
This is 15, 20, 30, 60, 70, 80, 90. You go up to 90. That's it. Good, good, good. How many did you do?
10?
Mate, this is too light for you.
When are we doing 12?
I've been doing 10.
Okay, one more.
One more then. Good stuff. We're going to do hip thrusts. So we're going to get all the heavy stuff done first, and then we're going to go into accessories. When it comes to hip thrust, the biggest mistake people make is the bench is too high, right?
That's why I found it awkward when I've set it up in the past.
Yeah.
Setup's really awkward.
Because it's just like, I'm short, so I'm 5'3", right? So my bench needs to be perfect for me. The reason being is if it's too high, you'll get way too much momentum.
Yeah, okay.
If it's too low, you won't get range of motion.
Yeah.
So you need to hit that sweet spot. Like it has to be perfect.
So those are probably too high then?
These are way too high for me. But if you're like, I think if you're 5'8" and above, that would be like perfect.
Ooh, we don't make the cut. 5'7".
So when you grab the bench, right, majority of benches have, you know, put it down.
Yeah.
So when you put it down, people think, oh, that's not enough room to put your shoulder blades on, right? It's more than enough room.
Have you seen this fucking back? I'm joking.
Fucking hell, Sag, okay. But, right, so basically, right now I can feel the bench just by my scapulars, right there. That's exactly where you want it to be positioned.
Okay.
So when I do that, it's right there. So then, when I thrust up, I'm not like over here, and I'm not like just this.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Got it? Come and test it. So, that's that's like perfect for me.
Yeah.
Externally rotated outwards when it comes to hip thrust. Reason being is you'll target your glutes so much more. If they're just forward, it could be a bit uncomfortable, your knees can cave in, it's just a mess. So just have them externally rotated, focus on that mind to muscle connection with your glutes, padding to protect yourself. Also, if you add an extra mat underneath, it will protect your hip bones way more. When you bring the weight up, you can help yourself up by just pushing. There we go. Get it comfortable. Chin tucked in. Thrust up.
It's a good like 2-second hold at the top there.
So, key things to remember when you're doing a hip thrust. The height of the bench is fundamental. If it's too high, your form will just be all over the place, you won't feel sturdy. If it's too low, you won't have any range of motion. So what we did for Zach was we started with 18 inches of height of a bench. It was just way too high. So by reducing it those 3 inches, it made such a big difference. Remember to always scoop your tailbone into your body, which means that your glutes will be contracted way more. Externally rotate your feet outwards, it means you will hit your glutes more. And always remember, keep your chin nice and tucked into your body. Your core stabilized at all times and look forward. They are key, and there's so many people that struggle with hip thrust because it's just a very awkward movement. But if you implement the things that I just gave you, it will just...
That made a huge difference.
Huge difference.
First step was like the most awkward exercise
Yeah.
I've ever done. I'm like, this is the worst. But then that bench, I think it was, made the difference.
It's the height.
And also, when you say scoop your tailbone, it's like, I visualize moving it that way.
Yeah,
Like
so,
as I'm thrusting, like pushing it forward, right?
So with your tailbone, I know so imagine you're here, right? You're hip thrusting up, you want to scoop it in. I know it sounds really weird.
Yeah.
It's like an ice cream scooper, you know when you're scooping it.
Do you mean like, as in moving forward? As if you're like, you're thrusting forward?
Let me show you, right? So, essentially, if I was not to scoop it, I would just be coming up.
Yeah.
But if you're scooping it, you're...
Moving this way, right? Forward, like...
Yeah, and like, rock hard. Your glute is rock hard. And also your core is tight.
Yes.
When you're dropping...
Yeah, that made a huge difference.
Yeah.
Your ice cream scooper.
Ice cream scooper. So we're gonna add a bit more weight on because Zach just completely...
I bitched it.
Like men and leg days, well, men and glute days. I don't wanna...
That's not a thing.
Yeah.
Most men don't have glute days.
And I really think they should.
They should.
It's really good for you. You become more proportionate, you become stronger, and the thing is, your glutes are one of the biggest parts of your body, really.
Yeah.
And especially if you're someone who has a 9-to-5 job, just a stationary job, not moving around too much, you need to incorporate some form of glute exercises into your regime. Even if it's just no weights, just body weights, it will make such a difference. Right, so let's add a bit more weight.
Same as before?
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm just gonna add another 10 kg.
Okay.
And I'm good with that. I think we should stick to that, both of us.
Okay.
Okay, now that you've perfected your form, let's get into a working set.
Yeah.
Good, good, good. That's it, your core is super tight. That's it. Come on, come on.
How many did you get?
How many are you doing?
About 10.
Do 2 more. That's it, good stuff. Good stuff, very
Never
nice.
felt that before.
Very nice.
Ooh.
And now you know what girls go through.
That's really good. I like that.
Now we're moving on to accessories. So as well as compound movements, heavy movements, we're also incorporating some accessory movements just to give our glutes that good pump and burnout. Cable kickbacks are amazing. However, a lot of people feel it in their lower backs too much, and it can be a very strenuous, it can feel really awkward. So what I want you to do is keep your back nice and straight. Leaning over like so. Kick your leg back. It's all top of your glute. A little bit of back, but not too much. See how my back is nice and flat?
Yeah, you're not overarching it as well. See a lot of them doing that.
Never overarch. And also a lot of girls do kickbacks like this. Right? First things first, you're not getting your full range of motion. You're not contracting the top of your glutes as much as you should be. And also your back is going to be so sore, like not a good sore, a painful sore. So by having your back completely flat, you're avoiding any type of injury possible, unless you pull a hamstring. Don't
Avoiding every type of injury possible. That's such a bold statement.
I know, don't quote me on that. Don't sue me.
What if a piece of equipment falls on your head?
Mate, sue your gym. Sue your gym.
Well, I'd be suing you because you said you can avoid everything. How many reps?
12 reps. 12 to 15 reps, just because we're doing it super light.
Now, I was just saying, I've never seen another male do this in a gym, ever.
Maybe you'll be the first one.
I will be the first. I'm going to pioneer it. I'm going to call it a kick zack. Yeah, we're going to do kick zacks. Important, we've got the strap-ons as well for the feet. They're called ankle strap-ons. I think that's a technical term. But
What I want you to do actually is bring this leg forward. That's it. And now, there we go.
Oh,
There we go.
so much worse.
Oh, okay.
In a good way.
Why are you letting that fall? Hold it there, now kick back. Keep that constant tension. There you go.
it's perfect music. No, Zach, how are you feeling?
Actually, feeling the burn hard. It's really good exercise.
Hey, we're recording each other. Hey, hey.
Hey, record my peach, Havey. Come on.
Oh my God, you're actually struggling.
I'm struggling hard.
How many reps are you doing?
All of them.
When it comes to any type of accessory workouts, I don't like to do too many sets. It's more about rep range. So with the reps, I'm doing about 15 reps kickback on each leg. We're doing 2 sets. We're gonna do 2 accessories, cable kickbacks, cable pull throughs. Both of them 15 reps, 2 sets, just to completely burn our glutes out. And that will be the end of this workout. Honestly, it's killer. He is dying, and a little bit of me is kind of like happy he's dying, because that means the workout was good. But you know, okay, bye. Last exercise, pull throughs, cable pull throughs. You wanna grab a rope? Bring the rope between your legs. Walk out. Stiff leg. how slow that was?
Yeah.
Slow, slow, slow. Back straight. Pull all the way back.
Are you trying to fold yourself in half? You're actually going to make origami out of your body. Make a perfect fold. Pretzel yourself. That's heavy.
Come on, it's not heavy.
It's heavy. Yeah?
Yeah, that's cool. Back straight. See, you can keep going, I'm telling you.
I can't go any further than
Yeah,
that.
all right, you're going way too deep, man.
Oh, that's too much.
Go up.
That's full pretzel.
Go on, up. Yeah, but now you gotta squeeze your glutes.
I don't have any. Is that okay?
Yeah, go up. Feels good though, huh? Cable pull-throughs are amazing for your hamstrings. The stretch that you will get is unreal. So if you really struggle to find that connection in your hamstrings, just try this movement. Keep your back straight, lower the weight, 15 reps, pull with your hamstrings, bring the weight up before releasing back down. Make sure your negatives are controlled and your positives are spot on.
That felt good. Are we doing 2 sets of this?
Yeah.
All 3?
Music!
I'm waiting for the build up. It's like something that's going to happen. What's going to happen at the end of this? Is she going to become a full pretzel?
Fuck's sake.
Done. We did it. We survived the glute workout. Just recapping. Saying I'm happy with it.
So,
I feel good.
but I feel like you could do more though.
I don't know. Maybe, but I'm going to be very sore from this.
Right.
Next time,
Yeah.
I will probably do more. What would you suggest? Add another exercise or more sets?
I think you could definitely add an extra set on each accessory.
Yep.
Do one more accessory, and you could even just smash it out by incorporating one more compound movement.
Okay, that's.
But the thing is, it's like, it depends how many leg days you have.
Well, that's the thing. I would rather add in this, like what we did today, and then hit quads again in another 3-4
Yeah,
days.
for sure.
That's what I think I'm going to do.
Yeah, because I personally train upper body 3 times and lower body 3 times. And also training your upper body, you're just gonna give yourself all that strength that you need to lift heavier in movements such as sumo deadlift,
For
stiff
sure.
leg. Because you're working with your forearms, you're working with your arms.
And back and everything too, yeah.
If you don't have that upper body strength, that I literally, the one thing that I always say to every single client that I have is, if you do not train your upper body, it's just you're not going to get that proportionate physique, that frame that you deserve to have, because you're so focused on growing just one part of your body, which shouldn't be the case. So yeah.
That's good advice. It's interesting.
Thanks. Tennis golf.
Anyway, so what did you think of the workout? As you saw, Zach was struggling for dear life, but he did amazing. I think that absolutely anyone in the world can train glutes, and they can train glutes properly. And I think it's so important because it's such a large muscle in the body, so you definitely need to be proportionate, balanced, and take care of every single muscle in your body equally and effectively. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure that you are subscribed to this channel and following your girl on Instagram. Comment down below for what you thought, and also let me know who your workout buddy is, and let me know whether you're going to take them to the gym to give this killer workout a go. I love you always and forever. You guys are my familia. Bye.
Me and Sasha like to do this new thing where we walk into the YouTube video and act very candid. But anyways, hey everyone, it's your girl Chrissy here, and I'm back with another YouTube video. Today's YouTube video is going to discuss 5 must-do back exercises. So if you find this video useful, please do leave a thumbs up, as it goes a long way and it supports this channel and it inspires me to continue to produce even more incredible content for you to help you along your fitness journey. But if you love this YouTube video, you're also gonna love this video right here, my 5 must-do lower body exercises to build those glutes and hamstrings. So without further ado, let's get into exercise number 1. Now there's a few different ways that you can train your back. So we're gonna go through everything together and I'm gonna make it so simple like I always do. And by the end of this video, you're gonna walk into a gym and you're gonna know exactly why you're training that way and exactly what you're training. So you can train your back horizontally and also vertically. There's completely different ways to train it. And that's why with my Strong program on the Tone and Sculpt app, you have different variations so you hit different areas of your back. So the whole bodybuilder concept and the bodybuilder world is everyone's always striving for that X-frame. The X-frame is where you have that nice big wide back, which gives you the illusion of a tiny little waist and then those big juicy thighs. Now the reason I actually really love the promotion of an X-frame is because it encourages people to lift weight and encourages women to eat more, and that's exactly what we're here to do. So the first exercise is a lat pull down. So the first thing you're gonna do with a lat pull down, positioning is absolutely key. So I'm lucky enough, my gym has this adjustability right here so I can bring it up and bring it back down. The aim when you're setting up a lat pull down is you wanna sit really nice and snug into your lat pull down machine. The whole point is when you're pulling down, your body is naturally gonna wanna come up with it. So this is gonna help you secure yourself. However, tip of the day, if you cannot adjust your lat pull down, please don't worry. All you need to do is grab yourself some 5 kg plates, position them on the floor just like so, and it's gonna give you that much needed elevation. Now, when performing a lat pull down, there's a few things I want you to know. Grip is everything. So what you're gonna do is never grip with your thumb. You're gonna leave your thumb out. Positioning of your hand means everything as well. The wider your grip is, the more out your lats are gonna be hit. The more narrow, the more inwards you're gonna target your back. So, as you can see here, my grip is nice and wide. I'm leaving my thumbs out because we don't wanna contract our forearm here, which is gonna be like our secondary and third muscle component. So you just wanna hit your back. Keeping our thumbs out, gripping it with my 4 fingers, bringing myself down, snug into the chair. However, you're not going to be completely pulled in. You're gonna start upright just like so. Keeping that core tight, retracting your scapular back. Did you see that? I didn't start like this. I retracted back. Naturally, that's gonna raise my chest up. I'm pulling the weight down and I'm also pulling with my elbows. Now, let me explain that really simply for you. If you're just gripping the weight, sitting down, not retracting and then doing this, your biceps are gonna take over. Your biceps, when you're training back, should be your secondary muscle, not your primary. So if you're not retracting back, you're not engaging your back enough. So your back doesn't really know what it's doing at this point. So you're gonna do all the pulling with your biceps and not your back. So let me show you the difference. This is me pulling with my lats. I'm retracting back and I'm pulling the weight with my lats. Now this is me pulling with my biceps. And what you're gonna find is this little annoying yanking motion. Every single rep, you should reset. Every single rep should have an intention. If you're not following the protocol, that is, sit in, arms up, positioned correctly, retract back, chest up, chin nice and tucked in, core nice and tight, pull with my elbows and release gently. Pull with my elbows, creating a nice big semicircle and release gently. I can't stress enough how important it is to really take your time with each and every single rep. Stop trying to rush your workouts. Stop trying to rush that movement. You're in the gym for actually a very short period of time. Let's say you're in the gym for 1 hour. That's 1 hour of your day. So I would rather you take your time to do the reps properly and really feel it where you're supposed to, rather than just rushing it and getting as many exercises done as possible. 4 great movements done perfectly is so much better than 8 ones that are rushed completely. The next exercise is going to be a single arm row. Now this exercise, I know for a fact there are so many community members that really struggle with this exercise, and actually they skip it, which is totally fine. Whenever you come across an exercise you're unsure of, you just feel so overwhelmed, and then you can't help but just feel stupid. And I've had so many moments, even now when I walk into a new gym, I look at the machines and I'm like, what is this? I don't know what I'm doing, and then I just stick to the exercises that I'm comfortable with. However, it's good to experiment, and it's good to understand the movements that you are doing. It's so important. So please, if you are finding this helpful, let me know in the comments below, or send this video to someone who you know is really struggling with intimidation in the gym, and you know this is going to go a long way. Now, when it comes to rows, the best tip I'm going to give you, and this genuinely changed my life, you need to imagine creating a semicircle. So what I find a lot is people overarch their shoulders, they round them forward, and then they yank in. They yank in, just like so. Remember, you're training this part of your back, right here. So you should be stretching it out in front of you, creating a semicircle, and naturally raising your chest upright. Your shoulders shouldn't be rounded, because that means your core is not engaged like it should be. And you shouldn't just be yanking, because the moment you yank too hard, you're gonna strain and you're gonna injure yourself. So what I want you to do is first grab a lighter weight and just focus on the motion. You should be creating a semicircle when you're doing this movement. So what do I mean by a semicircle? Let me show you. First positioning is one of your feet positioned firmly onto the bench, grabbing your hand on the edge. This is gonna give you your security. This is your setup. Bending that knee, whenever you pick up a weight, always bend your knee, because it's gonna help offload from your back. This is your starting position. Now the next thing I'm gonna tell you is so important. Roll that shoulder back. You're gonna bring it slightly forward, roll your shoulder back, and then create that semicircle. Just like so. So you wanna imagine almost going start, finish, start, finish. You're gonna feel it all here. Contract, release. The weight should never slam the floor, and you should always control your positives, holding, with your negatives. Control your positives with your negatives. Naturally, your chest is gonna wanna come a little bit upright. That's completely fine, but please take your time. You're not swinging. There's a difference between doing this and really controlling, contracting, releasing. Controlling, contracting, releasing. You're also pulling with your elbow. Your elbow is pulling you in the correct motion. You're contracting before releasing back down. Moving on to the third exercise, one of my absolute all-time favorite exercises, but I see so many different variations, so we're gonna talk about all of them. A lot of people have a lot to say about this exercise, so I'm gonna break it down. This exercise, so long as your ass is on the bench, so long as you are retracting your shoulders back, do it the way that feels great for you. I can't stress that enough. Social media and YouTube is such a crazy world, and sometimes you get so sucked into other people's opinions and other people just making random ass YouTube videos about the way you're living your life. And the way I see it is, I'm moving my body, I feel good, I feel the best I ever have done, leave me the hell alone. And that's what I want you to remember when you're training. Focus on your form, but form is different also for everybody. There's a complete difference to how someone who's been training in the gym for 1 year is training to someone who's been training there for 10 years. There's a complete difference. You get more confident, you understand the movement more, and you experiment more. So with this movement, there's 2 different variations. Number 1, you have your textbook safety variation. So your textbook safety variation is, you're gonna bend your knees slightly, they're not gonna be completely locked out. You should never lock your knees out with any movement. Always keep a soft touch to them. Your core is gonna be nice and contracted. My shoulders are gonna roll back. That means my chest is upright. I'm gonna lean only slightly forward, and then I'm gonna pull just like so. Bring out slightly forward, and then roll my shoulders back and pull. Yet again, lean out, slightly forward. When I'm pulling, ready? Roll those shoulders back, hold and pull. Now that's one variation. The way I personally like to do it, and you know, I've found that this works just better for me because I like that deeper stretch. This is old school. You know, people like Arnold used to do this back in the day, so I don't think there's a problem with it. I like to come a little bit slightly forward, just like so. So I'm getting that really nice contraction right there, and then I'm pulling, just like so. I like to come slightly more forward, and then pull. I'm getting a nice deep stretch as I'm pulling forward, controlling the weight, and then bringing back in. Fourth movement, this is a horizontal movement. This movement is also a movement that confuses a lot of people. It confused me for such a long time. I never really kind of knew how I was supposed to perfect this movement because I was like, oh my God, am I swinging too much? Am I using too much core? Am I using too much leg? Am I pulling wrong? Where are you supposed to have the bar? By your ribs, by your belly button, by your hips. Oh my God, overwhelming. Fitness shouldn't be that stressful. Like, leave it out. My life is already so madness. I don't wanna be worrying about how to do a row, for God's sake. So, you have different variations. You have overhand and you have underhand. Now, if you want a video on different grips and what those different grips are targeting, let me know in the comments below, because I think that video will be very interesting. For the purpose of this video, I'm gonna do under grip, just like so. Barbells tend to have these grips right here, right? It enables you to get a better grip so you're not slipping. So this bit slippery, this has a better grip. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna position your hands. I always position my thumb here, so it's nice and secure. And then I'm holding it right there. My thumb is still out, and then I am gripping it again, just like so. I don't wanna go too wide. That doesn't really feel nice for me. I'm gonna go positioned here, positioned here. I'm gonna pull up, bending my knees, pull up. Now here is where the magic happens. Remember what I said about your core in my previous video? Breathe out, contracting that core. Bending those legs, bringing the weight down. Now this is vital. Bring the weight slightly forward, push back, pull, 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 pull. There's different variations. You can lean completely over, and you can have an overhand grip, and you can pull the weight just like so. Another way to do it, slight bend forward, core tight, breathe out, pull by your hips. And as you're pulling with your elbows, you're keeping your core nice and contracted, and you're not moving your torso. There's a complete difference between you pulling and moving with the weight, just like so. That, in a way, becomes a very small version of a deadlift. Your core needs to stay completely stabilized, completely tight and engaged. So that's why, by bending your knees, pushing your hips back, keeping that core nice and tight. When you're pulling with your elbows, lean slightly upright with your chest, bring the barbell to your hips, pull it back down. Controlling your negatives, bringing that weight back up. Let's go through it one more time together. Gripping the barbell, having my thumb outwards, just like so. Remember, we don't want to engage that forearm. Bending my knees, bringing the weight up, retracting my shoulders back, never roll forwards, always roll back. Engaging that core, bending those knees, bringing the weight forward, pulling, coming back down, pulling, chin nice and tucked in, coming back down, pulling, chin nice and tucked in, coming back down. Good job. All right, seeing as I have your attention with this YouTube video because you think you're gonna snatch your waist, which you are, but you thought this was gonna be an abs video, but it's not, it's a back video. I can't stress enough the importance of training your rear delts. Your rear delts are those small little muscles in your back that you can train on pull or push days. That means shoulders or back day. But I just think they're so neglected and I just think they're so important and it just makes your back look so beautiful. So please don't neglect them. So one of the exercises I've been trying out, this out. It's not yet on the Tone and Sculpt app because I want to give it a bit more of a go. And you haven't seen this one on my YouTube video just yet. This is a cable rear delt movement. So essentially, you want to position, I'll show you, your cables, just like so, should be on the same level. In fact, I can maybe even pull it a bit more down. Then you're going to grip one of the cables with the opposite hand and the other with the opposite hand, and you're going to bring them out in front of you. You're actually going to overreach your shoulders. You're not going to do this upright. You're going to overreach. Because when you pull, you're gonna pull with your rear delts. The difference if you are upright, you're gonna pull with your triceps. Now that's the problem with rear delts sometimes. Sometimes you feel your triceps overtake. So I'm just gonna go the other way around so you can see me. This is the difference if I'm just pulling with my triceps. You can see my tricep, if I have a tricep, is trying to engage. But then when I'm leaning forward and completely isolating my rear delt, that's contracting so much more. So the aim of the game is for you to lean forward, hinge your hips slightly backwards, bringing the cables up about eye level, contract, hold for a second, and then releasing the weight back away. But as the weight comes back to the front of you, you want to push out. That's what you want to do. You want to push out. You don't want to bend on your elbows. You want to push out, keep them as straight as possible, and pull. Just like so. Bring it out. Reset. Pull. Bring it out. Reset, core tight, and pull. Okay, so there you have it. My 5 must-do exercises to snatch that waist. Now, I want to ask you, because I'm actually not sure, and I don't know how you feel about it. Look, like we grew this channel together. We always have done, and we always will do. So I'm going to be honest with you. I've always refrained myself from trying to do overly clickbait titles and overly clickbait thumbnails. The reason being is I don't want it to trigger people. I never have wanted to trigger people, regardless of how many views I might accumulate or subscribers I might grow. I'm a little bit hesitant to do that sort of stuff. However, on the flip side, when you do a clickbait video and then I am providing the information I am, maybe it's encouraging more people to click on it and then I keep them staying when I provide them the information. So I just want to ask you, do you find clickbait titles or clickbait videos triggering? And if you do, I promise I will never ever do them. And I promise I will always provide as much helpful information as possible. But I'm always in two minds of it. I'm not sure if it's a good thing to do it and then you provide people with useful information, or you just stay true to your roots and you don't really follow trends. But I never want to do anything that triggers absolutely anyone. So just let me know. It's an open conversation that I'm so honestly, genuinely want to know what you have to say. Because like I said, this channel is yours too. This should be your fitness hub. This should be your safety. And this should be a place where you come and get really simple fitness education that can help you along your fitness journey. So I hope this video helped you in every single type of way. I hope you learned something new today, and if you did, like I said, leave a thumbs up and ensure that you're subscribed to this channel. I love you always and forever, and I'm so thankful for you. I'll see you next time.
Okay, what's going on, guys, and welcome to the first episode of the Ultimate Push-Pull Leg series. In this video, we're hitting our first push workout of the week, and over the course of the next 6 videos, I'll be taking you through the rest of the push-pull leg sessions to complete the full week of workouts. Now, if you want to get everything in your hands right away, you can pick up the full push-pull legs hypertrophy plan, which just launched over on jeffnipper.com, and I'll have a little more info about that at the end of the video. So without further ado, let's dig into push day number 1, where we'll be doing 7 exercises that target the chest, shoulders, and triceps. All right, so after a quick warm-up of 5 minutes on the treadmill or Stairmaster and a few upper body dynamic drills like arm circles and cable external rotations, we're kicking the workout off with just one near max effort set of 3 to 5 reps on the bench press. Now, obviously, before that heavy working set, we'll want to do a full warm-up pyramid to get the blood flowing and prepare ourselves mentally for that heavy load to come on the top set. And I'll put my full warm-up protocol here if you want to pause and read. All right, so with the bench press, you want to set up an arch that feels comfortable to you, with the most important thing being that you get tight and stable on the bench. It doesn't have to be a huge powerlifting style arch, but you should at least dig your upper back into the bench so you'll have a strong base of support. You should also pinch your shoulder blades together and tuck your shoulder blades down. That's what I'm doing here as I roll my elbows forward, which will further increase that stability. For the max effort top set, have a spotter help you unrack the bar by lifting the weight out softly, not yanking it up aggressively, and make sure you have 3 points of contact with the bench: your butt, your upper back, and your head. Lower the bar down and slightly forward until it reaches the highest contact point on your chest, and then press the bar slightly back and up with as much explosive force as possible. Your elbows should be slightly tucked on the negative, and then you can optionally flare them out as you push the weight up. However, some people may find flaring uncomfortable on their shoulders, and in reality, there's a pretty wide range of elbow tuck that's perfectly fine on the bench press, because when you look at the way the pec fibers fan out, anything from 0 to 30 degrees of elbow tuck is gonna line up with the majority of the pec fibers anyway. So within this range, you can pick a level of flare that you feel working your pecs well, that you're reasonably strong with, and that doesn't give you any pain or discomfort. If you don't have a spotter, you can try unracking the bar with your butt up off the bench. This is legal in competition. And then once you've unracked, drop your butt down onto the bench and start your set from there. Now, one thing worth noting is that the International Powerlifting Federation recently updated their rulebook in an attempt to combat the increasingly out-of-control range of motion problem with more and more exaggerated arching. So now you need to reach a certain amount of elbow depth in order for the lift to count. So according to the new rules, you need to get the bottom of your elbow below the top of your shoulder joint in order for the lift to count. So this is what bottom of the elbow below top of the shoulder joint looks like to me. And I would say that as long as your arch isn't really massive, this shouldn't be an issue for most of you watching anyway. And this is a rough guide for how difficult your top set should be. On the final reps, you're grinding it out, the bar speed is clearly slowed down, but you're still keeping your form tight, and maybe you could have gotten one more rep, but likely no more than that. Now, if you don't like to bench press for whatever reason, feel free to swap it out for a flat dumbbell press, or even a machine press for the same number of sets and reps. Okay, so after our heavy top set, we're doing 2 sets of 10 reps on the Larsen press. For these, you'll want to drop the weight back to about 75% of what you used for your heavy top set. So if you did 295 pounds for your top set, you'd do about 225 pounds for your Larsen press. Now, the Larsen press is basically just a normal bench press, except your legs lie flat on the bench rather than having your feet planted on the floor. I'll usually grab another bench or a box that I can set my feet on so they aren't left hanging, and that helps me keep my balance on the bench a bit better. So you'll do the same setup with the same arch. The only difference is that you keep your feet up. This way you'll completely eliminate any leg drive, which will help isolate the pecs, front delts, and triceps more. And then to make the movement even more hypertrophic, I'll take a slightly closer grip, which will increase the range of motion and shift the emphasis slightly more toward the upper pecs and triceps. And unlike the top set where we're using explosive force on every rep, here we want to use a nice, smooth, and controlled tempo with a 1 to 2 second negative and a 1 to 2 second positive with just a soft touch on the chest at the bottom. You want to feel the pecs and triceps stretching and contracting as you press, rather than just moving the weight from point A to point B. All right, after that, we're moving on to 3 sets of 8 to 10 reps on the standing dumbbell Arnold press. For the most part, I think any optimized push day should have both a horizontal press to target the pecs more and a vertical press to target the shoulders more. Of course, if you're really pressed on time, you could collapse them both into a single incline press like we did in our minimalistic workouts. But here we're going for maximum effectiveness over maximum efficiency. So we want to do both pushing movements. So for these, you want to start with the dumbbells facing palms in, and then as you press, you're going to flare your elbows out until you get to full elbow extension, and then reverse the motion back down under control. In the past, I've often hit these in a higher rep range and thought of them more as a mind-muscle connection pump style exercise. And because of this, I've often limited myself to 30 or 40 pound dumbbells, but lately I've been loading them quite a bit heavier, and I've worked my way up to 60 pound dumbbells for sets of 8 to 10. I found that thinking of it more like a barbell overhead press by squeezing my glutes and driving through my heels has helped me overload my shoulders better, and these days I think of it more like a in-between movement. I still want to feel my delts working, and I still want to get a good shoulder pump, but I'm also much more focused on gradually increasing the weight as well. Also, this is an exercise where wearing a belt and wrist wraps can make a pretty big difference, so if you have either of those, I definitely recommend throwing them on for this one. Okay, after that, we're supersetting 2 sets of 12 to 15 reps on the cable press around with 2 sets of a static pec stretch for a 30-second hold. So the press around is one of those exercises that can feel a bit awkward for some people at first, but once they play around with it for a few weeks, it tends to really click. I think of it like a combination between a cable fly and a cable press, except you're doing one arm at a time. And the key thing is that you're pressing around your body past the midline to get the most end range contraction out of the pecs possible. If you think about pretty much every other exercise that hits the pecs, they almost all stop at or before the midline. When you press, you stop before the midline. When you fly, you stop before the midline. When you dip, you stop before the midline. But the chest isn't fully contracted until well past the midline. So with the press around, we're trying to target that very end range of motion that hardly ever gets hit. Now, is that end range of motion really important for hypertrophy? I'm not sure. As far as I know, it's never been directly studied, at least not in this context, but I certainly can't see it hurting, especially if the stretch isn't being compromised. So after hitting one side on the press around, we'll stretch that same pec for a 30-second hold, and then switch and do a press around with the other arm, and then stretch that other pec for a 30-second hold as well. Now, 3 years ago, I uploaded a video breaking down this study, which showed that holding a stretch for 30 seconds in between sets at about a 7 out of 10 intensity, so just before the point of pain or discomfort, was able to increase muscle growth by approximately 50%. The group that did traditional training without interset stretching saw a 6.2 millimeter increase in muscle thickness, while the group that did stretching in between sets saw a 9.4 millimeter increase on average. Since then, more research has come out on the topic, and just this past month, a new review was published by Schoenfeld and colleagues where they concluded that interset stretching may enhance muscular adaptations without increasing the time spent exercising. That's because you can just do the stretching while you're resting in between sets. So the benefit of stretching in between sets seems to be gaining as opposed to losing scientific support over time. And we also don't need to worry about any potential strength interference because we're doing the static stretching on our last exercise for the pecs for the day. However, even if we were doing that stretching earlier, it wouldn't be a big deal because, contrary to popular belief, static stretching doesn't seem to interfere with strength unless the stretch is held for longer than 60 to 90 seconds. So to me, this seems to be something with only potential upsides, with no clear downsides as of now. I mean, you're just resting between sets anyway, why not add some stretching? Okay, after that, we're moving on to 3 sets of 12 to 15 reps on the crossbody cable Y raise. Now, I first saw this movement in a training vlog from one of the natural bodybuilding goats, Alberto Nunez. He was talking about how he gets a much better stretch on these than regular cable lateral raises, and I can see why. For example, if you look at the Lean Away Egyptian cable lateral raise, which I'm still a big fan of, by the way, you'll notice that your body sort of blocks you from getting a really deep stretch on the delts. And just think about it. If you're gonna stretch your side delts as much as possible, you're not just gonna put your arm against your side. Instead, you're gonna pull your arm across your body, and that way you should feel a big stretch in your delts. So with the crossbody Y raise, that's kind of the stretch we're going for, except under active tension. And the way Alberto described these was to think about drawing a sword at the bottom and then sort of flicking it up and out at the top. Now, one thing to be aware of is you don't want to turn this into a front raise. We're not lifting the cable up in front of us, we're lifting it out and back in a diagonal plane of motion. Also, if we look at the anatomy of the deltoid muscle fibers, it's pretty common knowledge that there are 3 heads. There's the front or anterior head, the side or lateral head, and the rear or posterior head. However, the latest anatomy literature suggests that the deltoids may be better thought of as having 7 intramuscular segments. And so some of these compartments, like the D4 or D5 segments, could be hit more effectively with something sort of in between a front raise and a lateral raise. So something like a Y raise. The bottom line is that lifting the arm out at slightly different angles and in slightly different planes of motion is more likely to maximize development of the entire shoulder and help create that round 3D delt look more effectively. Okay, up next we've got 3 sets of 8 reps on the squeeze only tricep press down, supersetted with 3 sets of 8 reps on the stretch only overhead tricep extension. And we'll be hitting both of these exercises as a superset, so doing them back to back without resting in between. So basically we're doing partial half reps on both of these exercises, except on the press downs, we're only doing the second half of the range of motion, so hitting the squeeze part only, and on the overhead tricep extension, we're only doing the first half of the range of motion, so hitting the stretch part only. Now I want to give credit to Hypertrophy Coach for this combo. I first saw these on his Instagram, so I tried it out for myself, and it immediately clicked. And the reason I think it works so well is the second half of the press down is the hardest part of that exercise. Hypertrophy Coach calls this staying where it's the hardest. But you can't just do half reps because we know that the stretch aspect of the lift is probably the most important. However, it's actually really hard to get a good stretch on the triceps with press downs. So instead, we'll just flip around and do half rep stretched partials with the overhead extension. So this is a fun combo move, and I think you guys will really feel your triceps working in a unique way if you want to try it out. Then to finish off the workout, we're doing 2 sets of 10 to 12 reps on the cross-body tricep extension. The goal here is to get in a little extra tricep volume with the arm positioned at a less conventional angle. Most people pretty much always do tricep extensions and tricep press downs with the arms tucked into the sides, but much more rarely, if ever, do tricep extensions with the arms flared out to the side. So I think this is a good variation to include because the long head of the triceps crosses both the elbow joint and the shoulder joint, and so varying your shoulder position can impact which region of the triceps you're emphasizing. As of now, I don't think we have the scientific evidence to be able to say with any real confidence which shoulder position is best at targeting which division of the triceps, and there are most likely going to be individual differences regardless. So my best recommendation is to include a variety of tricep exercises that put the shoulder in different positions, periodically swapping them in and out. And like I said at the beginning, if you guys are looking to get started on the full week of training right away, I just launched my new push-pull legs hypertrophy system over on jeffnipper.com. This covers 12 weeks of push-pull legs workouts and is split up into 3 phases. Phase 1 uses the workouts that I'll be doing here on the channel, which have moderate to high volume and moderate to high intensity. Phase 2 is a low volume and ultra high intensity phase. It's a really fun and unique 4 weeks of training. Phase 3 is what I'm calling the super compensation phase. This is where we jack volume all the way up, even higher than in phase 1, and do very high rep metabolic style training. The idea is that after the low volume of phase 2, we'll be much more sensitive to the increase in volume in phase 3. Then after week 12, there's a full deload week so that you can start the program over again and keep running it through for as long as you're continuing to make progress. For launch week, it's going to be 30% off, so you can get the full 12-week program for just $35. You also get a full spreadsheet for tracking your progress, an ebook that explains everything you need to know about the program, and access to a full video library of exercise demos from me. There's over 75 exercises included in the program. It's designed for intermediate to advanced trainees, so if you're still in your first year or 2 of training, I'd suggest running through my fundamentals program at least once first before moving on to this routine. For the record, I'll be running this program myself for the next 3 months, so if you want to run it as well, you can pick it up over at jeffnipper.com, which I'll put a link to in the description box down below. So that's it for this one, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to leave me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
Welcome back to another YouTube video. It's your girl Chrissy Cella here, and I'm in Hitchin at Body Ethics, which is one of my favorite gyms, and I'm so thankful to the man behind me, Shane, for letting me record here so I can produce the best possible content to help you along your fitness journey. Now, this is by far one of my favorite videos I've ever thought of and ever recorded. I wish I had this video when I first started my fitness journey because it would have made life a little bit more easier and it would have made a bit more sense. Now this video is my 5 top tips that I need you to start utilizing on your lower body days. Now, these tips are not nutritional based and they're not scientific based. These are my 5 personal tips that have completely changed my lower body day. So if you find this video helpful, I need you to hit that thumbs up button and also subscribe to this channel so I can make fitness simple for you, because it really is simple. You don't need to overcomplicate it. And if you found it helpful, let me know in the comments below. I really, really appreciate your love and support always and forever. So without further ado, is tip number 1, baby. The first tip has to be based on one of my favorite exercises in the world, but an exercise that took me so long to get right. I used to feel it on my lower back. I used to never really feel it on my hamstring. I never used to really progress with my weight, and always my grip would slide. So I never knew if I was doing this exercise right. It is the RDL. Now, this exercise doesn't need to be complex, and these tips are really gonna help up your game when you're next doing this movement. And if you're on the Strong program on the Tony Scott app, this movement is one of your foundational movements, so you need to perfect it in order to progress. The first thing I need you to do is get in the correct stance and positioning. Now, we've discussed this before in other videos. So normally about shoulder width apart, but this time I need you to slightly rotate your feet outwards, just a little bit, not completely like a sumo stance, just a slight tilt. I need you to get comfortable. So, having your feet completely parallel forward and your knees forward, completely fine. Keep doing that. But something that's really helped me, and a little tweak that's gone a long way, externally rotating your feet slightly outwards, pushing your knees outwards, rolling the weight down. That's one tip when it comes to RDLs. Another tip that a dear friend of mine gave me is to imagine someone is pulling you at the heel. So if you're imagining someone's yanking you at the heel, it's going to help you contract your hamstrings much, much more. And it also helps stabilize your movement, so you're not coming up on your tippy toes. So what do I mean by that? Okay, so I've got my weights here. If I'm just coming forward, I can easily bring my heels up because the weight is pushing me up. Now, if I'm bending my knees slightly and dragging my heels back as if someone's pulling me, I'm gonna naturally want to hinge further back, feel it on my hamstrings more, my tippy toes might come up, which is completely fine, bring the weight back up. So, 2, imagine someone is pulling you at the heel. Now, the final tip I'm gonna give you with RDLs is the best tip, and that is to bend your knees. Back in the day, I'll insert some videos here, I used to be completely stiff. Now, what would happen is by being completely stiff, sure, I'm gonna feel it on my hamstring, but I'm also gonna feel it on my lower back, and it's gonna make me round my back as well. By bending your knees, so we're bending now, just like so, externally rotating your feet outwards, pushing your knees out, you have a more solidified stance. Now imagine someone's dragging you back, you're gonna sit back, hinge back, and then bring the weight back up. Never over hyperextending. So let me make it simple for you. Number 1, slight external rotation, knees popped out just slightly. Number 2, imagine someone is dragging you by the heel, which is gonna help you contract your hamstring more. And number 3, a slight bend to the knees will help you hinge backwards, contract your glutes and your hamstrings more, control the weight before bringing it back up. So let's put all of that to the test. The next tip has to be a tip that's not going to be for everyone, but I need you to try it. If you try it and you don't like it, fair, but you can't cut it until you try it. So it's adding a little medicine ball on your back when you're doing leg extensions. Now the reason being, if you're sitting completely back when you do leg extensions, That's fine. Remember, there's nothing wrong with how you're doing it. I'm just here to make it that little bit harder, that little bit better. If you're sitting forward, you're gonna contract your quads much more. Now, seats can be adjusted, but if you're in a gym that your seat can't be adjusted completely upright, just like so, especially if you're short, so I'm 5'3", so I find machines quite awkward at times, I'm gonna add a ball. But the way you add the ball is really important. You're gonna add the ball right here. Not high, not low, right here. And you're gonna squish back into it. I'm completely upright, and it allows me to lean a little bit forward to help me contract my quads much, much more. So watch this. Boom. Perfect. Bring it back down, controlling the weight. You're going to be holding onto the grips, so you ensure that you're sat flat onto the bench as well, so you're not coming upwards. You're secured in, locked into your seat, holding on, squishing back. Boom. Oh my gosh. Now, if I'm moving the ball and leaning back, you're still going to get a contraction. It's still going to be difficult. But leaning forward just adds that little bit more pressure, that little bit more tension, and you're completely locked in, so you're forcing the weight upwards as opposed to just relaxing down like so. Now, like I said, this tip might not be for everyone, but ever since I've been doing that, I don't know why I didn't do it sooner. The contraction I feel in my quad is insane. And I think it's because of that upright position and leaning slightly forward that you're completely locked in and your quads are forced to just contract on a different level. Okay, the next tip is got to do with the leg press. Now, there's variations of ways you can do the leg press. Double leg, high, medium, low, single leg, same, high, medium, low, whatever. But this tip applies to any type of stance that you do. And it's the tip that I wish I knew sooner and I now apply going forward. So, when your feet are in front of you, let's say for the purpose of this video, we're gonna do a mid stance. We're not gonna go high, we're not gonna go low. We're just gonna do a nice neutral middle stance. Now, your knees tend to just be parallel in front of you. What that can cause is your knees to cave in and also a little bit of discomfort. So what I need you to start doing is, number one, externally rotate your feet outwards. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter if you're doing a sumo stance, wide stance, high stance, low stance. I don't want them to be completely parallel and straight. I need just a slight rotation. Number two, where your knee travels is vital. So I don't want your knees to just travel in front of you. I need you to push your knees out and they need to travel towards your shoulder. So not parallel towards your pec and your chest, but this time towards your shoulder. Let me show you what I mean. So we're not just going to have a neutral stance like this. Instead, you're gonna externally rotate your feet a little bit outwards. You're gonna externally rotate your feet slightly outwards, just a little bit, not too much. And you're gonna envision your knee is traveling towards your shoulders to ensure you don't cave in, to ensure there's a deeper drive and there's more depth and tension. Let's go. The next tip is squats. Squats is probably my favorite compound move, absolutely ever. And the more I progress in the gym, the more I realize how much still you have to learn. And I think there's so much pressure on social media. Do you know what, especially TikTok, I've noticed since TikTok's been around, there's just so much pressure because people will take your workout and then will just scrutinize it. And it's like, why are we doing that to each other? There's a difference between constructive criticism and helping each other out and saying, hey, look, how about if you try this? It will benefit you this way and this way. But completely ripping someone apart, I just personally don't agree with that. I've never liked that. And I don't know, I'm just not good with that. It doesn't matter if you don't like someone in the industry that you're in. It doesn't matter if you have bad blood. there's just stuff you just don't do as humans. And I feel like when someone's trying to progress and evolve in their journey, especially with something so personal like training and fitness, you shouldn't scrutinize them. And if they've done something wrong, then politely either message them or find ways to better communicate. Because I just feel like sometimes people are oblivious to if they're doing something wrong, and we should help better the situation, not make it worse and make them feel silly. So I just want that to be a reminder, like, you're not supposed to know everything. You're not supposed to get everything right. People have been training for 15, 20, 30 years and are still learning every single day on the job. You can read journals, you can read articles, you can go to personal training, school and get a qualification like I have, but you're still learning on the job because you're figuring out how your body moves and what best suits you. So just let that be a reminder that you're doing great and that your journey is a long, long, long way to go. So you shouldn't give up, and every single day is a new opportunity to learn. So here is something that I've absolutely loved learning when I've squatted. There's been different levels of me squatting. Here is me 2 years ago. You'll see here, my knees are caving in, my depth isn't great, and I'm really, really jolty. Here is me more recently with pretty much the same weight, a little bit more controlled. My core is more engaged, my knees are pushed out. So you can see there's a big difference here, but that's also taken me 2 years. 2 years, not 2 months, not 2 fucking weeks, 2 years. Just remember that, because I don't want you sitting there going, how did this girl get progress in 2 months? That's insane. Some people take 2 months, some people take 2 years. It's my journey, and that's completely and utterly fine. So, tip for squatting. Now we kind of know the basics. I've already mentioned this in other YouTube videos, where the barbell has to be pretty much on your trap area, not your neck, and not completely down on your back, right around your trap area. We know that your chest should be nice and upright. We know that your back should be straight, your core should be engaged, your knees pushed out, your feet externally rotated outwards, you're coming down into a nice deep stance, and you're pushing out. But what happens when your knees start caving in? What happens when you start losing a bit of balance with your feet? So here's what I need you to do. You're gonna lock yourself in, you're gonna bring the barbell out. This is the best tip that I've ever incorporated when it comes to squats. I'm gonna step slightly back so you can see me. When you are coming down and sitting onto your squat, when you are coming up, I need you to push out again. Did you see that? Let's do that together. When you're coming down on your squat, I need you to push out again with your knees. One more time. You're coming down, I need you to push out again. The reason being is because that double push is going to ensure you don't cave your knees in. So when you're coming up, what you want to avoid is this. Do you see that natural circle? Like that little kind of semicircle that I'm doing with my knees? You want to avoid doing that. So by coming down, pushing out, it's going to completely change your squat game. The final tip, and it's a tip that's probably going to be the most boring tip, but like I said, I wish I knew this before and applied it sooner, and that is to have a proper dynamic warm-up routine. Now, we've all been there. I've thought that doing a whole load of booty activations is going to get me the adequate warm-up I need, and sure, any type of warm-up is a good warm-up, but a proper warm-up is on a completely different level. Dynamically warming up, mobilizing your body, ensuring that your hips are healthy, ensuring that your knees are healthy. The more I mature, the more I grow into my training, the more I understand training, I realize how vulnerable my hips are, how vulnerable my knees are, and how much I really need to look after my upper body as well when I'm doing lower body. Because imagine how much pulling you're doing, how much loading you're doing, your upper body is going to feel that strain too. So that's why it's so important to adequately warm up on your lower body days with dynamic moves. So let me give you an example. A static move is one where you are holding a movement for a longer period of time, just like a quad stretch like this. But a dynamic movement will be something like a lateral side to side squat. It would also be, let's say, a hip rotation to work that ball and socket hinge right here. Just like so. To make it even more dynamic, you can come up, stretch up, rotate, stretch up, rotate, stretch up. Remember, a static stretch is you holding a position for a long period of time and stretching a muscle out. I need you to be doing those movements at the end of your workout. But a dynamic stretch is one that ensures you to move in a range of positions to dynamically warm up your joints, your hip flexors, your entire body. So, leg swings is perfect, so you hold on to something, swinging your leg, just like so. Squat and reach is a great one as well. You're squatting and reaching up, ensuring that you're getting your whole body warmed up. But another thing that is so important is warming up your core. Your core is the foundation of every move that you do. So something like a dead bug is absolutely incredible for warming up that core, firing up that core, and getting it engaged for all those heavy lifts that you're gonna do. Another one is a cat and a cow. So cat and cow, you're gonna be working that spine. So you come up, breathe out, I can't stress enough how I wish I knew how important it was to engage your core before you actually start lifting those heavy weights on your lower body days. I wish I knew how important it was to actually warm up your entire body and not just do loads of little activations for my glutes. And I wish I knew the importance of stretching at the end with static stretching and warming up with dynamic movements and mobility right at the beginning. Please don't skip these. I actually spend now 15 minutes warming up at the beginning of my training session. I'm not even joking. I get much more sore, I get much more vulnerable, and I'm lifting more as I'm maturing in the gym and as I'm progressing in the gym. So therefore my body needs a little bit more time mobilizing, recovering. And I can't stress enough how important it is to just take some time to understand why your body needs to warm up properly. It's not just about injury, there's so much more benefits to it. So that's it, guys. 5 tips I need you to start incorporating on your lower body days that are going to completely change your lower body game. Now also, to kickstart your fitness journey, I'm very excited because me and Tone and Sculpt are going to be giving away 5 one-year memberships to our Tone and Sculpt app to kickstart you into 2022. And with that being said, we're also hosting our Kickstart Challenge in January with all of our Tone and Sculpt trainers, which I am so freaking excited about. 5 trainers on the Tone and Sculpt app. You have yoga, bar, strength training with Chrissy, you have power training with Danielle, and you have Commit Hybrid with Melissa, which is so exciting. Imagine having one little hub, like imagine this, having one little hub where you have everything. You never need to stress over fitness again. That's what the Tone and Sculpt app is. So in order for you to win this giveaway, all I need you to be doing is give this video a thumbs up and be subscribed to my channel. But I also just want you to go and follow Tone and Sculpt app and let me know a way that I can best contact you. So you can pop your contact details down in the comments below. It's as simple as that. I'll pick 5 winners at random, completely random. I just scroll and I go, you're a winner. So thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you found this video educational, helpful, and also, like always, reassuring. You're doing amazing. You really are. Believe it, own it, and just understand your capabilities absolutely limitless. I love you always and forever, and thankful for you always. See you next time. Welcome back to another YouTube video. It's your girl here, Chrissy Chella, and I am so excited for today's YouTube video. But before we get into it, I just want to say a massive thank you for hitting 1 million subscribers here on YouTube. Thank you so much for the constant love. Thank you so much for the constant appreciation. And thank you for allowing me to help you along your fitness journey. That's literally all I could ever ask for. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So I hope you know that, and I hope you realize that. And today's YouTube video is based on 5 must-do compound movements that I need you to start incorporating into your training routine. These are 5 compound movements that you will find on the Strong program, and you will soon find on the Lower Body Strong program coming on the Tone and Sculpt app, which you need to download because it will change your absolute life. But it's also 5 compound moves that I wish I had incorporated into my life sooner. It's completely changed my body composition, my strength. It's made me feel more strong and empowered. So we're gonna break each one down with tips, tricks, and why it's beneficial to you. The first compound move we're going to break down is a barbell squat. Now, in my years of training women online and offline, the one movement they struggle with the most is actually the squat. It can be a bit intimidating. Like, it's a bunch of iron and you have to lift it, and there's so much complexity to it, and it can be overwhelming. So we're gonna break it down, strip it back, and simplify it. I'm gonna tell you the do's, the don'ts, and why you should be doing it. So first of all, it's the setup. So right here, you have your barbell squat. So stay with me. You might already know this, but you might learn something new today. Your setup should tend to be about shoulder width apart, or a little bit underneath your shoulder here. So when you're scooping under, it sits comfortably on your shoulder. So you don't want it to be too high, because if the barbell is too high, like this, it won't be able to sit on your shoulder and it will sit on your neck. But if too low, you're gonna have to crouch way more down, bring your legs way more forward, and it's gonna be so much harder to unrack and unload. So you have to find the middle ground, which is comfortably by your shoulders, right here. The second thing I want you to know is your barbell should not be on your neck, and it should not be just right at the top of your shoulders. You want to hit it in the mid-range right here on your trap, or if you're doing low bar, a little bit lower. So here or here. Never here, never here. You're gonna cause a lot of injury. Your hand positioning, you wanna keep everything nice and tight. So I would place my hands about shoulder width apart to begin with, come under and tuck them in. Squeeze them in, just like so. You're gonna unload, walk back. That's your starting position. You see how everything's stacked? Everything is nice and controlled. My wrists are nice in alignment. Sometimes my wrists go like this, and that's why I need wrist straps, because I'm lifting a load of load. But for the purpose of the video, I need to show you the correct form, not the bro form. Sorry guys, I had to take my top off because you couldn't actually see what I was saying. So as you can see, my stance is nice and strong. My wrists are nice and stacked and in control and in alignment. My core, nice and controlled. My feet, a little bit further than shoulder width apart. They don't have to be completely narrow and parallel like so. They can be a little bit shoulder width apart, depending on what feels comfortable. You're gonna sit down on your squat as if you're sitting down into a nice low chair. You're gonna shoot up with your chest, but you're not gonna lock your knees out. So watch very closely. Sit down, come back up. Sit down, come back up. Just like so. Now, what are the benefits of a squat? Now, a squat is classified as a compound movement. What is a compound movement? It's multiple joints and multiple muscles working simultaneously together to lift a load. That's essentially what it is. Why are compound moves so beneficial? It encourages you to focus on hypertrophy, progressive overload, power, strength training, and it makes you stronger. So that's why they're so beneficial. But also, it's because they are working your body in a completely different manner than, let's say, a unilateral move, an accessory move, or an isolation move for that purpose. Squats are a vertical movement, which means you are up and you are down. You are coming up and you are coming down. That is a vertical movement. It is also a knee flexion movement, which means your quads are going to be quite dominant in this movement than, let's say, a deadlift. Where you place your feet, whether it's a sumo squat or whether it's quite narrow, you're gonna hit those quad fibers much, much more. But the difference between a squat and a deadlift is a hip hinge, whereas a squat is a knee flexion. But either way, the compound is so necessary. It also matters where the bar is. So if you do a low bar, you're gonna target a different area a little bit more than, let's say, a high bar. A squat is gonna encourage you to lift a load of weight. It's gonna encourage hypertrophy. It's gonna encourage strength training, powerlifting. So it's absolutely vital to your training. The next compound move that is absolutely necessary to your training is a deadlift. I encourage you today to go and deadlift. Start incorporating it, start doing it. Tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell everyone to start doing them. I'm not even joking, you got to do them. A lot of people have so many issues when they're doing deadlifts because of their lower back. It hits their lower back and they start getting achy, they start getting pains, and then they don't want to touch it and they don't want to do it anymore. It can be really simple when you break it down and you understand that it's not as complex as you think it is. There's different variations to a deadlift. You have your sumo deadlift, which is nice and wide, your feet are externally rotated, and it's nice and deep. You have your Romanian deadlift. Your knees are slightly more bent, more hinge focused here, more glute orientation. You have your stiff leg, where your knees are a little bit more straight but never locked out. You don't want to cause severe injury to your knees, so still a soft touch, but it's much more hamstring orientated than an RDL. So there's a difference between a stiff leg and an RDL. One is more glute orientated, one is more hamstring orientated. Then you also have your conventional deadlift, which essentially is a bent knee deadlift. Pick it up, come back up, go back down. That one is more of an all body deadlift rather than, let's say, a hamstring orientated or more glute orientated deadlift. So there's a bit of variation for you. The stiff leg deadlift and the RDL will constantly come up on the Strong program, the Tone and Sculpt app. So that's the one I'm going to show you for the purpose of this video. The first thing you want to do is ensure that your feet are shoulder width apart and in front of the barbell. Your hands should also be shoulder width apart. You can have them slightly inwards. You want to place your thumb underneath, grip the bar so you have your wrist, your elbow, your shoulder, all stacked in one line. You don't want to do this. You want to have them all stacked in one straight line. Keeps everything nice and neutral. That's your starting position. Notice how my knees are slightly bent. It's really important to actually release pressure and pain from your lower back. You're going to keep your core nice and tight by exhaling the air out. Retract your shoulders back. You want to pull the slack first. What do I mean by that? Now, this is the most important tip that I'm going to give you, and I wish I told you this sooner. This is slack. Before you are deadlifting, I don't want you to just pull it. I want you to pull the slack first. Meaning, pull the slack out. Can you hear that? And then lift. There's a difference between just lifting and actually prepping by retracting back, pulling the slack, and then lifting your barbell, just like so. Why? Because you have so much more control in your movement. You're not rushing and you're reloading each and every single rep. Please understand that when it comes to compound moves, each and every single rep matters. So that means you have to reset, you have to maybe reload, you have to retract. It's not just about how quickly you can do a deadlift. It's really about taking the time. Each and every single rep, you're retracting back, you're pulling that slack, you're lifting, and then you're controlling the barbell before lifting back up. Now with an RDL, there's a difference because you don't need to touch the floor, but let's say with a conventional deadlift, you're gonna have to come up, go back down, Restack, reload. But with an RDL, the first movement is crucial. Just like so. Now when you come back down, you're gonna push back as if someone's pulling you at your heels. You're gonna keep that chin nice and tucked into your body. By the shins here, you're gonna come back up, gently squeeze your glutes, never over hyperextend. Watch that one more time. You're gonna come down, core nice and tight, chin tucked in. That's how deep you wanna go. Bring it back up. The third compound move we're gonna go into is actually the military press. Now, it wasn't until maybe 3 years ago I started doing the military press, and I wish I'd done it sooner, because just like your lower body days, such as your deadlifts and your squats, it's really important to have those big moves on your upper body days, such as your shoulder press. The shoulder press can be a bit intimidating because, yet again, there's a lot of complexities to it. So we're gonna strip it back. It's the best exercise to help target all 3 delts. So you have your anterior, your middle, and your posterior deltoid, which basically, to simplify it for you, it's the outside, middle, and round the back delts. And that's what creates that nice, like, bolder shoulder that I struggle with for all of my life, but we'll get there. Essentially, what you need is a barbell. Similar to a squat, you want it in a position where it's comfortable for you to lift off. This isn't the best squat rack to show you, just simply because it's preventing me from offloading the bar the way I want it, but for the purpose of this video, just ignore that ever is there. You're gonna position your hands right in front of you. Your thumb is gonna grip round the barbell, similar to a deadlift, and you're gonna have a nice controlled wrist. So you don't want this here, this flexion here. You want everything to be nice and stacked, nice and controlled. You don't want to overarch your back when you are performing your reps when it comes to military press. You're going to cause a lot of lower back injury, and also you're getting your lower body too involved. This is predominantly an upper body movement, so your lower body should not be hinged like this. Instead, you want to tuck your coccyx bone in, squeeze those glutes, keep that core nice and stiff and tight, so all of the performance comes from your upper body. Now, it is going to be a bit heavy, especially if you are challenging yourself and you're working towards failure. So it's okay if you use your knees for those last 2 reps. Go easy on yourself. So remember, gripping the bar, that shoulder width apart, nice and controlled, tight wrist, bring it out, coccyx bone tucked in, tight. As you're coming down, you don't need to come all the way down, about here. The next compound move is a bent over row. Yet again, after training so many women, the one exercise that you guys struggle with the most is a bent over row, and actually understanding how it's supposed to feel or where it's supposed to go, how you're supposed to perform it. A bent over row is a horizontal movement. So we've been doing a lot of vertical movements, from squat, deadlift to shoulder press. They're all vertical movement. That means up and down. Whereas this one is a horizontal movement. So you're targeting those muscle fibers in a completely different way. Gonna keep it simple. So bear with me, because I'm gonna break it down in the most simplest way ever for you. A bent over row is, I would classify it as the queen and the king of your back days. That's why on the Tone and Sculpt app, you will have some sort of bent over row in your pull sessions throughout the program. You will incorporate these movements. You can perform it inverted, and you can also perform it neutral. Now, hand placement plays a big factor on where you're targeting specific muscles. So if you do want a YouTube video on hand placement and grips, comment down below, because I think that YouTube video will be very, very interesting. Let me know. And whilst you're at it, make sure you leave a thumbs up if you're finding this video really helpful. It goes a long way, so thank you if you do. With a bent over row, for the purpose of this video, I'm gonna actually do a neutral grip. So similar to a deadlift, exactly the same. You want to grip your bar, but this time you're actually going to bring your thumbs out. Now, why do we bring our thumbs out? Well, your thumb flexes and actually contributes a lot towards your forearm. So when you are doing any type of row, our main focus is our primary muscle, which is our back, not our secondary muscle, which is our bicep and also our forearm. So by relieving that thumb, you're gonna focus more on your back rather than pulling with your forearm and your bicep. So that's a little bit of food for thought. So you're gonna bring the weight up, you're gonna bend over, just like so. I'm not bent completely over to a 90-degree angle. I'm a little bit more upright, just like so. You don't want your elbows to flare out. You want to tuck them nice and neat. So as you're rowing, you want to bring your elbows close to your body as possible, just like so. And you want the barbell to be hitting around your hip and belly button region. So let's put all that together. Thumbs out, gripping the barbell, bringing it up. Not a 90-degree angle, slightly more upright. Keep your core nice and tight. Chest upright too. Bringing the barbell with your elbows pulling close to your belly button. The last exercise and the last compound move, which I wish I started doing sooner. And it wasn't until maybe 12 months ago that I started incorporating this movement, and I'm so angry at myself for not doing it sooner. And it's because I let my fear get the better of me. And you know, I've done it now, so it's totally fine. If you're allowing your fear to really consume your progress, then you are letting your emotions win. And your emotions are not logical. You have emotions that are going to impair your thinking. You have emotions that are going to give you wrong judgments. And it's because we're scared. I'm scared too. I'm scared all the time when I come to the gym and I don't know how to perform a certain movement. I have to maybe Google it, read something on it, or even try it and mess up a couple times. But honestly, you have to just give it a go. With the chest press, it was one of those movements which I wasn't comfortable doing, I wasn't confident doing, I didn't know how to perform, and there was so many arguments online. Should you curve your back? Should you not? Should you do this? And there's so many opinions. And look, like, I'm a firm believer that an opinion is completely fine, but there's a difference between making someone feel really freaking stupid and not being constructive at all. And then there's a difference between you being a friend and guiding another person. I don't do well with people being rude to other people, to me, to community members. I don't do well with it. But there's a difference between you being constructive and helpful and trying to help another member out. We're all in this together, whether you think of it or not. You're on your own personal journey as personal training, but you're with everybody else. Like, we're all learning and we're all evolving in our own types of way. So let that be a reassurance to you. So with the chest press, I classified this movement as actually the king and queen of upper body movements. And similar to a squat for your lower body days, I think of a chest press for your upper body days. So the setup is actually way simpler than you'd like to think. You want to have your barbell right eye level in front of you, just like so. You want to grip the bar similar to a deadlift, so thumb rolling over the barbell just like this and bringing your wrists nice and controlled. There's a lot of argument whether your back should be curved. Now, a lot of power trainers, they have a really extensive arch like so, but for me, I like to have a little bit of a natural arch. Like, literally, if I wasn't arching, it would be here, but then if I'm retracting my shoulders back, I get that natural arch. So I don't like to overthink about it too much. I'm scooping low. Your feet placement is really important as well. You want to push away from the ground. You don't want to have them completely in front of you. You want to have them nice and wide. And if you don't feel comfortable showcasing this area, then you can put your t-shirt or your jumper in front of you as well. So I'm going to retract my shoulders back. I'm lifting the barbell. The barbell needs to hit the middle portion of your chest. If you are doing an incline chest press, you're going to hit the top of your chest much more. If you're doing a decline, you're going to hit the lower region more. But because this is a flat bench, you want to hit the middle part more. Right, so, and bring it back up. Chin nice and tucked. It's not the prettiest, so bear with. And then you're going to come down, lift off, back up, down, lift off, back up. Now remember, when you are coming down, you want to breathe in. So you're going, when you're coming up, you're powering and breathing out. Breathing is absolute key. So remember, when you are bringing the barbell down, you are inhaling. When you are bringing the barbell up, you are exhaling, because that's where all the pressure needs to go. That's where you need the most power. Another tip that I'm going to give you with this is to remove your clips. As you can see here, I'm pretty confident with this weight, so that's why I put clips on. But if I was trying to hit a personal best, or if I, felt a little bit weaker that day, especially for women, depending on the time of the month, our energy and our strength will fluctuate much, much more than men, which I'm gonna have a YouTube video about this because I think it's very important. So I would remove the clips, because let's say this happens. I'm doing well, I'm unracking, I've got strength in me, but then, oh, I can't seem to lift the barbell back up. I can flip the weights and then bring the barbell back up. So you're preventing any injuries from happening. So I would encourage you not to use clips, just because you can slide the plates off and then you prevent any injuries from happening. So there we have it, 5 must-do compound exercises that completely changed my training, my life, my body composition, my strength. And I hope that you incorporate these 5 movements into your training routine. If you are looking for a structured program and you don't know where to start, I encourage you to download the Tone and Sculpt app. I know I keep saying it, and I will say it for the rest of my life, because I genuinely believe in this product so much, and so do millions and millions and millions of workouts that have been completed by hundreds and thousands of women globally. So the link is in the description box, so definitely give that a go. I hope you found this video useful, and I hope, yet again, you have left my YouTube video feeling a little bit more reassured that you're on the right journey, the right path, and you just need a little bit more patience, and you just need a little bit more practice, like we all do. Thank you so much for, again, hitting 1 million. I love you always and forever. I'll see you next time.